Good morning and welcome to day 2. Did I make you jump? Did I scare you? Yes, I made you jump. Yeah, I'm so sorry. It was my big dramatic entrance, you see, that's why. How is everyone doing today? Ready for a good day full of insight and interest and sessions and wisdom and expertise? Yes? Amazing, that's fantastic. Well, it's so great to see you all back again. We have another jam-packed day ready for you. So be ready to open your minds, open your thinking, because today is going to be absolutely wonderful. And we have some incredible speakers and moderators lined up for you. So I'm going to begin by introducing the moderator for our very first session, which today is really going to be looking at that non-profit sector, such an incredibly important part of the real estate world. So, Dr. Abdullah Alaskar. Dr. Alaskar, oh, you're there, I couldn't see you. Dr. Alaskar, please come and join me on stage. Please give him a very warm round of applause. Dr. Alaskar, I will leave you to introduce your own panelists and have a wonderful session.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. حياكم الله جميعا في هذا المنتدى العظيم. حابين نبدأ قبل أي شيء أنه نرحب في سعادة الدكتور بدر البدر الرئيس التنفيذي لمؤسسة محمد بن سلمان مسك، والأستاذ عمر الحجار مدير مفوض وشريك في شركة BCG. أهلا وسهلا وحياكم الله. السلام ورحمة الله. راح ينضم إلينا قريبا إن شاء الله الأستاذ أحمد السويلم الرئيس التنفيذي للمركز الوطني لتنمية القطاع الغير ربحي. في المقدمة، في مستقبل العقار لا تقاس التنمية بالمباني وحدها، بل بقدرتها على تمكين الإنسان وبناء مجتمع أكثر كفاءة واستدامة. في هذه الجلسة راح نسلط الضوء إن شاء الله على دور القطاع الغير ربحي كرافعة حقيقية لتمكين المجتمعات وصناعة الكفاءات وتحويل الأثر المجتمعي إلى قيمة تنموية مستدامة. اليوم راح نتكلم إن شاء الله عن تمكين المجتمعات وبناء الكفاءات من خلال القطاع الغير ربحي. مبدئيا نبدأ مع الأستاذ الدكتور بدر البدر الرئيس التنفيذي لمؤسسة محمد بن سلمان مسك. في القطاع العقاري في تقاطعات كثيرة قد يتقاطع فيها مع القطاع الغير ربحي. ممكن نسأل أكثر الدكتور بدر، كيف ممكن يتقاطع القطاع العقاري والقطاع الغير ربحي؟
أولاً السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته جميعاً، شكرا لاستضافتي معكم اليوم، وسعيد أني أتحدث عن نقطتين من نقاط شغفي، القطاع غير ربحي والقطاع العقاري اللي كلهم سبق عملت فيهم لفترات. القطاع التقاطع بين القطاعين تقاطع كبير، واليوم بركز على جانبين لأني عندي منهم أمثلة من مجال عملي الحالي. العقار هو أداة لخدمة المجتمع، فهو يحقق عدة أهداف. هو يحقق استدامة مالية كاستثمار مالي، في الوقت نفسه هو يدعم رسالة اجتماعية، وأيضا يضع الإنسان في صلب المستفيدين منه. المثال الأكبر اللي ودي أشاركه معكم اليوم وهي مدينة مسك، مدينة محمد بن سلمان غير ربحية. المدينة من اسمها هي مدينة عقارية، الاسم نفسه يبين أن هي مشروع عقاري ومشروع غير ربحي، فهي تحقق هذا التقاطع من جانب أنها هي أولا مدينة صممت في الإنسان في قلبها والشاب في قلبه،
providing different facilities.
تخدم الشاب في ابتدائية إلى المتوسطة الثانوية.
Whether from, say, like the schools available, the programs available, the training programs through the different training institutes, enablement programs, initiatives. This is one thing. The other thing is, as a real estate asset, it has like housing services. We do expect that so many people across the city will live in the city itself. So we have different retail businesses, shops, and non-profit, of course, services and facilities. this all helps to achieve financial sustainability. It is a real estate project. There are different commercial businesses, so the return will feed into the city and will be reinvested and be used as His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman, may Allah protect him, has designed this when he first thought of investing in this city, stating that the returns of this city will be reused, repurposed into the business of the non-profit city. This is one side of intersection. There are other sides, of course, say different projects. Non-profit projects, of course, are service projects such as schools, for example. Schools, for example, of high quality, non-profit. A good example are Riyadh schools. Many of you are aware of the schools. It has been there for about 50 years, ever since it was established. It's become part of Prince Mohammed bin Salman Foundation MISC. This school, of course, started an expansion program, but it is based on quality, of course, and it is non-profit. It is non-profit schools to further expand. It started from one branch, which dates back 50 years, and it opened 3 other branches across Riyadh. The intersection between the real estate sector and then the profit sector, the high quality facilities, schools being built, of course, will enhance the value of the neighborhoods or the district. We found that the projects, whether announced or still not yet announced, the neighboring areas are thriving, and also the real estate developers, of course, are looking for such kind of Riyadh schools because it will enhance the neighborhood. So the quality of education and the services provided. There is something very important, the role of schools. The role of schools and the social responsibility. It is very important for us, which is the education sector. I would like now to move on to Mr. Umar Al-Hajjar. What is the role where the non-profit sector can play in terms of like enhancing the real estate sector in or across the education? First of all, thank you so much for the kind invitation, and thanks for the forum, and thank for the audience as well. Dr. Badr, you have already talked about the quality of education to make community and real estate, the value of real estate, very much attractive in terms of housing, residential uses, services, and mixed-use services, so that we can create like very much interactive and active real estate sector. If we think of the non-profit sector, we call it like a third sector because we have first the public sector, which is the first one, and the second one, which is the private sector, and the third one is the non-profit sector. But before we talk about government and the public sector and the private sector, we call it the zero sector, which is the third sector, the non-profit sector, the fabric of the community or society. And the importance of this sector is to provide services and to make such services are well directed to community and to address the needs. With this in mind, if we think of education as a sector, Dr. Badr has truly said that it is part of the inspiration of Riyadh and the kingdom. But if we look into the active sector, we will have then high quality education sector. If we think of the K-12 and the tertiary education, the best universities are the non-profit sector, and this kind of a trend has already started across the kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and we'll see more and more. I mean, yet to come, we'll see more universities, more schools are non-profit and will be driven by the public sector as well to be non-profit. If we have a strong, a robust third sector, it'll be education, attractive, inspiring for communities, and also for the real estate, and will be attract more and more for more investors, more developers. You have talked about different points, schools and universities. And when we talk about these points, we talk about the bedrock, the key points, which is the youth. Moving ahead to Dr. Badr Al-Badr, how do you see, or how does MISC see the future of youth in the real estate sector? First and foremost, the real estate sector is one of the most important drivers for economy, and a good example is this great forum being held, attracting and bringing together the think tanks, the subject matter experts, decision makers, policy makers in one big hall. We are all here familiar and well updated about the real estate in the Kingdom of Arabia, led by major and giga projects of housing or residential projects, of course, with the new regulations coming into play. In each and every street or roads we go and walk through and drive, we see the wheel of growth of real estate is coming into play, which means that there are job opportunities being created for the youth. So at Mohammed bin Salman, at MISC Foundation, we focus on the youth. And I'm very proud here that one of the great outcomes of MISC and the best and the example is you being the MC, the moderator of this, because you are one of the graduates of different programs. So the programs that provide for the youth will help to upskill their competencies and will enhance and polish up their skills. Some of our programs and initiatives are very much specialized in the real estate sector. A good example to quote and cite, and the our graduates from 2030 leaders program, there are different leaders working whether in housing or real estate development companies. There are accelerators, incubators for the non-profit societies and foundations. And you are well familiar about these societies, such as like Pristine, which focuses on volunteering work to enhance and improve gardens and parks, whether in public areas or at home. Also, we have like something known as Taramim. It has a sublime objective, which is to help low-income people and those who cannot do anything by themselves to restore their homes without any benefit. Equally important, we work also across the different startups and accelerators. We have about 3 societies specialized in real estate, such as Built Up, Equibital, and Agile. Their work includes financing, funding. You buy now and you pay later, or you can rent equipment and machinery, or even funding real estate companies. With this in mind, the business pathways are so diverse, but the youth are always at the heart of the business. The real estate sector is a promising one, of course, so the overlapping areas between the two sectors are so big and so huge. At MISC, of course, we have key pillars and bedrock, such as like skills, competencies, youth, and sustainability. And we can further and move on to Mr. Amar Al-Hajjar. How do you see the contribution of the non-profit sector to enhance the competencies and the skills of the youth? Well, the role of the third sector is very important when it comes to enhancing the skills, including different points. The third sector, of course, is one of the operators of schools, universities, and also through endowment donations. It is a key financer, funder for project relating to education at the level of community. Equally important, the more we cite examples about such initiatives and how the business model is being so creative, so innovative, that focuses on upskilling and reskilling and community enhancing, of course. And we see then the third sector is the key player across these projects. So a good example, among other schools, the third sector plays such a great role in when we speak about education in anything relating to the extracurricular activities. Equally important, we see the role of the third sector goes beyond students, which is lifelong learning. This is a key role. Why? Well, by nature, the third sector is very much a closed community, addressing their needs, and is updated to better know what is there, and how to reduce the impact of disruption. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is hosting so many forums, conferences, summits. AI has come into play and it has become top priority for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. But as you know, there are concerns about how AI can create and cause disruption in terms of job opportunities, whether existing or potential ones. So the third sector plays such a good role, and we see it across the different, such as Ministry of Communication, where they are enabling, of course, communities, and they don't feel afraid of AI, how to use it rather than just feel afraid of it. And at the same time, of course, how to prepare, how to be well trained, how to prepare for the labor market if they are students or even if they are halfway through their professional career, and how to be relevant, to be always ready to adapt to anything that is new in terms of technologies or future, and also for the purpose how to adapt and be resilient to add and value to economy. When you talk about the future of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, how we can add an objective for the youth, and this is very important across any sector. This leads us to another question to Mr. Badr Al-Badr, to Dr. Badr Al-Badr. Sometimes a real estate property can be a good tool to benefit for community and as well as for the returns. So we are speaking here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, thankfully, about a very rich experience, because the real estate and the returns would be always motivation for different purposes. Some examples would be cited, thankfully, of course, for good families, whether for the real estate or the third sector, non-profit sector, such as Al Musa, Al Rajhi, Al Saidan, Kamil, are all great families that have integrated the real estate investment and non-profit investment as well, where the two sectors come together, combine together, of course. With this in mind, I'm calling all developers, real estate developers, to better benefit from such successful models and programs. There are different models and examples to work on. I mean, the non-profit projects, whether through community partnerships or social responsibility or any kind of cooperation. The non-profit work, of course, in the past required that the people with good intentions required before like a kind of business, but now it has become very much possible to cooperate with youth societies or foundations or non-profit societies in the real estate sector, directing and channeling some returns so that it can be further supported or funded for the charities. One more thing which is very important as well, I don't want to ignore, which is partnerships. At MISC Foundation, welcome always partnerships with the real estate developers. We have offered different projects, some of which have been announced and some of which have not yet been announced, and some are still in progress, whether in housing or whatever it be. Good morning. And some others are there in hospitality, real estate areas, or even commercial areas. So the areas and pathways of cooperation coordination are huge. And we have now Mr. Ahmed As-Swailim, and he is such a great expert when it comes to a non-profit business, and he can further speak about this. Welcome all, and welcome Mr. Ahmed As-Swailim, the CEO of the National Center for Non-Profit Sector. Well, based on the contributions of Dr. Badr, and something that comes to mind which is related to the non-profit sector, one role is governance. Governance is a cornerstone actually. Would like to move on to Mr. Ahmed As-Swailim. How is the role of the center is integrated across the different entities in such a way to address the needs and their own aspirations? First and foremost, Peace, blessing be upon you all, and very good morning to you all. And apologies for being late. Joining you now. Riyadh is going through economic transformation, a great boom, and great conferences, great forums are all coming into the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Thank you so much for the introduction. A piece of information to be corrected. Dr. Badr just said that I am the greatest expert. Well, actually, Dr. Badr is the one. And the National Center is always learning from the non-profit entities. So we'd like to speak about governance. And governance is such a big concern for the non-profit sector. So the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is such a leading country when it comes to governance through the control of the regulations, the establishment, or ever since the establishments, to add a great value. And governance goes across the whole journey, all the way, the initiatives for the non-profit sector and different procedures, of course, have been established between the non-profit sector center. We have more than 30 entities relating to the non-profit sector, of course, and they are our technical partners. So they are always auditing activities for the activities provided, in addition to the auditing of the establishment, also auditing for the licensing of the donation and endowment. Again, there are different auditors that are accredited, certified, all this shows for the wise leadership of the non-profit or across the non-profit sector to be enabled, to be protected as well. So governance per se is a key concept for the non-profit sector. At the same time, we have, through the standards of governance, we have three pathways, which is like compliance and disclaimer and financial integrity. We have now achieved about 90% in terms of governance. Ever since we started, we were about 50%, which means that this shows we have like robust commitment, compliance, and congratulations on the great achievements so far we have achieved or we have realized. In addition, we have also a framework for risk, where we identify the organizations for the high risk organization, and then we create like governance for them, inspection, auditing, check out, control. In addition, we have also more regulations relating to donations, endowment. Thankfully, of course, the donation services is so high, more than 98% in terms of the compliance of the donations. In 2024, we had a plan. Then in 2025, we have achieved less than 80 violations, which means the non-profit sector is a highly committed sector. It is not just, as they say, it is not on the margin. It is a key driver for the economic growth and the social growth as well. We feel really proud of the non-profit sector. Again, the center has such a great interest in terms of the administrative and financial supervision and the establishment for the different entity societies. A good thing is to say is that we were in 2017 about 1,700, and now we are more than 7,000 entities, societies, non-profit all. And the average governance is about 90%, which shows how committed, how interested the wise leadership and the government entities and the non-profit sector. Well, truly said, you referred to the different roles of the center, very important and highly valued, provided so many. One thing which is the leading role across any center is very important. We would like how the leading role of the center can contribute across the different growth sectors or pathways and enhance its own sustainable impact? Well, thank you for this question. I have already talked about governance. Governance is one of the most important roles of the center. I mean, leading roles to focus more on the administrative and financial governance. Again, we cannot speak about this unless otherwise we refer to the partnerships with different government entities. We have such a strong connection with more than 30 government entities. Speaking of the technical side, equally important, administrative and financial governance are also very important. Ever since establishment in 2022, of course, the center started officially the business in 20. It all started, thankfully, the approval was issued to organize it. So if we flash back some figures and numbers and how the center and the government partners and the board of societies, the board of foundations, how they have contributed to the successful figures and numbers we have achieved. Now the growth rate for the non-profit sector entities are so huge, 350%. Just imagine, we said 1,700 all the way up to 7,000 societies. Today, the non-profit societies that are specialized in the priority or top priority, it was like about 350, and now we have like more than 700. So the percentage of the non-profit society's contribution, what is 3.3 or 8 billion in 2025, we have achieved 1.4 with about 65 billion, 65.8 or about 66 billion, which is like so huge. The contribution of the people, I mean the employees, was 1.3, and now we have achieved it like 0.8. We have now achieved 141,000 employees. Equally important also as for the growth spending, today we have achieved about 76%. So big numbers, promising numbers actually. And this has not come out of nothing. It has come out of the wise leadership support for the sector or to the sector. It is a mature sector. It is fully grown and it is fully compliant to governance, regulations, whether financial, administrative, or even technical ones. Great. Moving ahead to Dr. Badr Al-Badr. We would like to hear from you as a piece of word from the youth to the youth about the non-profit sector, particularly when it comes to the real estate sector interaction. I don't think that I am mature enough or I can make a word to the youth, but I will try. I have worked with the youth, this great generation, and we have received different voices, different opinions, mixed ones about them. What I can ensure and confirm about their experiences, we have a great percentage of the youth who are very much serious and distinguished. I'm calling them to best benefit from the opportunities made available, brought to them by Vision 2030, not just when it comes to the development of their skills and competencies, but also to further benefit from leading or taking or assuming a leading role or leading roles to achieve this big vision. Programs are very important to benefit from, made available at MISC Mohammed bin Salman MISC Foundation, with the different programs for expertise, which will further help them to polish up and hone their own skills and competencies, have better and a brighter future for the kingdom and for them. Anyone having such a great idea about development as you have done, they can then establish a society or foundation that is non-profit and the organization of the center to provide better services for community, or even if they would like to polish up their skills or competencies, to join like 2030 leaders program or something else. Moving ahead, Mr. Ahmed Aswailim, how is it possible the center, I mean the final word from you, can play such a good role? Well, beyond the shadow of doubt, I believe that the first interest for youth can be through volunteering, Thankfully today, the number of volunteers is more than 1.7 million. In 2017, we were about just a few numbers, and now they are very much like excited. They would like to do more volunteering, whether their pathway of work, or whether mental, or even like different pathways where they can exert physical efforts. And we have seen this kind of development through the national volunteering platform. With this in mind, we see the youth are the bedrock, actually, the backbone of volunteering. So they have great potential contribution. A good example to cite in this regard is the success story of housing. Thankfully today, housing, of course, Jude is responsible for thousands of units, and this all done by volunteering. Most of them are from the youth. Even the Mumra is considered the first entity in terms of the number of volunteers who also were the youth. And thankfully, we have achieved more than 90,000 units fully owned, and also 215,000 beneficiaries, more than 24 partnerships, hundreds of non-profit societies, foundations specialize in this, and also as key partners in Jude. You've seen record numbers in 2023 and 2025 in Guinness record, bringing more like housing campaign, donation in Ramadan. And this all has been achieved by the youth. In addition, we have specialized societies and foundations inspiring the youth. With this in mind, the center plays such a great role in contributing to the consultancy services and the advisory services as well, and to create and to craft good partnerships in terms of funding, or even in terms of the development of the skills, and also finding ample opportunities across them. Great. Final word. Would like to hear from you, Mr. Ammar, at this forum. First, thank you so much for the great opportunity. I believe that I can fully agree with the two gentlemen here. Great minds such as MISC Foundation across the different also non-profit sector. The role of the youth, yes, volunteering, but also we can about leadership, entrepreneurship, which is like a response to the opportunities being created across the different government entities and the private sector. They all start providing competency, skills. Graduates of MISC need to seize these opportunities and to be entrepreneurs and to further develop the ecosystem of communities. Thank you. Thank you so much, and thank you ever so much for your highly valued contributions. One thing is to quote is that the youth are always bedrock for the development, and also Badr al-Badr sees the opportunities made available. Mr. Ammar al-Hajjar also sees opportunities made available across the different non-profit sector or the real estate sector. Thank you very so much. We hope to see you again and again next time. Thank you very so much. Your attention is highly appreciated. Thank you so much, Dr. Abdullah, for moderating the session. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome you to the fifth edition of the Real Estate Future Forum. Moving ahead to the second panel discussion, which is about the impact of investment across the real estate sector, creating change across communities and environment. We will have Dr. Ahmed Al-Mghamis, Mr. Ibrahim Al-Alwan, and Mr. Eduardo, and Mr. Majid Al-Harbi, and Mr. Mish'al Asdairi, to be moderated by Talat Hafid. Please, the floor is yours to start the panel discussion.
In the name of Allah, most merciful, most compassionate, and peace and blessing be upon our Prophet Muhammad, honorable guests. I would like to welcome you to the panel discussion titled impact investing in real estate, creating social and environmental change. We focused yesterday on sustainability in real estate. Real estate is not just building or architecture or high-rise building, but it should meet and realize sustainability for the property itself, or for the life cycle, for those live in such kind of property, to meet such requirements, including creating a quality of life and a measurable impact. So we'll try to measure the impact and how the real estate can have a social and environmental impact and enhance the quality of life. On behalf of you and the organizers, I would like to welcome the panelists in this panel discussion. Dr. Ahmed Al-Ghamsi, the CEO of SOCPA, and Mr. Ibrahim Al-Alwan. He is a founder at Wasiq Finance. And I would like to welcome Eduardo Greci. He is the partner at Boston Consultants. Mr. Edwards, good morning. رائع بأن أراكم. And I would like to welcome as well Mr. Mishal Sideri, the industrial partner and industry at RFF. Hey, good morning to you all. And join us later, Mr. Majid Al-Harbi, the Vice CEO of RFF Finance, RFF Capital. I will start with Mr. Ahmed as an accountant, and it's hard for you to measure the social impact and environmental impact for the real estate in a professional and credible manner. As accountants, when we have assets at the sheet, it could be measured, but if in intangible assets, how it can be measured? So how can we measure the environmental and social impact? Thank you at the outset. So I would like to thank you for having me. I would like to start the role of SOCPA and the mandate of SOCPA. We fully realized from the very beginning and the professional standards are not only a requirements, but a backbone and bedrock for the economic growth. So we adopted the FIS. That the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is the single country among three countries applied the full international financial standards. For your question, which is smart question, and I really liked your question, Mr. Talat. The social impact, how can be measured in accounting? We measure the value of the sustainable value throughout the life cycle by integrating the assets into accounting practice as the environmental impact is part of the risk. So we look into the depreciation of the value, the prospect inflows, and the cost of the capital, and the applying international frameworks for sustainability by guiding by ARI or AFRIS's 1:2, and to measure the social and environmental impact with a full alignment with the FIRS in assessing assets and risk disclosure. the transformation from meta standards to measurable indexes, such as the impact of CO2 and the consumption, measuring the consumption of water and electricity and carbon. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is going toward this zero neutrality, and it has a rule, and it should be an equation of accounting and impact. We look into the quality of housing, safety, the localization of jobs, and accessibility. And fourth, associating the or linking the impact, the impact with the measuring the impact. It means to assess intention, but impact which can be audited. But the rule of governance and this disclosure, we're gonna focus in. You make my job easy, as if saying that measuring the impact for the construction of the building and fully alignment with the energy efficiency, meaning that the price might be lower because of the absence of standards. If we look into the real estate sector, we should have sustainable economy. Real estate investment is not a short span but a long term, taking into consideration all the implications in terms of quality, standard compliance, and regulatory compliance, and the environmental impact and social impact should be taken into consideration when we do any kind of investment. And we talk about real estate investment, we should take into consideration these are the requirements. We might have subsequent future requirements. For instance, the Saudi building code or government instructions to ensure efficiency, energy efficiency, and the clean energy. This can consume capital to modify only the building or the asset to meet the requirements, the regulatory requirements, the new requirements. Mr. Ibrahim, what has mentioned by Dr. Ahmed clearly, what is our situation in real estate development? Have we managed to create desired social and environmental impact? Today, as a matter of fact, I take it from the angle of an investment. And the investment outlook, looking into the pure accounting standards. So, as you know, that the investor is after returns and the profits. So, in the past, we had a challenge regarding the concepts and the understanding the concept of cost efficiency. So any kind of support for real estate development in terms of adding environmental sustainability and the social sustainability. So some previous it was taken as an additional cost in the past. If we look into the environmental sustainability, they tend to use less quality materials, and for the social aspect, the housing units tend to be small units. And without any kind of green spaces for the public. So today, as a matter of fact, it's totally different. The developers discovered that the demand on the products is totally different. It's not just give you a real estate product at lower cost, but you might get a higher cost with a higher quality. So we can take, for example, the residential compounds and the commercial buildings. You can find additional amenities, additional services, kids zone, and the green spaces, open spaces for socializing, and additional. If we talk about the multi-use projects in shopping malls, you can see in terms of cleaning and maintenance, huge attention attached to landscaping, green spaces, and raising the bar for the quality of life and livability. This has driven to higher cost, but it's highly appreciated and valued by the beneficiaries, and because of the higher awareness. So the drive today for the transformation, it's not accounting wise, but it's closely related to the awareness and education. And I think this is for today. We have a different outlook. I can raise the level of social impact to achieve higher returns. Instead of selling apartment at 500,000, I can raise the price a little bit with the additional quality. So I mentioned in the past, before the introduction of the Saudi Building Code, 30% of the cost related to went to the services. It's required today. We have new requirements such as the landscape. We have two aspects. We have requirements, regulatory requirements, and market requirements. And the competition element as well. The developer try to meet the market requirements to raise the level of equality and taking social and environmental impact into consideration, but at the same time some components related to the environment. This is it might not be fully measured by the market. I'm talking about energy efficiency and some aspects which are not visible in the initial phase of the project. So this kind of projects, with the quality of a project or restrictions in some cases, the government set rules and regulations for this aspect. A catalyst as mandatory, as requires compliance, or as a catalyst. So if we take, for instance, lighting ACs, the more advanced technology is, the more the Saudi standards are getting sophisticated. Mr. Michel, the concept of social buzzword ESG is a new concept for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, or applied. It was applied in the past. I will take a glimpse. Is it clear? Can you hear me? I will take it from the historical context to the present, to the future. ESG can be perceived, for instance, Riyadh's city as a benchmark. It's a desert environment, so we use the an environmental friendly building materials such as that. So it's part of our daily life. And in terms of the societal aspect, we have witnessed a transformation and paradigm shift in terms of the population. Right now we have over 8 billion 8 million people living in Riyadh city, and different walks of life, and with the different social classes. And the best example is the real estate equilibrium. It's not financially speaking, but creating one fabric of different income sources. So this is creating inclusive environment. So have we witnessed any kind of changes in the consumer behaviors? If I am looking for a housing, do I take the social and environmental impact into consideration when I buy a housing unit? When we talk about the society and the governance and ESG, so I'm going to talk about the development in real estate. Many years ago, you could build a small building and it could be sold easily. Right now we have a different mindset, because right now we have a new generation, young people would like to have open spaces for physical, for welfare and walkability and physical exercise. So it has such kind of new trends have been taken into consideration to create this kind of greening spaces and open spaces, and this is we have seen behavioral change, and new trends in the consumption patterns. So we have right now a full conscious consumers. سوف أنتقل للغة الإنجليزية. سيد أدواردو، لديك خبرة طويلة في التطوير العقاري من خلال مجموعة BCG. ما هي النماذج
and environmental impact? And do you think they're applicable to the kingdom? Can we, what I'm saying, best practices, that's what I'm saying, please.
Yeah, so first of all, good morning and thanks for the question. I'm really sorry to break the Arabic flow. I swear I will
You want me to
learn
speak in Arabic? No problem.
No, in a few years I will learn, I swear. Thanks a lot for the question. I think this is a very important question, and is one of the most recurring questions for all developers, right? The trade-off between basically sustainability and profit, right? So right. I think here there is a bit of a belief that you always need to compromise on the sustainability if you want to make money. But as my esteemed panelist explained earlier, this is not necessarily the case. I believe that there are three conditions that if they are met, actually you can make money out of it. You can generate value out of sustainability, if you want, by embedding sustainability into the developments. I think the first condition is sustainability needs to be built in early. So as I explained already like a few years back in this panel as well, 80% of the emission of a building are decided in the design phase. What does this mean? It means that when you are designing a building, you can really define and determine how many emissions and how efficient and how energy efficient the building will be over time, over the lifetime cycle. If you tackle the sustainability early on, you will be able to create value without additional costs or with very small additional costs. So through design choices. Here I'm talking about passive design, insulation, district cooling, decision of materials, exposures, and all of these things. The second condition that needs to be met, obviously, it's the market, it's the demand. So we have talked about the cost in a way, the operational efficiencies, but eventually you need to find a market that values this. As BCG, we have run a survey in Saudi Arabia. Over 1,000 people was interviewed, and surprisingly enough, 40% of the people mentioned that they are willing to pay a premium for a house
Interesting.
if it has some components of sustainability. Now, when we talk about sustainability, again, we talk about a broad spectrum, but the people here refer to energy efficiency, so they will actually get the benefit out of their pocket. And the third topic, it's about resilience. In a market with resilience, it's very important, and in Saudi, in the GCC, the resilience of the building, obviously, is very important because of the harsh climate condition, the increased events that are happening. You can see in Dubai, for example, what happened in the UAE with this flooding. A lot of investors had to completely redo the house due to the flooding.
Okay.
So when the resilience is so big and it's so important, investing into making the building resilient for the long terms can obviously bring money, less cost in the future. So it will maintain value over time.
You attracted my attention during your answer is early step-in. It means once you're late, the cost will go beyond whatever limit that you... So what do you mean by early?
Yeah, so what I mean by, it's a great question, and in Saudi Arabia this is extremely important because we are building almost a country from scratch. There are so many mega developments, and therefore we have a unique opportunity to embed all of these things early. What does it mean? It means that when we are now designing all of these mega projects, mega developments, compounds, whatever, we have a unique opportunity to embed the sustainability features in this phase. Whereas if the building is already delivered, let's say in a non-sustainable way, in a conventional way, refitting it, refurbishing it, will be much more expensive and less attractive from a financial point of view.
So the early the better. That's what you're saying, okay? دكتور أحمد مرة أخرى الحوكمة وبالذات ESG ما يتعلق في البيئة وفي المجتمع وفي الجوفرنرز كيف ممكن نرفع المصداقية في الاستثمار؟
بالنسبة لموضوع الحوكمة عادة من ناحية محاسبية.
And from the accounting aspect, we look into a number of points. First of all, enhancing the credibility and transparency through disclosure, the systematic disclosure, and scenarios, data, and greenwashing, or and linking the impact with the systematic and institutional governance. So this should be part of the mandate of the board, subcommittees, remuneration, and linking social and environmental impact with the incentives, and meeting and fulfilling the expectations of foreign investment, and enhancing the culture of disclosure and comparable data pricing with the SDG in full alignment with the international sustainability asymmetry of data, reduce asymmetries of data and high risk, and fourth, financing and long-term sustainability. The project with the robust governance, less risky and less less exposed to the uncertainty of laws and the regulations. Mr. Ibrahim, you addressed development for the individuals.
When it comes to development, as Mr. Mishal said, it is from 1.7 square meters all the way up to 17, even in the green areas. So it has a cost. The question is, how is it possible for me as a developer to create a balance between the cost and the impact as well? Well, honestly speaking, this is one of the wrong perspective. And in terms of like adding something. It is like adding more cost. It means less profitability. Adding cost also some other times give you an added value, because each 4 riyals you put for sustainability, each riyals you put for, say, social impact in terms of the areas, the services provided, the anything would also, each and every riyal would be 2 to 3. This means that the impact to be created in terms of investment, of course, will cause also a clear-cut impact. One that is direct impact, a long-term impact, and the other one is today, for example, any kind of real estate development providing services, say facilities across the different buildings or the complexes and the green areas, the green spaces, the other services not owned by a resident will be directly impacted in terms of the cost and the desire or the appetite of the buyers. One more thing, when we talk about the impact that is like medium and long-term impact, is the idea of the sustainability of such buildings. The more or the better the materials, it means the longer the buildings are. Speaking of lighting, air conditioning, the highly, of course, the high efficient they are for the cost, the better, of course, and they will cause also less than cost in terms of the operability. There are other considerations to be factored in, and this is something that we need to highlight. Sometimes the impact cannot be direct, and some developers or even society may not like focus on such kind of indirect impact. So here comes the role of the government and the regulating or regulators. Different considerations need to be factored in. We have 3 points. One, globally, buildings are classified globally, of course, like golden, platinum, or silver, which gives licenses or ranking or classification for sustainability. And this is good, of course, for the users as well as for finding and financing. Today in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we have a general framework for funding and financing the green projects. And of course, we have created a general framework. Well, to be honest, what I do expect is that there will be like more acceleration and more pressure coming onto the banks. And we have not seen the impact, particularly in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but I do expect that in the medium and the long term, we will see more impact. Speaking of what is known as a green point or green bonds, green instruments are all support for the project, because the cost will be higher, this is true, but it needs like more government support, and also the users do not have any objection. They would like to cost, and because they want to have a better quality of life. Are BCG standards relating to the environment, governance, and society are necessary for investment, or just like preferred components for investment? In 1 minute, please. Yes. Well, today are necessary, and not like, no, you cannot escape. Even today, the sustainability license is very important, is a prerequisite. A good example, back to figures and numbers quickly because we are running out of time. Today, the operational cost is the huge cost. 5% of the capex goes to operation cost. So it depends on the age of buildings. It is so huge. So today, if you made like environmental sensitivity, such as like certification and other practices, even at the time of the design all the way up to the operation time, so you will save up at about 30%. So if it is like 1 billion, it means that you will save up about 300 millions over 30 years or 100 years or whatever. So it has become really a necessity, and also it has like potential saving. لدينا دقيقة واحدة أو أقل من دقيقة واحدة. أريد أن أسمع منكم ما هي الفائدة مما نتحدث عنه عن التكلفة والفائدة المرجوة والاستدامة في دقيقة واحدة. نعم في دقيقة واحدة. أعتقد ما
long time
قلناه
ago among those of who were in sustainability is that sustainability will succeed when we will not hear more about sustainability, when sustainability will be part of the normal standards of a developer, like it will be embedded in the developer's operation. And this is what actually we are seeing. Also, especially accelerated by these geopolitical trends, for which if you say sustainability, in some part of the world, you are almost seen as either a hippie or, something not good. So people have stopped talking about sustainability, and sustainability has become within the normal playbook of the developers. So this is the trends that we have been seeing, less talk and more action on the ground.
But you have to start early, right? You have to start early, within...
But you have to start early,
yeah.
Correct. But you have to start early to implement it.
للتلخيص على السريع أنا يعني تجاوزت
Panelists, I have gone beyond the time allowed. Today, buildings are not like before. Buildings or projects should give more social impact and environmental impact, known as sustainability. Sustainability is the word, and this is very important because it further helps to enhance the quality of life and brings comfort to residents. We're talking about community. I'm not talking about siloed buildings. We're speaking about the landscape, the green spaces, what is known as the interactive areas in terms of sport facilities, entertainment facilities, recreational facilities, which helps enhancing, of course, the quality of life. Thank you so much, Mr. Dr. Ahmad, Mr. Ibrahim, and Mr. Eduardo, and Mr. Mishal. Next time, we'll be speaking about this in Arabic. Thank you as well. Have a nice day ahead. Thank you all.
Shukran. Thank you so much for a fabulous discussion. How's everyone doing? All good? Good energy in the room? Fantastic. We've got a lot to get through today, and we have a very special video to show you. So before we begin this next panel, what we'd like to do is share a special message, and that's from the CEO of Ermar, the economic city, which is the master developer of Cake. And this is from Mr. Abdulaziz Al-Nawasser, CEO, a video message.
The future of real estate is no longer defined by borders. The new foreign ownership frameworks have opened the door not just to investment, but to belonging. In our industry, we often speak in the future tense. But today, I am here to speak from reality. Along the Red Sea's global trade corridor, we are extending an invitation to the world, not to pass through, but to stay, to turn opportunity into a home. At Cake, we have moved beyond the question of what if. We are now answering what's next. This is not a concept. This is a city in motion.
Real opportunity does not wait for a ribbon-cutting ceremony. It is measured in the pulse of a city that is already awake. Set along more than 42 kilometers of Red Sea coastal line, Cake unfolds with openness and possibility. A coastal way of living defined by rhythm, connection, and meaning. Powered by a deep sea port and a diversified industrial ecosystem anchored by the King Salman automotive cluster. Yet what defines Cake goes far deeper. We stand at the nexus of the Golden Triangle, positioned between the commercial pulse of Jeddah and the holy cities of Mecca and Medina. Cake sits at the heart of a connection unlike any other. Here, connectivity is both physical and spiritual. A place where people remain close to their beliefs while living calm, coastal life of balance and purpose. This is where family put down roots, a place to belong. We know that capital follows talent, and talent thrives where life is enjoyed. We didn't just build infrastructure. We shaped a way of living, a place where workdays end by the sea, not in traffic. From diverse residential communities and world-class education and healthcare to a coastal lifestyle shaped by the sea. This is not a marketing layer. It is a core economic enabler. This is a city that brings together multiple investment horizons, from tourism and hospitality to integrated lifestyle communities and future-ready commercial districts. The path forward is clear, sovereign-enabled, regulatory-ready. We are not asking you to imagine what's possible. We are inviting you to step into what already exists and what's ready to become. Cake, the premier coastal life destination.
Thank you so much, Mr. Al-Nawaiser, for that very thoughtful and inspiring message. I think that it's a clear reminder that cities like Cake are not built just on vision alone, but they're delivered through infrastructure and through logistics and through execution at scale, which brings us to this next panel discussion, which is entitled Enabling Gigaprojects, the Strategic Role of Logistics and Supply Chains in Real Estate Development. A very important discussion, and this panel is going to explore those practical foundations that make ambitious developments like Cake possible. So please join me in welcoming onto stage the moderator for our next session, Ms. Jade Marjoram, who will introduce her panelists. Jade, over to you. Delightful to have you with us. Looking forward to the discussion.
Brilliant, thank you, and good morning to the audience today for this intentional panel discussion on gigaprojects through the strategic role of logistics and supply chain. Today's panel has brought together leaders across the industry, and today we really want to talk about not how organisations are reinventing, but how they are reshaping their programmes through contracting, logistics and supply chain. So today, I am joined by a group of highly respected professionals who I'd like to introduce themselves. So my name is Jade Marjoram. I'm the moderator for the panel session today, and I work at Mace Group as a consultant globally in procurement and supply chain. Man?
Assalamu alaikum. Sabah al-khair. I am Man Al-Uthaymin, Supply Chain General Manager in NSC. It will be nice to discuss the gents and Jade. Hope to share a good information and experience with you.
Thank you, Jade. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Sam Champong. I'm the Regional Director for CIPS, the Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supply for the Middle East, Africa and Australasia.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أسعد الله صباحكم بالخير. أخوكم حمود العصيمي نائب الرئيس التنفيذي للشؤون القانونية بالهيئة العامة للمنافسة.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Mohammed Kayvan, Managing Director at Inverto, a BCG company that's focused on procurement and supply chain.
Assalamu alaikum, good morning. My name's Ian McBride. I'm the Group Chief Commercial Officer at Roshan Group, where we deliver multi-asset integrated communities. So looking forward to having today's discussion from the perspective of a real estate developer.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning. My name is Majid Matbouli. I'm the Chief Industrial Valley and the Acting Chief Operating Officer. I'm honored to be here to elaborate further on a previous message of cake by our CEO.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for the introductions. So to set the scene, I'd like to come to you first, Sam. So enabling gigaprojects through intentional contracting. So can you talk about what does that mean to you? And how does that then matter today in today's economic trade and delivery environment?
Great question, Jade. I think if we forget about the subject for a second in terms of gigaprojects and just focus on what you said, intentional contracting, because we all know about contracts, we know about how contracts are formulated, but when you talk about intentional contracting, that's a bit of a pivot to say that when you're putting contracts in place, especially in this scenario for gigaprojects, in this day and age in Saudi Arabia, you need to take a few things into consideration. You need to take into consideration the fast-moving environment, the ambition, and the need for possible change. So the important thing about intentional contracts, or when you're putting contracts together in an intentional way, is you need to actively ensure you have room for change, room for innovation, room to allow strategy into those contracts. The opposite side of that is you want to make sure that the contracts you put in place do not lead you to having to make too many contract changes of clauses, alterations, once the contract is already in place, just to accommodate some of the innovation or perhaps local content that's required. So just in summary, what is intentional contracting? It's to have that mindset and to put in place contract clauses that allow you to pivot, allow you to change, because you know that in the current environment that we're in, there will be a requirement to change for many reasons, supply chain reasons, geopolitical reasons, reasons for innovation, sustainable reasons, etc. So it allows you room to change in a nutshell.
Great, thank you, Sam. So moving on to Mohammed, we know that no longer is just an operational focus, that there are different priorities and objectives that we need to factor into building those contracts. So I'd like to ask you around the shift. How are organisations changing those procurement routes and contracting models, particularly when we think about gigaprojects?
Indeed. So what we have been noticing, and we work a lot with those clients and developers, is that there's a huge emphasis and focus on mapping the risks along the project lifecycle. That definition now defines itself in a different way now, where it's greater when it comes to supply assurance as well as inflationary impact that impacts the overall, essentially the financial of the projects, etc. So therefore, now the contracting, that's had an impact on contracting models, because historically it has been huge reliance on lump sum fixed model EPC contracts, where the contractors are essentially the ones who are bearing the majority of the risk of the construction contractors. Now that is shifting because it has a lot of impact as well on the EPCs themselves. We have seen that in other regions like Asia Pacific, where we see increasing number of EPC basically going bust, essentially, because they can't continue business, because they have been carrying all the risk. Now, that needs to shift, and that needs to accommodate more for hybrid procurement and contracting models, to answer your question specifically around the contracting models. However, when it comes to the routes as well, historically we have seen a lot of emphasis on talking about nearshoring, because that would lead to supply resilience. That's not always the case, unfortunately, because with that it comes as well a huge level of investments as well as a larger scale effort and ambition, while it is, of course, promotes localization and other strategic agendas. However, there needs to be an assessment of where is the best source and enabling instruments and contracts and strategies that essentially can help you shift between those routes in a flexible and agile way that helps the organization to deliver against its targets. Because otherwise now supply chain risk is essentially it's the strategic agenda, because a huge impact on on-time delivery, cash flow, revenues, and reputational impact as well, of course.
And I think the word that most organisations use is hybrid approaches. So, Ian, you've had a lot of experience in this in terms of the maturity of Roshan. So could you share your thoughts on this topic, please?
Yeah, so look, I don't disagree. And, you know, back to Sam's introduction, it's about flexibility and resilience. That's what we're trying to achieve here. The days of traditional competitive procurement where it's a race to the bottom for us have not been as effective for the last couple of years. So we put a couple of mechanisms in place, primarily driven through our local content program, where we look at can we nearshore what's available in the market at the moment, but to bring resilience into that, we're also looking internationally to find great technologies, additional capacity. But rather than just buying from abroad, we're actively encouraging these manufacturers and suppliers to come and localize production inside Saudi Arabia as well. And it's not flicking a switch. There has to be a plan in place, because we have to reach the balance where we are supplementing and complementing local manufacturers whilst bringing in additional capacity, but not disrupting what's going on here. And then bringing it down a level to our contracts. How do you contract for that? Well, we've got various things where we have preferred supplier clauses within our contract, which allows us to contract with a main contractor, and it leaves the flexibility as the project progresses, customer preferences change, supply chains get disrupted, that you can get shortages in particular materials. So we have clauses in our contract that allow Roshan to work directly with the main contractor and the supply chain to substitute materials in and out, which was pretty innovative when we started a few years ago. It was an evolution on our master purchase agreements, but it's proven to be a huge success, which can help the contractor deliver. It can help us de-risk our onward delivery, and ultimately it gives our customers security on when they're going to receive their product in their unit, and we make sure that the quality is maintained. So it's been a really successful journey for us, and something that we'd be happy to talk about further and explain our findings.
Great. So that brings us on to an important word, so logistics. So I'm going to move on to the next topic. So Man, I'm going to be coming to you. This is something that you in NHC has had a lot of experience about. So logistics often sits in the background, but really it's about getting the decision making right, so that enables the predictability, the sequencing, the planning. So can you talk to me about logistics capacity, access and sequencing? How does that inform NHC's procurement?
Thank you, Jade. Maybe if we remember last year with the same date, I think last year we discussed the same points right now. Last year we just published the strategy of the supply chain in NHC, and I think now we are on the ground how to build our own ecosystem that related to the supply chain in NHC. NHC now become the largest developer in the area itself. So we have to think big, we have to think in different angle. For that reason, we create our own ecosystem. We build our rules and decisions with local and foreign suppliers and manufacturers. Besides of that, related to the logistics itself, we need to activate the whole parties in the ecosystem chain. starting with our platform, which is published last May. We called it Supply Pro, and that to secure the demand itself. So we create our own demand based on the open and projects executing right now. Beside of that, we have to support this securing the materials and everything with the logistic parts. So we started on the ground on the two famous suburbs in Riyadh, Khuzam and Al Fursan. It is under construction right now, and I believe by the second quarter it will be fully operated. You know, any construction company or real estate company, they have to take care about the materials to be secured with targeted costs and prices based on their own budgets, and how we going to facilitate that suppliers and the stakeholders like the contractors and our partners from real estate developers to manage their own materials and following that NHC standards, which is published and activated. So I think in these parties, from the standard, securing the materials and the logistic parts, that will be covering the whole ecosystem. It is not only related about the cost, it is controlling the cost, the capacity, production, and also the prices itself. I think we, through the time and through the discussion with our partners from the local and the foreign suppliers, we reach a different area that match the supply chain and the logistic, especially the logistic part, how we're going to localize and start to localize the materials, how we increase the local production lines with our partners from local manufacturers. Beside of that, we enhance the production level and the quality level in the local market. So we build the impact from this ecosystem. We make enhancement of the quality itself and the competition between the local and the foreigners, so that I think it is healthy also to the suppliers and all of the stakeholders to achieve the targeted cost, the targeted quality, and also the capacity of the production.
In the development of everything that you've just summarised there, Man, I think the main thing that's really drawn out is that you had a strategy, a plan, and you collected data, which now enables you to actually proactively work with your supply chain, which is brilliant.
I think, yes. There is an important thing we have to take care of, the technology itself. And how is the AI it's supporting that technology. In Supply Pro now, every client in Supply Pro, he can managing his orders, he can monitoring about the supplying, about the prices, about the orders, even the payments itself. So I believe because of huge demand and the big volume of the materials, we have the upper hand to control on the ecosystem itself. Before, it was managed between the suppliers and the contractors. So because of the big volume what we are talking about 300,000 units. We are talking about billions of business here. So it is an opportunity to create this ecosystem, and that gives us an opportunity to control the ecosystem itself, and beside of the technology and the platform itself. And I believe we are on the right track right now to how we going to enhance on the cost part, to reducing the construction costs, and to enabling the developers and contractors to get more business with NHC. That it is a national target and an objective, and I believe in 2025 we did a lot just to activate that objective, and on the way to fully achieve.
Great. So I'm going to come over to you now, Majid and Kate. So I'm interested to hear around what you are doing in terms of the development in your business around logistics and supply chain with a focus around the 2030 vision.
Thank you so much. I had the plan to take you through the full journey of what cake is, but the video just made it a bit more relevant. So I'll shed light on some important facts so you understand why and how. Cake is around 184 million square meter. It's a mixed-use city with around 84 million of logistic and industrial component, plus a port, one of the largest that's full built out, and one of the fastest growing ports in the world. We also have the honor to be a part of the first 4 locations to earn the license for Special Economic Zone, which allows industrial tenants across the world, FDIs, to come and invest and be part of a full ecosystem, supply chain, logistics, with access to more than 7 million population between the 2 holy cities and the second largest city, Jeddah. We also have the rail that connects international airport to the 2 holy cities and the main city, Jeddah, and connected by highway. So all these facts take you into zooming in into your questions. How does that contribute directly to Vision 2030? I mean, the main component of the vision is diversification and getting out of the oil revenue. And if you look at what Cake has done so far, if I zoom in into the industrial, we have more than 110 investors, around 45 active facility between automotive, pharmaceutical, food, logistics, of course, ICT. But we also have the investment of, or the biggest auto hub and the automotive cluster that's named after our King Salman Automotive Cluster, with a target of 92 billion GDP contribution by 2035. So if you, in summary, if you look at our location and the investment so far, it just puts it in the map as a platform ready for Vision to implement most of the initiatives, whether be it in the industrial or non-industrial. I'll try to focus on the industrial. My colleague later on will talk about the non-industrial part. So yeah, we're blessed by the location, we're blessed by the investment so far, and blessed by our partners that believed in us since the beginning.
Thank you. So I'm coming back to you again, Martin, around the localism and the key ambition across the Giga programs. So what procurement and contracting approaches most effectively enable the localism while still supporting scale and pace, which is one of the fundamental things, right, in delivering these Giga programs?
We started to activate that offtake agreement with our suppliers, especially of the local manufacturers, and talking about the scale itself, that which is enabling us to how we reach to a good area and a good zone with the manufacturers to control the cost itself, and also we reach to the supplier of our suppliers that related to the raw materials itself. It is a techniques that pushed by the huge number of the scale at what NEC have today. If we are focusing on if we focus on an example of some materials, what we are focusing right now, like the ready-mix concrete or the steel bars, we are talking about hundreds of millions we can release by this year. If we focusing on a different materials that related to the finishing, like the doors and windows, sanitary wares and different materials, we are talking about like 3 to 4 billion by 2026. So it's a huge number and a crazy number. If we catch this number and think about just securing, I think we will reach to advanced areas with the suppliers related about the cost, about the payment terms, about how we're going to secure and guarantee to them the orders itself. So NSC here, it's in the middle between the buyers and the suppliers. And we let the both parties to follow our standard, to follow our terms and conditions. That give us a good area to how we reach to our objectives and to securing. At that time, we open another window, how we investing in the supply chain itself. So today we have an agreement and partnership agreement with our local factories. Beside of that, our logistic parks, it's open to the foreigners to invest in Saudi. Our main term now, if you want to have a deal with NSC, with the sub-developers and contractors of NSC, you have to start with the localization. And the main term here to have the made in Saudi label. The most of the foreigners manufacturers now, they're accepting that because of the demand. So the big volume here, it's the trigger and the control. We have the control. I believe just in last October, we have an agreement with like 4 or 5 Chinese manufacturers to supplying materials with around 2 billion Saudi riyal within 2 years. That's its turn to start localization in Saudi Arabia. I believe it's a good achievement, and that's moved because, again, of the scale. Yeah.
Brilliant. Majid, I'm coming back to you around the industrial development and how that's contracts is supporting the overall growth of real estate across Saudi Arabia.
So logistic and industrial development has the highest absorption of real estate. It creates real demand. I'll give you an example. The automotive cluster in Cake is a cluster that is fit to be together, attract supply chain, attract the tier 1 and tier 2 suppliers to support the functionality of those manufacturers, whether it be Lucid or Sear, the first automotive company, Saudi company, HMC or other companies, tire company and such. If you look at this ecosystem, it also attracts immediate demand to warehousing, cold storing, and so on. That's just a direct impact to the demand and growth of real estate. Then from that, you create jobs. It's the highest job creation. Automotive in particular is top 3 job creation among aviation and nuclear. So that creates a lot of jobs, sustainable jobs within the city, whether it be the executive, blue collar, white collar, gray collar, skilled labor, and so on. And from that, you look at the integrated ecosystem where people want to come and invest in residential property or retail, housing, schooling, ledger assets, and so on. So if you look at this ecosystem and how it affects the real estate components, it's a fast-growing ecosystem. It immediately triggers job creation, and from that it triggers multi-other non-industrial sector. So in summary, if I just summarize it, ports and the industrial creates the real demand, and that real demand ensures sustainability. From the sustainability, the investors have the confidence to invest because industrial investors are always for the long term. They don't come and invest hundreds of millions to leave in 5 or 10 years. So that's the sequence normally, and we're already on the rise with the automotive and the previous companies that existed for the last 10, 15 years in Cake.
Great. So I'm talking about growth, and obviously technology is always on the agenda. So I'm going to come to you next, Mohammed. How can contracting frameworks accelerate adoption of digital tools? And so can you talk to me about, what improved visibility that gives us, and how does it support better risk management?
So AI-powered solutions and technologies is giving us amazing opportunities in this space, because one of the major barriers have been lack of visibility. Hence, because there is no visibility or the lack of thereof, what has been easier is to transfer the risk quite a lot down the chain in the supply chain. So therefore, now with AI and AI-powered technologies, what it enables essentially creating that visibility, which is, I would argue, is one of the best mitigation levers in this space. What that helps organizations make better informed decisions when it comes to building the strategies for their either go-to-market, for the contract strategy, the project delivery models, etc. All those, and also helping down the line with building different scenarios into how, during the delivery phase, how could, is the option A would be the most viable one, or in case of disruption, how would that impact? So AI solutions and technologies is obviously changing that. And again, it enables that shift away from just, the EPC lump sum contracts we were talking, which again, it enables your, what Roshan has done as well before that you mentioned, it's through that visibility into the extended supply chain that allows those alternative hybrid contracting strategies and models that companies could adopt, for sure.
And Ian, have you got some thoughts that you can share around how technology can enable and be embedded in contracts?
Yeah, so again, from our side, coming back to the point on AI, it's, for us in Roshan, it's been a development on automation. So 5 years ago, we had to automate, get rid of manual processes, which has a lot of benefits, improves governance, compliance, auditability. But the main thing which has set us up for this next phase of artificial intelligence is data is collected in a proper structured way. It's retained, and you can then use AI to process data much more quickly. And the beauty of having all of that data is you can then start to have transparent, data-driven discussions with your supply chain. So when we look back 5 years, the art of the procurement manager was in the, it was the art of the deal. Now the art of the deal is underpinned by data, transparency. We're doing a lot of work now on should-cost procurement, which has been revolutionary. You can sit down with a supplier on day one and agree based on data what the product should cost, and then you're negotiating on the 2% instead of everything. The other beauty is through digitizing all of our specifications and product catalogs. It allows us to look at alternative material substitutes. It allows us to look at better technologies that we can add in. So we've done some great work in our precast. We built our own precast factory because that was identified as a challenge. We've been able to bring in more automation into that factory. We've done a lot of great work with paint and bringing sustainability technologies into our paints. So I think AI is really, there's two ways of looking at it. It's allowing us to use our data faster and more transparently, but it's also allowing us to process that data much more quickly, allowing us more time to focus on innovating on the technical side. Whereas we've seen a huge reduction in our procurement times. We've been able to bring AI into our vendor registration, our vendor categorization, into our technical and commercial evaluations, which again, it cuts down on human error, time, overheads, repetitive work, and allows us to focus on things that can bring much more added value to our customers and our supply chain.
So what I heard there really was around driving quality throughout and efficiency. It's actually enabling you to work better, work smarter, but also the governance wrapped around all of that, which is really important in the way that we do things. Which brings me to you, Hamoud, for the next question, which is really around governance and compliance. But most importantly, how we're forming contracting strategies. How do they align with competition law, the regulatory environment and requirements? How do we still enable innovation, collaboration and speed within that?
Thank you very much, Jade, and allowed me to switch to Arabic, as most audience are Arabic speakers. صبحكم الله بالخير جميعا. يمكن إجابة
To answer this question for the competition in real estate industry, I think it's very important to avoid committing any kind of practices against competition. When we share information in Giga project, we might be in a full breach to competition through the data shared that can be benefited for to know that the bidding of the other competing agencies. So in this case, they could avoid or could avoid taking some projects in return for getting a future project in return. So we should make sure that there is no agreement against competition among competitors. So we regulate the relation among competing bidders. Competing bidders is very important, especially for the Giga project, and the importance of disclosure of the conflict of interest. And from the other side, a lot of businesses bidding for the project, they might be impacted because there is no clause in the contract to secure materials or products. So in the drafting process of the contract shouldn't take into consideration the force majeure which could lead to the fluctuation of prices, and this could impact the entire project because they haven't taken into consideration the risk in the price risks. If there is hiking prices, and this will lead to raise the entire cost of the contract. So I think this is a very important and sensitive topic regarding competition. Finally, regarding the contract drafting. Before signing initial agreement to secure procurement, we have found a lot of businesses struggling because of the lack of initial procurement agreement to secure the procurements for the project. When they come to the actual implementation and execution, they wouldn't find the sufficient vendors and suppliers. So the entity should take into consideration in drafting contracting process. They should take into consideration the availability of procurement and materials and the appropriate price. Thank you. لذلك فيما يتعلق بالمنافسة أمر في غاية الأهمية. الأمر في غاية الأهمية التأكد بأننا نضع الإطار القانوني المنضبط. بعد ذلك نأتي إلى سلاسل
they don't put anyone into a disadvantage. So, Ian, I'm going to come to you around how you've considered this in terms of the environment, fair competition, and what you've built in your contracting strategies to make sure your supply chain is set up for success.
So thanks, Jaden. I think coming back to the point, we like to think of it as compliant collaboration, and this is what we really are pushing. So it all starts with thinking with the end in mind. Where are you trying to get to, and how do you make sure that all of your individual packages and contracts are speaking to each other? And I think that's, as we move away from traditional procurement and looking at contracts and procurements individually, and thinking of contracts are almost the afterthought that comes at the end after you've run the procurement. You draft a contract that satisfies that. Now we really need to bring the contracting up front and think about how they all speak to each other. What are the key risks within that particular package, which is driven from an overall development plan, and who's the best party to own these risks as well. So as an example, if we ultimately are looking after the quality of our product for our customer, it should really be the developer with his supply chain network that can look at alternative materials. You wouldn't really want to leave that to the contractor. So that's one example. And then how do you write into your contracts up front so as you can tell all of the bidders, this is how our contracts work. Here are some clauses that are maybe non-traditional. So another thing that's really worked well for us is having supply chain outreach programs, supply chain engagement workshops where we are signposting our demand, but also explaining some of these newer clauses and terminologies that we've coined. So to summarize, it's thinking ahead with the end in mind, and then trying to work out how you collaborate fairly with all the different stakeholders.
Brilliant. Sam, I'm coming to you next. And this one's about talking around risk and allocations. This is around leadership, culture, and behaviours that we create. Because it's not just about the paper, right? It's about actually the relationship that you get. So how are commercial models, how do they influence collaboration, decision-making, but also the effective leadership that runs through that in delivery?
It's a great question. I think there's some great testimonies from some great leaders on this panel as to how modern procurement and supply chain leadership is delivered and how it's effectively impacting how contracting works. Because I think, going to what Ian said, you know, the previous behaviours were all about the art of the deal. You know, the previous stereotypical procurement and supply chain leader was good at making deals, was good at negotiating perhaps, and good at getting perceived value or perceived low cost for the organization. That's not the case anymore. It's really about collaboration. You know, stakeholder management as a skill is highly weighted in procurement and supply chain leaders, because you need to create the environment that all the stakeholders, the developers, the contractors, the suppliers, all feel comfortable to deliver your desired outcome, to the effect that they're willing to be as innovative as you are. They're willing to bring ideas to the table. And it's the responsibility of that procurement leader to create that framework of trust, so that actually you'll get more out of this project from an innovation perspective, from a commercial perspective, than you would if you had a transactional commercial contracting relationship. So yes, the leadership behavior forms the framework of how everybody's going to operate, and then the contract that's drafted will reflect this behavior and say, look, we're all trying to get to the same outcome. It's a win-win scenario. We've created a win-win scenario. The clauses mean that nobody's a loser, either commercially or in any other aspect. So yes, it's behavior first, and the contract or the commercial deal should reflect that behavior. And I think that's been a testament that everyone on this panel has demonstrated so far. And it looks as if it's something that's going to deliver some real outcomes and some real wins for the vision of Saudi 2030 so far.
Brilliant. I think managing risk, resilience, building resilient scenarios and having your plan Bs as well is a really key point to take away from that. So we're going to finish up now. We're actually nearly over time, but I think this has been such a good conversation today, so thank you. So I'd just like to wrap up as we close and bring it back to action. So what is one of the most single important things that organisations should start to do today? Man, over to you.
I think after the COVID, the supply chain was the hot topic worldwide. And the opportunities in the supply chain, it is a lot of the details, a lot of points there which wasn't touched from any government. I think any organization should be take it serious and go fast to make control on the supply chain. It will be effective in any business global-wise.
And Sam, thank you, Man.
I would say, look, go back and really focus on managing risk. Run risk scenarios, look at all the kind of scenarios that could happen to your day-to-day operation, run risk scenarios to make sure you have mitigation against those risks. And that will make sure you're able to deliver your projects on time and to budget and to value. I always say for procurement and supply chain leaders in 2026, the important thing is you don't want to be famous. Okay, if you are well known as a procurement and supply chain leader, it means something has gone wrong within your organization and it's had an impact on your organization. So actually, the procurement and supply chain leaders who are not well known, not famous, are probably the most effective ones, because things will happen. Geopolitical supply chain issues will happen, but if your organization is able to continue to manage seamlessly without an effect, then it means you've done your job.
Hamoud.
Yes, actually, I want to mention that in tenders, for example, if you want to look at lots of good, when you design RFP, you don't have to put the brand to bring the all goods, but you have to put only the standards, the quality you need, and then you will see that you have a lot of offers. So with low price and good quality. So you have to take care of these standards.
Okay, great. Mohammed?
I think one key takeaway we all agree on around here in the panel today is that there is a shift that is happening, right, in the ways of working and in terms of the ecosystem. And as Ian mentioned, there is a need to shift from the traditional procurement into adopting new ways of working, and that is quite a key one. So not only the introduction and the embracing and adopting technologies, etc., is that upskilling and the change in the ways of working of the organizations will be key. Otherwise, leaders will be essentially facing the same repeated problems, and they would be using smart tools to come up with a similar outcome as every time with no change. So the shift in the change in the ways of working, capability enhancement is recommended.
Thank you, Ian.
So Jade, I'll be very quick. I think if there was one key takeaway, and it's echoing Sam's point, everything we've talked about today has innovation at the heart, and good ideas and things that have worked well for each of us individually. But for these things to work, be a success, and continue to be a success, it comes down to that culture that you create within the entire ecosystem, not just your organization, but every part of your organization touches. And I think creating that culture of innovation, risk sharing, collaborative success, we can continue to innovate and progressively get better and better and better as technology improves. And I think that underpins everything we've talked about today, is creating a culture that allows these initiatives to thrive.
Brilliant. Majid, last but not least.
Yeah, so I think we live in a very unique time, unique era, where I think for the last few years we've had healthy competition, but also complementary position towards one goal. What I would say at this time, and especially for us looking at the Vision 2030 and beyond, we should be integrated always with the government and seek out, as today the data and the knowledge is available. And the center of government with the different programs support these initiatives towards that one goal. So the beauty is we are in a very healthy competition, a complementary position, but we are in a race against the world as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the panelists for your insights and also sharing the practical experience today. That's one of the most important things of these panel sessions. I'd like to leave the audience with one thing. This is not about reinventing procurement or contracts, but it's actually reshaping. And as the panel have mentioned throughout, it's about understanding earlier, having intent, and building stronger leadership. Thank you very much for listening, audience.
Thanks, Jade Marjoram, for your moderating this session. نجدد الترحيب بكم في منتدى.
Back to RFF in 5th edition. We come to the next session, advancing the housing finance ecosystem through coordination and synergy. The panelists, Dr. Engineer Luay and Dr. Tariq and Mr. Kashif Riyadh. And this session is moderated by Lara Habib.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
أسعد الله صباحكم بكل خير. يسر
With our panelists, and before we begin these discussions, let me give some context about this panel. So over the past decade, Saudi Arabia has delivered major reforms across the real estate and housing sector, strengthening regulation, expanding mortgage finance, and most recently opening the market to foreign investors. That is indeed a significant milestone for capital flows and market depth. These reforms have helped raise home ownership from around 47% before Vision 2030 to over 66%, and of course the target is to reach 70% by 2030, driven by coordination between the government and the private sector, and mainly the banks. So today we'll discuss how this alignment can sustain growth, manage liquidity, and attract long-term investment. Thank you all for being with us. Mr. Luay, let me start this discussion with you. When we look at Vision 2030, one of the success stories that we have seen is, of course, what happened in the real estate sector. There has been an phenomenal increase in home ownership. Tell us more. What role did the fund play in that?
Well, thank you very much, Lara, and hello to everyone here in attendance. I'd like to also thank the organizers and thank, first of all, His Excellency, the Minister of Municipalities and Housing, for sponsoring this event. I think it's a very important event. The Real Estate Development Fund started in 1974. And since that time, and honestly until 2016, it might have been the only destination for Saudi citizens to be able to access loans in order to procure or build homes. And with the advent of Vision 2030, the Real Estate Development Fund's role became much more of an enabler of the growth in the housing sector, working with our partners, financial institutions in this economy. Almost as many people since the vision, since 2017 until today, have been served, around 900,000 individuals, as have been since 1974 until 2016. Mm-hmm. That shows the level of, I should say, S-curve growth in enabling citizens. Around 70% of all portfolios among the banking sector have been in one way or the other subsidized or supported by the government. That also speaks of tremendous support and intent by the government to ensure that home ownership reaches its target. Our target, obviously, for 2030 is 70%. It doesn't get easier. It probably gets more and more challenging.
Though we're very close to that number.
We are close, but as you get closer, typically you need to look harder and make sure that you reach everyone. The fund's focus in the upcoming period will be to make sure that we can achieve access to these market tools of financing in order to buy their first home and to make sure nobody is left out from this equation.
We're going to discuss that at a later stage, but let me understand first. So your strategy changed from giving direct loans to citizens to guaranteeing these loans that are given by the banks?
Yes, it has been an evolution. We started off being the originator or the lender. And in 2016 and 17, we started subsidizing the interest that was owed to banks up to a certain principle. And since then, our subsidies have become much more targeted now, supporting things such as the down payment and trying to focus on the segments of society that need the help the most.
But you still hold a portfolio of direct loans?
We do.
Okay. Mr. Tariq, do you think it's going to be hard to reach that 4% remaining of 70% home ownership? Because if we look at the latest figures from the central bank, it's interesting to see that these are November figures, that home or mortgage origination is declining for the 4th straight month. And it's interesting to see that the figures for November stand at 4.5 billion Saudi riyal. That's 20% month-on-month drop, and that is 56% year-on-year drop. And if we compare this to the average that was given in 2025, that's below the average because the average stood at 6.8 billion riyal. Is this a decline in demand? How do you explain it?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum jami'an. Thank you, Lara. And I think 4 months is a bit short of time to look at it. If we look at the last 5 years, which I alluded to, you will see 117% growth in the mortgage, reaching close to actually north of 800 billion in the banking books. In the last 12 months from December 2024 till November 2025, the latest information we have from SAMA, you will also witness that banking sector has added 90 billion of new mortgage loans. I think it's fair to say that the last 4 months has witnessed a correction reform from the government that has impacted the appetite of the lender, sorry, not the lender, the borrowers, on wait and see. Let's see the implication of these reform activities, whether real estate prices will go down. The government has also intervened on the rent, intervened on the awarding lands with an affordable prices for the eligible people. So people are on the wait and see mood. Going forward, I think the 4% target to reach the 70% goal is inshallah achievable, knowing that it is a moving target because we are a young population and more people comes to the eligibility of the government support. But I think the fundamentals for the mortgage are strong. The mortgage, we see a declining interest rate. We see a supply that's being created led by NHC and other real estate developers, which will inshallah will avail an affordable houses also for home owners. And also we see the opening of the foreign ownership, inshallah, for real estate in Saudi that will also create, inshallah, gradually a healthy market for mortgage. So I think it is achievable, inshallah. We still have time to that target. And again, fundamentals are strong to support that assumptions.
Tell us more about the numbers at your bank. Congratulations, first of all. The results are out this morning, better than expected results, but we don't have the figures for the mortgage growth. So I know up to 9 months, your bank, which is one of the biggest players in the mortgage in Saudi, managed to achieve a 6% growth in its mortgage portfolio. So what can you tell us about the last year's full results?
Alhamdulillah, 2025 was a very successful year, and especially on the mortgage side with the unique partnership we had with the whole housing ecosystem, especially with the human real estate development fund. We enjoyed a great partnership, a partnership with the National Housing Company, which brought the growth on the mortgage activity close to 10% by the year end. So alhamdulillah, we have witnessed a great appetite from the market. It slowed down, as you mentioned, in the last 4 months, but the backlog is building up, and we expect, inshallah, to continue supporting the mortgage for the 26 and beyond, inshallah.
Thank you, Mr. Tariq. Kashif, an interesting milestone that we have seen in the real estate sector is just last week, the market is open to foreigners. We don't have all the details yet. BlackRock has been operational in Saudi, I think, since 2019. You mentioned in one of your interviews that your investments in Saudi stand at around $35 billion, and they're divided into three main sectors: equities, bonds, and infrastructure. How much are you interested? And you're looking, by the way, to double or triple that in the coming few years. So how much of this additional investment is going to the real estate market in Saudi?
No, thank you very much. And again, thank you to the organizers. Thank you for the invitation. And I think that to begin answering your question, I think that I would start with pointing out that in most economies, housing and real estate is generally one of the most important sectors, one of the single largest contributors to GDP. Typically around 15% of an economy is anchored in real estate. In addition, when you turn to capital formation and the growth drivers and investment activity in an economy, typically housing is almost 1/4 of overall capital investment spending in an economy. So our goal as a global institutional investor, as a manager of clients' money, and as a company that looks for growth and investment opportunities around the world is to essentially participate in drivers of growth so that our clients, which are retirees, insurance companies, pension funds, can earn sources of yield income and sources of growth around the world. So you mentioned in the public markets, we're active in the equities market and the fixed income market. In private markets, so far in the kingdom, we're most active in infrastructure, in particular in energy infrastructure through 2 joint venture investments we've made with Aramco. Real estate is a cousin of infrastructure. It's, broadly, often they're categorized under the term of real assets. And so as this market grows and as it becomes more open to institutional investment and foreign investment, it's certainly an area of focus for growth. Having said that, real estate finance is a subset of fixed income. And that is an area where we are very active and we think will happen even in the more near term. So real estate finance, particularly the movement of mortgages from the balance sheets of the originators, the banks, to institutional investors who are seeking high quality yielding assets, is something we're very excited about as well. So in our global fixed income business, our first exposures to the kingdom in scale really started in 2016 when the Debt Management Office, now the NDMC, increased global debt issuance from the kingdom, the sovereign bond issuance. Since then, the fixed income markets have continued to evolve, and we've seen banks in Tier 1 and Tier 2, and then in unsecured debt offerings, become active issuers. And we've seen some of the kingdom's leading companies, just for example, yesterday Aramco, also become regular issuers in the debt capital markets. SRC, a key member of the housing ecosystem, also in 2025 issued twice in the global dollar-denominated debt capital markets, and we saw institutional investors, ourselves and our peers, being active investors and sponsors in that. So we see a lot of scope for growth in the real estate finance sector.
So you're interested in mortgage-backed securities?
Correct. I think that, and it's well known that over the last 2 years we've been working with the housing ecosystem under the sponsorship and guidance of His Excellency the Minister on developing the ecosystem for mortgage-backed securities, which will increase the scope for direct lending by the banking system and also increase participation in debt financing and real estate financing from international institutional investors, particularly those that are long-term stable investors, such as the pensions and insurance sectors globally.
You're not interested in direct investments in residential or in commercial real estate?
No, I would say there's multiple avenues for institutional investors to participate in the real estate sector. On the debt side, residential mortgage-backed securities is one area. And it's an area with a lot of growth. As the CEO mentioned, the Saudi mortgage market is approximately 800 billion riyals in size. And that's grown from a very small number just 7-8 years ago. And we expect continued growth as home ownership increases to 70% and as that moving target of increased household formation increases as well. So it's not unreasonable to project that this market will be 1 trillion riyals in size. And a significant portion of that will be potentially shifted from first the balance sheet of the banking system to SRC, and then via securitization, to global and domestic institutional investors. So that's one avenue. Secondly, there's an untapped area in debt financing for multifamily and commercial properties. Globally, that's a market called commercial mortgage-backed securities, which is yet to be introduced in the kingdom, but there is great scope for that as well. Again, supplementing bank financing with non-bank debt financing. And then turning from the debt markets to the equity markets, as an active investor in listed equities, naturally, some of those listed equities are real estate development companies, some of them are real estate investment trusts. But one of the largest global private markets alongside private equity and infrastructure is private investment in real estate. And as the regulations develop, as the openness of the market to international investment develops, obviously that'll be an area of study and focus for us as well.
Mr. Luay, from a government entity point of view, how important is what we are seeing right now in terms of securitization? Would it be reflected on mortgage rates for the citizens?
I think this is tremendously important, and I think one of the quite big, maybe quietly celebrated achievements in housing in Saudi Arabia is that there is an ecosystem that has been formed. You see many constituent parts that all play a role in this ecosystem. There is obviously the ministry and the housing program, but aside from that, there is also NHC, there is the REDF, there is Damanat, there is even NFSC, and SRC, as Kashif was mentioning. And I think there's very important roles for each one of these in making sure that the system flows and has the appropriate complementary contributions so that market economics can actually help this to become a sustainable growth story. Securitizations are definitely intended to reliquidate the banking sector so that new financing can happen. The Real Estate Development Fund is looking to work with its partners. As Tariq kindly mentioned, this is a key partnership for us to ensure that as many of our populace have access to these different products.
Mr. Tariq, on that note, and it's interesting what you mentioned earlier, so what I understood from you is that banks have an appetite to lend foreign investors, that's one. Two, you are expecting that mortgage rates will remain, will trend lower. Is this true? And this is something interesting because we are seeing some liquidity squeeze, let's say, in the Saudi banking sector, especially when a loan-to-deposit ratio stands at more than 100%. So there's a lot of demand for loans, and yet you still expect there would be an appetite to lending foreign investors in the real estate market?
Let me start by defending banks in Saudi and saying that banks are highly liquid, despite the prudential ratio that we see from our less prudent regulator in Saudi, SAMA. But the banking are committed to support the growth in the economy, including the mortgage activities in Saudi, along with many other growth opportunities in the economy in Saudi. Banks, as I said, it's highly liquid. We still have liquidity, very healthy and ample. We've seen a competition in deposits, and that's catering for the expected growth, inshallah, in the coming years. And that has caused the cost of funding to be increased. When I mentioned the interest rate decline, I was referring to the Fed and the SAMA.
How about the mortgage rates?
The mortgage rate, I think it's supply and demand.
Okay.
And we'll definitely see a competition in the market between sectors. Again, the mortgage is one of the attractive sectors to the banking sector, driven by it is a low risk in nature, backed by security, and also doesn't consume from the capital from a risk-weighted perspective. So that gives the banking also always the appetite. Again, also when talking about the securitization, I think it is a product where we see appetite from local but also international investors. So it is a product that we can easily recycle and securitize, and we know that there is a there is a demand on having it as an investment product. So we will continue support. We have now the vehicle with SRC and also, inshallah, with the international investors to securitize that portfolio and continue the model of potentially generate and distribute, which we've been in discussion, and that a commitment from the banking sector to continue supporting the mortgage, inshallah.
So when we look at mortgages, and they constitute currently around 23% of the loans in the banking sector, in the Saudi banking sector, this is a healthy rate, in your opinion? Do you would like to see it at a higher rate, given that you're telling me this is a good asset?
Definitely it's not in the high rate.
Oh.
I would, my personal view, between 25 and 33% of the total lending portfolio is still in the healthy side. In SMB, we have 26%. The market is at 23%. And I think up to 33%, 1/3 of your lending portfolio, I think it's still in the healthy side, which means that we have an ample room to grow the mortgage as a banking sector.
Thank you, Mr. Tariq. Kashif, we mentioned securitization. Another thing that Saudi Arabia is looking at is tokenization, and is starting testing that with NHC. So how significant also is this step in creating liquidity in the market, in your opinion?
Well, thank you. So tokenization as a technology has the potential to quite significantly make overall financial markets and services more efficient. And I would say there's two results from tokenization. Number one is, as we all know, the process of either buying a home or entering into a mortgage is one that can be time-consuming and involve a fair bit of paperwork and has longer, let's say, settlement cycles. And what tokenization does essentially is turn manual processes into almost instant settlement digital processes. So there's an efficiency gain to the system overall from that. Secondly, by taking something large and breaking it into small pieces, there is a broadening of the market where more investors of all sizes can participate in a market. And when a market's size grows, that means more participants can fuel the growth of the market and fuel the breadth of the market. And so we can say tokenization is a little bit the next generation of an innovation many years ago in real estate, which was formation of real estate investment trusts, where people could buy real estate properties in fund form. Tokenization is taking that several steps further and making the pieces smaller. But it makes the market broader. It allows more people at all levels of wealth and savings to participate in a growing asset class. And so we are, as a global investor, we see that a lot of the effort we put into at BlackRock around the world is around making capital markets deeper and broader. And at the executive levels of our company and globally, not just in the kingdom, tokenization is a technology that we are embracing and exploring.
Thank you. Luay, I have two questions. My first question is, how are the products that you are offering evolving in a way to secure for the current demand that we are seeing from Saudis in the real estate sector? And my second question, aren't you worried that since foreign investors are now going to be major players in the real estate sector, aren't you worried about what will happen to real estate prices? Or do you think the safeguards that that you have put in terms of rent freeze and of course the fees on white lands, is this enough to keep prices contained?
Well, thank you, Lara. I'll start with, first of all, talking about the products and services, the new ones. that we intend to launch in this market. And definitely tokenization and fractional ownership is a theme among the themes that I think will be part of our future offering. The current generation of home buying Saudis is different than the previous ones. They're different in their behavioral likes, in their tendency or liking to live in communities, in urban areas, perhaps even smaller units to an extent, the size of families, and that change also has an impact on the real estate and the homes that they choose. We care a lot at the Real Estate Development Fund that we ensure that we're enabling this future generation. Another aspect that I think, aside from their likes or behavioral wants exist, is also the kind of products and the ease of these products. One of the key products that we're envisioning having in the next few months is a rent-to-own scheme that would enable individuals who don't necessarily have what is required to be approved or accepted by the banks for a mortgage today to somehow create for them a path to home ownership. And that is one of the products and services that could have a fractional ownership as well as tokenization element embedded in it. So we're all about trying to enable access to the different segments and also being conscious of how the new generation is different than the ones that preceded. To your second question, no, we're not worried. I think if anything, we've seen in the last few months that we have a very vigilant leadership in this country that is very focused on making sure that real estate as one of the key drivers of cost of living and spend is always balanced. We've seen that in Riyadh through the different regulations that have been passed related to renting, as well as in the disbursement of lower cost lands in the capital. So I'm not worried. I think if anything, the new customers and new consumers in this market will bring with them good products, will bring with them an influence on developers for new kinds of real estate products, maybe even new kinds of financing products. So I think all of that is going to be very, very positive for this market and will enrich the market.
I want to hear both of your opinions because we have 2 minutes left. Because if, Mr. Tariq, do you share these views? If we look at a city like Istanbul, and 10 years after it opened its markets to foreigners, the property prices went up by 500%. So can we see this scenario here, or we have the safeguards?
I think maybe Istanbul has more maturity in opening up for foreign investors. In Saudi, I think that will take time to mature. We know that we have a competitive advantage when it comes to Mecca and Medina, and we expect to see more appetite in these two cities. I think by creating more supply, we can ensure always that we contain the prices, and that, mashallah, looking at these interactive screens and seeing these projects all around the kingdom, that gives us a comfort that the continuous investment in the real estate and continuously providing the supply will always continue maintaining the prices at an acceptable and affordable level, inshallah.
Thank you, Mr. Tariq. Kashif.
I would echo what my colleagues have said. I think that the key is balance, and I think one thing that is quite unique about the kingdom is, as Loe mentioned, the housing ecosystem. So the role of National Housing Company, the smart targeted support from Real Estate Development Fund, the offset to the growth in the banking balance sheets from SRC, all of these work in a very coordinated way to create that balance over time. Secondly, I think with the introduction of foreign ownership, what you'll continue to see is market segmentation. And one of the most vibrant and competitive sectors among the private sector in the country, from my observation as a relatively recent resident is the real estate developers. So I'm very confident that the market will produce the products that are affordable and demanded by the changing demographics of the country, as Louis mentioned, that the new home buyer, those that are entering their 30s, are looking for something different. And I'm very confident in the private developers' ability to meet that with more supply. I also think the kingdom is blessed with something very simple, which is size. There's a lot of land, which is different from a lot of other global cities which are shaped by their geography. And in addition, you could say the kingdom's one of the greatest endowments that's enduring is energy costs. And in construction costs, energy costs are one of the biggest inputs into cement and materials, etc. And so those are areas of enduring advantage, land and energy.
Kashif, and if I may, very briefly, because you are the foreign investor here, and we don't have all the details about foreign investments in real estate, what are essential things that you would like to see before investing in Saudi Arabia, so that Saudi Arabia can become a major attraction for FDIs in the real estate sector?
Sure. Look, I think that the prerequisites are, one, people look at the economy, demographics, connectivity of a country. And I think all of those are there. This is a large country of approximately 35 million residents, growing over the next decade plus to 45 and 50 million before the population stabilizes. So it's quite a large country. It's going to be or is roughly the world's 15th largest economy. It's almost too big to ignore for a global investor, number one. Secondly, you need connectivity, you need infrastructure. The quality of the country's infrastructure, water, power, transportation, with the introduction of the metro over the last years in Riyadh, and I understand in the near future in Jeddah, is also going to be something that's advantageous. Air connectivity is improving. So I think all of the ingredients are in place. Of course, there is ongoing regulatory change, the introduction of the foreign ownership law. As those rules are detailed and absorbed by the market, I think those are the next things that are required so people understand the parameters and rules of engagement.
Thank you all so much. Unfortunately, our time is up. There are many points that we can still discuss, but thank you so much for this engaging discussions and for your insights, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you all so very much. Lara, what a fabulous session. Your expert moderation, as always, is really appreciated on this stage. Thank you to your panelists. Wonderfully insightful. Thank you all so very much. You're wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. Really great to get that investment perspective and talk a little bit more about that all-important subject. So thank you for being with us. Next, we're going to be moving on to a session with the Vice Minister of Municipalities and Housing. So I'm delighted to welcome to join me onto stage His Excellency, Engineer Ihab Al-Hashani. Where's my lovely guest? Oh, here you are. I can't see with the lights. Welcome, welcome. Come and sit. So in this session, we're really going to be looking at how innovation and innovative practices can drive investment as well. And I'm absolutely delighted to be joined by the Vice Minister here. Your Excellency, pop that microphone nice and close to you. Fantastic. Because just to give you a proper full introduction, you are the Vice Minister of Housing and Municipalities.
Correct.
You're also the Chairman of the Board of the National Housing Company. And really, you work across housing and that municipal sector. Your focus is very much on scalability, raising the quality of the built environment, and looking at things like standards within that public realm, investable land pipelines. I mean, there is so much under your belt and to your portfolio, which is really interesting. So we're going to be talking about how we can create delivery confidence, long-term confidence for investors within the real estate market and those communities that the real estate market serves. So we get a few moments to have a really interesting chat about all of those things, and it is such an honor to welcome you here to stage.
Thank you very much. The honor is mine.
So when you look back over the last few years, because you've been enrolled for about 6 years, I think, haven't you? What's the shift that you are proudest of that's really shaped the investment picture?
I think
Nice and close.
mostly what we have done over the last 6 years is move execution from heroics or individual achievement to an institutional setup. So it's no longer by who you know. It's really there is a certainty in delivery, and that's how we build scale. So really it's about institutionalizing the process from A to Z. That would drive investors to invest in the housing projects and, of course, in municipalities as well.
When you say institutionalizing, what does that really mean in kind of practice in terms of the changes that have been brought about?
Well, it's meaning that the process is very clear. You know what you're getting into. Risk is defined early on, so there is no kind of vagueness about what you're getting yourself into. And once you go through cycles of that, and there is always predictability, there's always clarity in the mandate, then you see intent transfer into capital. And this is what we've seen over the last few years.
Amazing. So clarity in the mandate, does that have to go across teams? Is that something that you've really tried to put in place as part of your leadership?
Absolutely. And the results have been incredible. I mean, if you look just at NSC over the last 3 years, in terms of compounded growth, revenues grew by over 80% per year. When you look at availability of housing units, that growth even exceeded revenues by 86% year on year. And we doubled the number of kind of suburbs that are out in the market. And we have clarity now what we're doing until 2030 and beyond. So land is available. There is no ambiguity about availability of land. The process is clear. So it's just a machine that's been running. And that machine creates the clarity and the predictability that's really key to investments in the housing sector.
Okay, so this idea of predictability, because this is looking at kind of how we can attract investment. What has to be in place for predictability to be trusted?
I think that I think has been achieved by the results that I've just shared with you.
Yeah.
You have to go through cycles of delivery, and the private sector's role is not to fill in a gap, but part of the process. They are an integral part of the process, and us as a regulator has to step back and just let them perform. And the private sector is exceptional to come up with solutions and kind of advance the housing market. So predictability for us means really having clarity of regulations, clarity of risk, and clarity of what's coming next. We don't want kind of the housing market to be opportunistic. No, it's institutionalized. There is kind of we know what the demand is going to be for the next 16 years, and we have plans in place to deliver on that demand. Very similar to infrastructure provisioning. You don't build infrastructure for today, you're building infrastructure for years to come.
Yeah, I think we've talked quite a lot on this stage over the last couple of years about taking that long-term view. And it's interesting that you talk about mapping demand for the next 16 years.
Yes, of course. And it's an assumption because you have to take into kind of population growth, but we are ready for different scenarios. So like I said, up to 2030, lands have been allocated for housing, and plans are in place to deliver. The machine is running, so it's just, it's really literally a machine in housing right now.
Amazing, and we have to make sure that machine runs smoothly, don't we? Because a machine can only work if all the component parts are in good working order.
100%, 100%.
Another word you use alongside predictability is the idea of scalability. So what has to really change to make scalability real, especially when it comes to the housing market?
Well, what has to change is already changing. So what we've done over the last few years is really make sure that the National Housing Company, for example, is a massive developer. It develops only 20% of its project. The rest is dependent on developers. And the developers see that there is a clear mandate, there's clarity, and they're starting to, we issue RFPs for a couple of years to come, not just for today. So what scalability does is the main aspect of scalability is make sure that there's affordability. Once you scale up and you have kind of foresight on what's going to happen, you can have affordability in housing. And this is really key. I mean, the whole idea of housing and municipality joining forces a few years back is really about affordability and urban development. And this is really the focus of both kind of entities within the ministry on that is how do we kind of manage the cities going forward. So If we talk about the outskirts suburbs that we have now in the housing company, in the NSC, they've run their course. This is clear, probably very minimal are going to be built on the outskirts. Now what we're thinking about is how do we attract citizens and residents and foreigners back into city centers. These already exist.
Yes.
The infrastructure is provisioned for.
Yeah.
So what do we have to do? And you have to really do something, and that will be transitioning into municipality. And the team, what we've did over the last 4 years, 5 years, is really create kind of urban interventions, build up green space, public areas, and that we have been very successful in. I mean, just the municipality alone, we've built around 20 million square meters of public spaces over the last 3 years.
Well, tell me about this, because I think this links into Project Joy, doesn't it?
100%.
Which is, because you talk about how do we attract people back into the city centres, how do we maybe prevent that continual urban sprawl, but really use what we've got. So Project Joy, what's it all about? Tell us about it.
Well, Project Joy is really about kind of what do you do to a build-up environment to make it attractive to the existing residents and to attract more people into it. And what we've done there is we focused on basically using technology and AI to see where can we place kind of green space to have the most accessibility to citizens. Once we started the project, accessibility rates were about 55%.
Okay.
Within 10 minutes of a public space. Now, I'm proud to say we're over 72% in 3 years. This measure, by the way, moves in fractions. It doesn't move in percentage points like this.
Sure.
But this is technology and kind of focus on doing that thing really enabled the ministry to really make a huge dent in that KPI, for instance.
And it sounds like it was quite an innovative, forward-thinking project. Did you have to, was it hard to convince people? Was it hard to get it over the start line?
It was hard to convince them of the ambition, but not of the value of the project.
Okay.
And that was really the difference. And of course, we have an amazing minister who really led the initiative from A to Z.
Absolutely.
We're just supporting his vision, to be honest with you.
Absolutely. I think it's a really interesting point about vision and how that you kind of use the value proposition to get people on board with a vision, because we're talking about sort of innovations and forward-thinking attitudes which then create investor opportunity and confidence. So is that something that you've really been aware of?
Of course. I mean, if you look, we'll go back to Project Joy. Why did Project Joy make sense? Because there is economic value to Project Joy. It's not just an aesthetic project. No, it's once you do an intervention and you build a park, we found through benchmarks and actual results that real estate tends to value increases by an average of about 20%. So it's not a small change. And that really forces people or encourages people to kind of invest in the area, kind of reshape their buildings, interventions in this way, and really focus on the aesthetics of the area, and that attracts people. We know that people stay in areas that are vibrant, that are high quality, and that has walkability.
Yeah. So these municipal areas are really seeing a big growth in revenue, in opportunity, in bankability, in investability.
100%. I mean, if you look at what we've done, we have a platform called For Us. For Us is A to Z platform that once you apply, once we offer a land, and the land is offered based on demand.
Yeah.
So let's say in City X, there's need more rooms, more hospitality rooms. So we would anchor our assets towards that, or hospitals, or whatever the demand is.
So you're bringing in data, are you, into this platform that's then informing the decisions you make?
And the results have been astronomical. I mean, when we started, there was about 40 opportunities on the platform, generating about 800 million riyals of revenues. Today, there's over 40,000 opportunities on that platform.
Sorry, 40 to now 40,000?
That's scalability. And that generates about 12 billion of kind of sustained revenues for the municipal sector.
Amazing.
And drives growth across the city. It's really kind of the benefit is across everything. So as you invest in your city by investing in municipal lands, the quality of the services in the city increase and the value of the city increases.
Was there anything that surprised you about the data that came into that platform that then informed these decisions? Was there anything that maybe was unexpected?
The only thing that was unexpected was the attractiveness of municipal lands and how when you make the process transparent, clean, and very little kind of individual decisions. It's really all, it's all a platform, right? There is no human interaction. From the time you bid until you sign the RFP, it's all done electronically. And this has helped us a lot. And it goes back to kind of predictability, measuring your risk, and really investing in municipal lands.
So let's talk a little bit about quality and standards, because I know that that's also a very important part of this mix for you to create investor confidence and opportunity. How are you ensuring that that quality and those standards are adhered to?
Well, once I talk about scalability, it's never on behalf of the quality. Quality becomes the differentiator once you increase scalability. So we're very focused on really making these suburbs in the housing company and in the municipalities that is livable. Yeah. Walkability is high. They're almost like utopic. I mean, in one of the projects we have, Khuzam, there's a 4 million square meter artery of green space that cuts through the residence. And now green space and the public space represents over 35% of any suburbs we do. So this is a huge focus for us. And really this is, I mean, one of the reasons why municipalities and housing mixed. We don't want the scale to kind of come at the expense of quality and quality of living. And quality of living is not a nice to have. It's really a value that we carry, and it has both a personal value and an economic value to investing in quality of life.
Well, let's stay on that point for a moment, this idea of quality of life as a value driver in projects. And you've spoken about Project Joy, you've spoken about some of the other things you're putting in place. You've mentioned both walkability and livability. Are there some other things really driving development decisions, investment decisions that are based on how to achieve that quality of life for a resident?
Absolutely. I mean, this is key. I mean, if you look at like we talked about scale and demand, you have to have a product that is attractive to buyers.
Yeah.
You cannot build something that like just buildings and expect people to live in. So the main differentiator for us is really moving to kind of how do we make these suburbs affordable, but provide 5-star quality of life to the residents. And this, I think, I actually know we have achieved with flying colors. Especially if you see the progression of NSC, you'll see how the first projects were and now the projects now. I haven't yet took a visitor to one of our projects and haven't bought on the spot. Amazing. And this is from my kids all the way to ministers that come and visit the projects. So this shows that we have a product that is offered to different segments of the country, and that is attractive to all of these segments.
And have you noticed a really direct correlation between the increase in the quality of life component and the value of that development or that project?
Yes. Value in terms of demand.
Yes.
Not value in terms. We try to still maintain
because of affordability.
Yeah. So how do we balance these two? And we manage to do it through investments, through kind of having the private sector more involved, and making these quality of life assets more of economic drivers as well, not just a static asset in the suburb or in the city.
So you mentioned the private sector there, and obviously these partnerships between the private and the public sectors are so critically important. How are you really thinking about developing better, more effective partnerships with the private sector to enable a project to feel safe and investable at scale?
I think, look, I've come from the private sector, so I know what
You straddle both sides, which is
so
very
I know
helpful.
what is required. And I think for me, what I would invest in any projects back in my old days, it used to be about really, do I know what risk am I getting into? Is this business continuous? Because I have to invest not just in the first project, in many projects to come in the future, and if there's returns that are acceptable to me. And we try to make sure that there's all these elements in every project that we bid. And the private sector now is not really kind of an adversary. It's really a true partnership that we have. I mean, if you look at the NSC, the municipalities, we have a lot of repetitive businesses. Everybody comes back because there is clarity of process and there is no ambiguity in things might change halfway.
Yeah.
It's very clear how we do things.
Is that also to do with sort of clarity of regulation, so everyone knows exactly where they stand? Is that somewhere that or an area where you can support the private sector have confidence?
100%. I mean, it's change of law is not something that the private sector can kind of quantify the risk for. So we try to do as much as we can to make sure that the regulations are steady, unchanging. But of course, sometimes things happen. Market forces us to step in when it's required and at very critical moments. It's not something that the government wants to do, but it has to do once there is a requirement for it. Yeah. Such as the white land levy and the rental freeze that has taken place over the last few months. I think in terms of the white land levy, it's a shame that people hoard lands in city centers and to force people to go outside for affordability. Now, with the white land levy, it's not really about generating fines for the municipal sector or housing sector. It's really more about driving development in the cities and really bringing people back into city centers, because that's where our heritage is. And these areas, by the way, are so well designed.
Yes.
They're beautiful areas that have accessibility. You don't have to drive an hour to get to work. It's a 15-minute drive. So it's something that we really focus on. And this will be really, you'll see more and more of that, not just in terms of the white land levy, but also the focus of the housing and municipality and how to really find ways to attract citizens back and residents back to city centers.
So let's talk for a moment about how easy or hard it is to balance short-term priorities and objectives with an outlook which is more long-term and sustainable when it comes to growth. Is that a tension that you feel you're constantly battling, or is it quite simple how you manage those short and long-term priorities?
Well, in a government setting, everything has to be long-term. But we need to kind of serve the citizen today. So yes, it's a hard balance, but a friend of mine once told me, you can't look too far that you won't see what's in front of you, and you can't look too near that you won't see what's ahead of you. So it's a balance that we have to do, and there is market forces that really encourages us to do certain things for the short term. Project Joy, by the way, it's a short-term project that is part of a much longer vision. And so is all the different housing projects that you see. They're anchored in kind of delivering for the long term, but with an eye on what can we do now to really kind of speed the wheel of execution.
Because I suppose people often need to see things tangibly, practically, in order to believe those proof points that you spoke to right at the beginning. It's all well and good to have this long-term vision and, we're going to do this and we're going to do that, but if people don't see it kind of in reality on the ground, it's very difficult to then take a step towards investment and confidence.
I mean, a lot of people, the vision was a document in 2017. But now if you drive through Riyadh, it's an actual living being that you see. You see the Sports Boulevard, you see Gdiyah being opened, you see all of our NSC projects. So seeing is believing, and now I think there is belief. And this is what's really the next stage for us to really drive investment, is really moving from this is an opportunity to more this is a long-term, standing, clear business that we believe in.
Yeah, and the idea of legacy comes into that, which is so important.
100%.
We also have a couple of really, well, lots of big important events on the horizon, but specifically with Expo 2030, with the FIFA World Cup coming in 2034. These big events, I imagine, have a huge impact on the way you need to plan for real estate demand, because real estate underpins everything. It underpins sport, it underpins people coming, it underpins tourism, it underpins hospitality. So how are you using those events, those landmark events, to really plan for and deliver on that demand?
Well, the nice thing about the Expo and the World Cup in 2030 and 2034 respectively is it's not a surprise. They really fit into the overall Vision 2030. Yeah. So what it made us do is just speed up some of the timelines, but it's still part of the longer vision. There is nothing new that we're doing because of this, but we're just doing it a bit quicker than we normally would have done. And that's great. I mean, this is really the idea. We've learned from lessons from previous big events that happened that could have had an impact. But no, the Expo and the World Cup really fit perfectly into our plans. And if you see, if you look at the submission file, there's really just some new stadiums that are being built as part of this. But it forces us, as a municipal sector, we're now quickly making the kind of the mobility to these stadiums. Maybe districts that were supposed to come later down the road are coming ahead of schedule, but it really was always part of the plan.
Amazing.
So it actually works to my benefit because I do things quicker.
Which is fantastic. Is there anything else that you would suggest would be helpful to drive that pace, to drive that ability to implement the vision? Is there anything you'd ask from the people in the room, perhaps in the private sector, around the role they can play, the part they can play in enabling this vision to come to life?
I think, like I said, it's very clear that the vision is visible now.
Yeah.
And I think there is buy-in. And the main thing is, this is not a short-term play. It's a predictable play. We know what's going to happen up to 2030, and very soon you'll see 2040 vision, which is anchors around continuing 2030 with a few additional themes that really will drive industry, will drive the focus on artificial intelligence and AI. And so things, when you have a clear vision and you have a kind of clear mandates and a clear kind of targets for that vision, then predicting the future becomes easy. So really, I keep saying, predictability creates intent, and intent brings capital. Yeah. And this is really the key to what we're trying to do here.
Because we've spoken ahead of this session, and there's something that you would really like people to almost shift in terms of their mindset about the way we see real estate as an industry, as an ecosystem. Can you just share a little bit of your thoughts with the audience? Because I think it's a fascinating kind of reframe.
I'm sorry, I didn't...
So the way you see real estate as being very much part of a much bigger infrastructural part of building a country. It's not just small projects, small individual projects. You have a big vision for how you'd like people to see the whole real estate industry.
Of course. I mean, real estate in Saudi Arabia is really part of our DNA. Yeah. I mean, that's how wealth was kind of trickled oil wealth was through real estate. And a lot of the landowners and now switched into developers. And they see real estate as an asset that really can, before they used to say real estate doesn't eat or drink. But that's not really the intent of real estate. Real estate now has to bring you benefit and has to be kind of a profitable asset class that really can be measured against equities market, real estate, just like in developed nations. Absolutely. So there is indices, it becomes more of a commodity than it is kind of an opportunistic play. And I think this is what all the new regulations that have been is trying to achieve. It's really how do we kind of sustain the growth of real estate, make sure it's an asset class that delivers kind of reasonable returns, but sustainable returns for the long term.
I think that's wonderful, and the idea of us now needing to nurture that industry as well. Like you say, it maybe does eat and drink more than we realise, perhaps. So just in closing, perhaps you could share with us your thoughts on maybe a change or a shift that's coming up this year in 2026, or something that might enable us to better increase investor confidence. What do you want us to focus on? What do you want us to really think about? What do you want us to be promoting to the marketplace? What's that one thing that you would love everyone to take away from this conversation?
I think, look, the Saudi Arabia, I mean, you as a visitor, you see, I mean, it's...
I feel like I'm at home here, though.
Yeah. You see the vibe. So we want to move away from excitement to predictability. And predictability, really what this is all about.
Yeah.
I mean, excitement fades, but continuity, predictability, knowing what you're getting yourself into is very sustainable. And this is what investing in Saudi Arabia is not about today. It's really about the future. It's about believing in the vision and believing that this vast population is going to deliver on all the vision objectives. And there's no doubt that we will.
I find that very exciting, very inspiring. It's wonderful to hear about your journey over the last few years throughout your roles. And thank you so much for sharing your perspectives with us today. Your
My
Excellency,
pleasure. Thank
it's
you
an
very
absolute
much.
delight.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Can I have a massive round of applause, please, Your Excellency? Wonderful. Thank you for the conversation. So lots to feel excited and confident about as we go through this year and over the next few years. I love the idea that there's 16 years worth of planning and opportunity and vision where they're mapping across that demand to the opportunity to see that realized and executed. So lots to bear in mind as we continue through the rest of this day. Now, ahead of our next panel, I'm delighted that, again, we have a very special message from Mr. Abdulaziz Al-Noesser, who is the CEO of Emaar, the economic city, the master developer of Cake.
The future of real estate is no longer defined by borders. The new foreign ownership frameworks have opened the door not just to investment, but to belonging. In our industry, we often speak in the future tense. But today, I am here to speak from reality. Along the Red Sea's global trade corridor, we are extending an invitation to the world, not to pass through, but to stay, to turn opportunity into a home. At Cake, we have moved beyond the question of what if. We are now answering what's next. This is not a concept. This is a city in motion.
Real opportunity is not to wait for a ribbon-cutting ceremony. It is measured in the pulse of a city that is already awake. Set along more than 42 kilometers of Red Sea coastal line, Cake unfolds with openness and possibility. A coastal way of living defined by rhythm, connection, and meaning. Powered by a deep-sea port and a diversified industrial ecosystem anchored by the King Salman automotive cluster. Yet what defines Cake goes far deeper. We stand at the nexus of the Golden Triangle, positioned between the commercial pulse of Jeddah and the holy cities of Mecca and Medina. Cake sits at the heart of a connection unlike any other. Here, connectivity is both physical and spiritual. A place where people remain close to their beliefs while living calm, coastal life of balance and purpose. This is where family put down roots, a place to belong. We know that capital follows talent, and talent thrives where life is enjoyed. We didn't just build infrastructure. We shaped a way of living, a place where workdays end by the sea, not in traffic. From diverse residential communities and world-class education and healthcare to a coastal lifestyle shaped by the sea. This is not a marketing layer. It is a core economic enabler. This is a city that brings together multiple investment horizons, from tourism and hospitality to integrated lifestyle communities and future-ready commercial districts. The path forward is clear. Sovereign-enabled, regulatory-ready. We are not asking you to imagine what's possible. We are inviting you to step into what already exists and what's ready to become. Cake, the premier coastal life destination.
Mr. Al-Nawaser, so inspiring, so wonderful to see that coming to life. Thank you for your insightful words there. And what we've just heard really does speak directly to this sector which is in transition. Regulatory reform particularly is moving very quickly, and the Saudi real estate market is becoming increasingly aligned with global capital. Now, this sets the stage perfectly for our next discussion, which is all about how we evolve from local foundations to a global investment landscape, and moving on from the conversation that I just had with His Excellency too. We're going to look now at how Saudi Arabia is opening up to international investment, while we also do stay grounded in those local fundamentals. So please join me in welcoming to stage your moderator for the next session, who will introduce his panelists, Mr. Chris Usi. Chris, the stage is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and colleagues, this next discussion focuses on a clear and timely shift. Saudi real estate is moving from a predominantly local destination to an increasingly global investment destination. What has already changed? What should change? And how can the kingdom continue to attract long-term capital at scale? My name is Chris Usi. I'm a managing director and partner at the Boston Consulting Group, and I'm delighted to be joined by 5 experts to discuss this topic over the next 30 minutes. I'll keep the introductions brief so that we have time for the discussion. Join me, please, in welcoming our esteemed panelists. Dr. Ali Al-Khatib, Chief Investment Officer at King Abdullah Economic City. Mr. Usama Kabani, Group Chief Development Officer at Roshan Group. Mr. Talal Al-Najjar, GM of Business Development at As-Saidan Real Estate Company. Engineer Yahya Siraj, Chief Project Development for Al-Fursan at NHC. And finally, Mr. Charles Halab, President and CEO of the US Business Council. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for being here. To kick off this panel, I would like to tackle first the changed investment environment and what this means for Saudi real estate. My first question goes to Mr. Talal. In your opinion, what has driven KSA's real estate market to become a globally attractive investment destination?
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to thank all the audience and for this panel. I mean, as you know, Saudi Arabia became very high attractive to all kinds of investment across the global, due to clarity, scale, and in the depth of the real estate market demand. So the Vision 2030 give clear long-term directions with a strong government commitment and support. At the same time, the local market is supported by its fundamental, which is population growth, urbanization, and demand across all the sector in the real estate, which is in the residential, or it's commercial, or hospitality and tourism. Growth in Saudi Arabia is not just like theoretically. Project has been actively delivered infrastructure already in place, not just future planning. So we can notice, and we are happy that the Kingdom have moved from the vision to executions, and which we believe that this is give the high confidence to the international investor to come to invest in Saudi Arabia.
Indeed. I think we are in that stage of translating the vision into execution. Maybe building on that with you, Dr. Ali, what do you believe are the key captive points in the Saudi real estate market today?
Assalamu alaikum, everyone, and thank you, Chris, and it's great to be here. I'll build on the comments from my colleague as well. There's been a huge transformation over the past 10 years under the umbrella of the Vision 2030, and the real estate sector, I think there's been a lot of statistics that everyone here has heard from yesterday and today, whether it's on increasing ownership from 47% to 66%, way before the target of Vision 2030, and all the enabling factors that came into that, whether it's regulation, whether it's financial means, financial enablers, etc. I believe what's happening now with the non-Saudi ownership regulation is, first of all, a testament to the continuous dynamic evolution and adaptability of the real estate sector in the Kingdom. It's a critical point, and we see that this will usher in a new demand channel for the Kingdom's residential products. Not to mention, the attractive value proposition that already exists, whether it's on the advanced infrastructure across the Kingdom and the advanced quality of life, and also on the means and the enablers to help investors and owners to come in. In addition to that, what we've seen as well is, and this is speaking from my previous experiences in making partnerships with foreign entities attracting FDI, two things stand out. First thing is a lot of the international investors that come into the Kingdom are always pleasantly surprised on the close collaboration between the private sector and the public sector. That's again a testament to the very advanced reforms that have happened, and also the openness from the public sector to take the input from the private sector and adapt to market conditions. And the second thing is the certainty that the Kingdom offers, whether it's from a very stable fiscal and monetary regulatory environment, the advanced infrastructure, the very advanced digitalization, which enables businesses and investors to conclude their proceedings very quickly, and also the hospitality of the Kingdom. And I strive to say sometimes to people that the Kingdom offers certainty in a world of uncertainty. So we've seen this actually happen in many, many sectors. We believe the real estate sector will be a key beneficiary of all of this foreign investment coming in, building on this very strong foundation of the right regulatory framework.
Indeed, a very changed business environment centered around, as you mentioned, clarity, transparency, but also a greater collaboration between the public and private sector. Now let's zoom in and maybe discuss the global investors' view. Moving on to you, Mr. Osama. When global institutional investors assess the Saudi real estate market, what should they be looking for? And how should they be prioritizing between the different opportunities that they're open to?
Thank you. I think it starts with trust. If you want to put your money with anyone, you need to trust the person or the institution you're giving the money to. I mean, obviously, Saudi has a lot of opportunities, but first, if you are an international investor, after you made up your mind that Saudi is the right place to put your money, which it is, now you need to find a partner that you can trust. And in looking into this partner of trust, you need to see his track record. You need to see if he has delivered. You need to see if he has good locations to invest in. You need to understand if there's transparency. Transparency is key in investment. You need data. You need to understand how it goes. And you need to look into sites that have infrastructure readiness. Today we are in a period in which the whole country is one big construction site, as we know. So if you're coming today, you need to know, do you have infrastructure? Mm-hmm. Do you have power? Do you have water? Do you have all of these? Obviously, you want to look at the types of assets. Are you looking into residential, which There's a pent-up demand that's very clear, and there are other commercial, healthcare, etc. assets. Now, for Roshan, let's say I will speak a bit about ourselves as an integrated community in some of our sites, particularly in Sedra and others. All of these are ready, so we have been lucky to talk to lots of investors because of our readiness and because people are living in the communities. So you could come and you see how people are living, you can test all of that. As an investor, I will be looking into all of those when I'm making a choice.
Trust, transparency, capabilities, track record, and infrastructure.
And governance.
And
I mean, ultimately in investment, you want to know if there's a problem, how do you solve it? Is it I'm talking to an individual or institution? Yeah. Particularly that the investments are at scale. Yes. I mean, you're not talking about small investments now. The country is so ready for bigger investments, so you want to engage with some kind of solid institutions.
Quite a number of dimensions that investors look at. And from here, allow me maybe to move to Engineer Yahya. What are the main upgrades that NHC is driving to further attract that global investment?
I think in the past few years we have done a lot and more to come what we are doing. I think the more upgrade we are doing right now is to have a great master plan. It has all the mix that any investor need to invest in terms of commercial, residence, and all the quality of life components that we are bringing. And also we are currently in more than 17 cities around the kingdom. I think the access to the different type of demand that we have in Jeddah, Riyadh, Dammam, from far east of Riyadh, Saudi to far west, north to south, I think we can provide to any investor that need to invest in the projects as a developer or the self-investor, different access to the demand, different mixture that we can provide. And all of our master plan is human-centric, being designed because we consider more to the workability, livability, and also people to work in our master plans, work in our projects. So I think in overall of our destinations that we are developed and what we have developed already, I think there is a lot of things for an investor to come and see, and also more attractiveness in terms of the type of master plan, the type of demand that we have in current of our projects. And also we support the foreign investor, whatever he is a developer or self-investor, we are taking the risk in the master plan, and also we develop in the beginning in our projects, and also we take care of the utility connections, we take care of connectivity and the integration with the big master plan of the city by itself, Riyadh, Jeddah, or any city we have.
Yeah. So de-risking investments, facilitating business for investors, and then, as you mentioned, delivering a high quality of life in the projects. Yeah. Zooming in a bit on the US-Saudi corridor with the presence of Mrs. Charles. Mr. Charles, what are, in your view, the attractions, the opportunities, but also the concerns in the eyes of a US investor today?
No.
Can you know?
Try the other one.
Yeah. Maybe the next one.
Hello? Hello? Yes?
Yes.
There we go. Thank you, Christian. Sorry about that. Technical difficulties, the story of my life. Well, I don't think U.S. investors are dramatically different than other foreign investors. There's so many things that are exciting to them about Saudi Arabia, whether you're talking about investment in real estate or otherwise, the dynamic nature of the economy at the moment, the energy that you feel, the dynamism, that's particularly true in the real estate sector. I think for U.S. investors, the scale, the stability, to some extent the predictability that Saudi Arabia offers is very interesting. We still face an issue of marketing and PR because not all Americans know, not the right American institutions know what the opportunities are in Saudi Arabia, so that continues to be a challenge. Sometimes they don't know, sometimes they don't know what they don't know. So that's one of the missions and mandates of the U.S.-Saudi Business Council to help in that regard. But if you look at the U.S., so many markets in the real estate sector are stale or static or saturated. And what I hear from U.S. investors is a lot of excitement about the grand opportunity of Saudi Arabia. Concerns as well, and I'll get to those in just a second. But I think it's defined by an enthusiasm and an excitement that we just need to widen across the U.S. On the concern side, like anywhere, like anyone, transparency and predictability, the issues that were already talked about on the panel, continue to be issues for U.S. real estate investors. They want to understand exactly how these new regulatory reforms are going to play out. I mean, the new real estate law allowing foreign investment is a massive leap forward. But as I like to say, the angel is in the concept, the devil is in the details. And Americans are very, very tuned into the details, perhaps even more so than other foreign investors. Yeah. And in Saudi Arabia, as much as anywhere, how those new laws are applied and enforced will be critical to U.S. investors. They'll want to see how that plays out before they make any big, big moves.
No, and I think this is exactly where organizations like the U.S. Saudi Business Council would come into play to help clarify some of the questions and bridge the gap between the investors and the local opportunities. So thanks for that. Going back to you, Mr. Osama, specifically on you mentioned a bit, talked about Roshan. How does Roshan think about delivering projects in the context of building repeatable, investment-ready platforms?
It's an interesting question again. Look, as a national developer, we're building integrated communities. At the moment, we have more than 50,000 units under construction and delivery. We have 3,000 people living. We have numerous schools opening. We have mosques, playgrounds, etc. So the proof of concept is there. And that's number one. Now, for institutional investors, we do offer a variety of options. We can go through land sales, direct land sales, to sub-developers based on the master plans. We are having some discussions on joint ventures. So we work as a master developer, and you can build something within our communities. And third, obviously, there's the fund structures that we look at to attract investors, especially that these funds are already institutionalized by the government. Mm-hmm. So they are highly regularized, and it protects the capital one way or the other. Being a developer, a national developer, that has proven the proof of concept, and we have infrastructure, again, either in Mecca, in Jeddah, in Dammam, in Riyadh. There are ample investment opportunities, be it in the residential sector or in any other asset. We are a company that's very much a data-driven company. So when we sit with investors, we do share data because we're highly sophisticated, I think, in capturing data from our communities and what's happening in the market. So we tend to share this data with the investor to guide them, because we do not want any investor to work with us and fail. The success of the investor is our success. And I think the more we can attract to ourselves and to everyone else in the ecosystem of real estate, the better our mission would have been delivered. So that's what I would say. Trust, location, infrastructure, demand, and a community that offers everything. Yeah. And any structure that you would like, we are ready to offer.
Quite a different number or types of contribution that the investors bring in. Maybe on a similar note, Mr. Talal, as a local developer, where do you see the contribution of global investors, and how are you adapting to match with their requirements?
Yeah, very good question. Well, let's say, usually what does the international investor bring to the table is two things, actually, which is the capital or the long-term equity, plus the international standards. So, for example, in the tourism sectors, usually the international investors are keen more in the long-term operation of the assets, sustainability, and how the destination will perform in the next 10 to 20 years, not just like the initial development. Same time in the residential project, they are more in the governance, reporting, and the long-term asset quality. So we as a local developer, we understand the market, demand, and how to execute projects in the ground quickly. So by adapting our governance, reporting, and ESG practices with the international expectations, while using our local knowledge, we can manage the risk and move quickly in execution of the project. So basically, if we combine these both, the international standards along with the local expertise, we can, this thing will give the investor the high confidence to come to invest in Saudi Arabia. And let me just give you a small example based on my practices. Usually, when we close any international transaction with any investor, once we reach to final stage, the first question they ask us, do you know any good lawyer, actually, local lawyer? Just for them to navigate the regulations and processes. Usually my answer is yes, but it's not necessary actually. And the reason that all the public records, all the process and procedures in Saudi Arabia is clear and published. Any international investor can easily access or direct communicate with the Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Investment and Capital Market Authority, and they have full access on all the, let's call it the market data. They can guide them, they can take all the process and procedures. This level of transparency, I will just ask the answer to my colleague Chris, that in Saudi Arabia actually is supported the international investor where they can have the high confidence to invest in this country.
Yeah. This goes back to what we discussed at the very beginning around the public-private partnership and collaboration in simplifying things for investors and as you mentioned, the point around transparency. Maybe in the last part of our discussion, I would like to finally touch on partnerships, how do partnerships unlock safe and reduced risks. Dr. Ali, how have the partnership enabled you to expand the relationship with investors, both local and international?
Thank you, Chris. Partnership for us is paramount, really. Paramount for the success of the city, paramount for the success and the sustainability of the opportunities. And through partnership, you can really accelerate and you can really amplify. And we have many examples. We've done partnerships with government-backed funds. We've done partnership with local investors and partnership with also international investors. For example, last year we concluded an investment of over 1 billion riyals total investment into one of the big residential communities, around 300,000 square meters, with a company that's a joint venture between a leading local real estate player and an American partner as well. And now they're considering other expansions as well. Another example is on the hospitality side with the Rixos Murjana Resort, which is a partnership between EEC and TDF as a government-backed fund, and FTG, which is the operator and developer from Turkey. And again, we see great appetite for this, and we believe this is the main way and really the only way for a sustainable win-win situation between master developers and also local and international investors.
And bringing different types of capabilities to form an alliance that delivers.
Exactly, the diversity of views, diversity of expertise,
Yes.
and which leads to a higher quality product and a high quality experience.
Yeah. Maybe with less than a minute remaining, I'll ask one last question, Engineer Yahya. What types of international partnerships does NHC engage in, and what value do they create?
Okay, so at NHC today we have like a different type of partnership. We have partnership with the financial institutions, we have in the supply chain, and also with the developer. In terms of the developer, today we have a developer starting from far east of Earth and far to the far west of the Earth. So we have from China, we have from South Korean, we have from Egypt, and also from US, and also from Spain, from Turkey. All of those partnerships is adding value to our projects All of them came with their master plan, with their ideas, with their innovative idea and best practices that they have done in their country. For example, we have TMG Saudi. They are working with us in Fursan, Talat Mustafa Saudi. So they brought their master plan from Egypt, similar to the Medinti. And it is the biggest closed community in the kingdom right now. So they provide us with the new ideas and the community activations, facility management, the asset management. So I think all of the international developers, when they came to us, they exchanged their knowledge. We support them in terms of facilitation of all the regulations. We support them with the infrastructures. And they provide their experience and expertise in terms of their projects out of the country.
Quite a diverse range of geographical distributed partners. Very interesting discussion, gentlemen. Thanks a lot. I think we ran out of time. We could go on for another hour, but this is the end of it. Thank you all for your valuable input. I'm sure the audience enjoyed this very much. Thanks again.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you so much. شكرا كريس. مستمرين معكم في جدول أعمال اليوم الثاني من منتدى مستقبل العقار في نسخته الخامسة إلى جلسة حوارية عن جهود البلديات والهيئات موائمة استراتيجيات التنمية الاقتصادية والتخطيط الحضري. يشارك فيها معالي أمين العاصمة المقدسة الأستاذ مساعد الداود، معالي أمين منطقة عسير المهندس عبد الله الجالي، سعادة الرئيس التنفيذي للهيئة الملكية لمدينة مكة والمشاعر المقدسة المهندس صالح الرشيد، سعادة أمين منطقة نجران المهندس صالح الغامدي. يدير الجلسة الدكتور نايف العليان.
لا المفروض تستبعدوه. ما احنا بعيدين ترى. المسجد أنت وافر من المسجد وافر أو لله. أسعد الله ظهيرتكم بكل خير وأهلا
afternoon and welcome back. And those who join us virtually and physically. And I would like to thank Mr. Abdullah for the introduction. We are waiting Engineer Saleh Al-Rashid. Hopefully he's coming. And we would like to welcome our valued panelists on the second day of RFF. The significance of this panel discussion again this kind of the extensive experience, because they have the keys and the cues and the long experience. So I would like to welcome Musaad Daoud, Mayor and Engineer Abdullah Al-Jari, Mayor of Asir region, and I would like to welcome Engineer Saleh Al-Ghamdi, the Mayor of Najran, and are waiting for Mr. Saleh Al-Rashid. I will start with His Excellency Mr. Musaad Daoud, the efforts of municipality to make the Mecca Al-Mukarramah one of the top and the best cities across the world. Thank you for having me. First of all, we have no other option in Islamic world and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia unless making Mecca al-Mukarramah one of the holiest sites in the world, and the first country in the world to make the first city in the kingdom and the world. So the operation maintenance and the maintenance sectors are working tirelessly to raise the quality of life and to remove any kind of visual deformation, and to provide surfaces perfectly fit the religious position. The Kingdom of Saudi, the Mecca al-Mukarramah is the third city in terms of population across the kingdom, and the city witnesses dramatic growth in population during Ramadan and Hajj season. So it's a city designed to accommodate a bigger number of residents and visitors, and this can create a space to make it a destination and the first or the second home for living for the people, for the Saudi people, and for the foreigners. With the new law of non-Saudi ownership, I think we have a significant chance to develop our services and to make the city attractive to more than 90 nationalities across the world. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't talk about achievements, but we are talking about the future, and looking ahead is to make Mecca green, and to be as well has its own community. We start to redesign suburbs and neighborhoods to go out of the conventional thinking, to make Mecca al-Mukarramah each suburb divide into areas and spaces and places for socializing and gamari and the family gathering. So we have an instrumental project, King Salman Gateway. This one of the largest urban project in the world, and we have Masar destination. As a matter of fact, one of the key projects that we are so proud and take pride, and it will be the first of its kind. Jabal Omar project being so close to the Holy Mosque, I think such kind of the components will drive the Mecca al-Mukarramah within the next 10 years to the ranking of developed cities. We have removed the investment obstacles to make Mecca al-Mukarramah attractive investment ecosystem and with the livability. And we have reached a very mature stage in regulating license and the permits to streamline the procedures, the lengthy procedures of getting license and the permits, which with the very complicated regulations right now, we have reached a record of licensing and permits less than 60 days. I would like to welcome Mr. Engineer Saleh Al-Rashid, the CEO of the Royal Commission and the Holy Sites, and the Engineer Abdullah. We know the massive efforts put in Al-Asir and the investment. Before asking about the investment, the scale, the volume, and the time, as investor, what are the services and the ecosystem created to attract investment to Asir region? Asir Amana or Asir municipality is part of the centralized government and municipalities have a number of enablers and tools to enable investment and investors. The most important one is the location and the geospatial correlation. The second point, the procedures, the municipal procedures. The third one, municipal investment. The first one is to prepare the location to be part and to embed it to the urban fabric, to be one body of the urban development. When we link the investment location to the basic and the fundamental municipal services, it will become ready and on the fast track for the investment. When the location is ready and attractive, this is a key factor and the factor in attracting investment. We have added last year 250 locations for investment, and after providing the infrastructure, the highways and the parking and the pedestrians and cycling pathways and landscaping and streets and buildings. Such a kind of urban components if are designed to attract investment and people, the developer can notice as such it's an attractive location and start to have this kind of desire and intention to join us. This is for the location and the location and infrastructure. The second point, streamlining the government procedures to ease the municipal license within 5 minutes. And our target for 2030 to get a license within 2 days, and we have hit the target before ahead of 2030. So the average is by 2026, and will declare as such the next edition. It will be done within a few hours to get the license and the permits. The third point. I'm talking about the entire system of the Saudi municipalities. They have reduced the time for licensing to be only 2 days. We come to the third point, which is investments in municipal lands. We have more than way to allocate the municipal lands, different options and offerings which made the municipal lands more attractive. This is for the public ownership lands and government's owned lands. So the developers desire to invest in state-owned lands and municipal lands. Such kind of transformation have entirely changed the entire landscape, and they created the attractive ecosystem for investment. We created the ecosystem, the ecosystem provide the municipal services fast and efficiently. We come to His Excellency. We move to His Excellency Saleh Al Ghamdi, the mayor of Najran. What are the attractive factors for investment in Najran? First of all, I would like to thank the organizer of this forum and congratulate His Excellency the Minister and his team. We are talking about Najran region. Over the last 5 years, the political leadership allocated and earmarked more than 7 billion Saudi Riyal for infrastructure to enhance and raise the readiness of infrastructure and raise the quality of livability and the quality of life. And we are talking about, we have 190 parks, notably King Fahd Park, which is considered the largest park across the kingdom. And King Salman Park, I think, will be the largest one, but to the moment, King Fahd Park in Najran is the largest national park. And I'm talking about 190 national parks, which is the key driver behind the quality of life and the visual deformation index in reduced to 70 at the level of the urban environment. We are talking about a historical site. It has more than 300 heritage sites, and it has more than 1,000 heritage sites. And Hema is one of UNESCO sites, and the trench side is one of the most famous historic sites. As such, are considered a lever for attractiveness in Najran and enhance and drive investment, promote investment in Najran. Saleh Rashid, Your Excellency, you have transformation and you are the transformation leader in Mecca al-Mukarramah to create a robust investment in Mecca al-Mukarramah region in full alignment with the Vision 2030. Could you shed light on the transformation and the infrastructure and the coordination and synergy with other competent authorities? In the name of Allah, most merciful, most compassionate. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer of this forum, and I congratulate His Excellency the Minister of Housing and Municipalities and Rega for the success of this forum, and thanks God the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has become attractive in different investment forms, and Mecca comes at the heart of this kind of attractiveness under the directive and the leadership of the custodian of the two holy mosques. Mecca is handling a number of transformation, handling different sectors and industry, and the most importantly, the real estate sector. The King Salman Gate was launched as one of the mega project transformative Giga project and the Masar destination, and we have other projects such as developed suburbs concerned about creating standardized sukuk and integrated the program to we target attracting investments. We launched the final package at the value of 39 billion Saudi riyal, and the next one in pipeline. The next one in pipeline valued at 20 billion Saudi riyal to be a driver for the private sector to fully engage in Mecca. The Royal Commission has a master plan covering the entire city, taking into consideration the competitive advantage, including mobility and transport. So we have launched 180 kilometer ring routes, and we have identified some special uses to maximize the lands. In addition to transformation, we are working on transformation in the central area. We started redevelopment of the neighborhood in the proximity of the holy sites, and for the holy sites we are working on a master plan, comprehensive and holistic one of the largest the real estate development in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Thank you. We come to move to Saleh Al Ghamdi. The investment volume in Najran. I'm gonna talk about the investment in the municipal sector. His Excellency, His Royal Highness Julu bin Abdul Aziz, and His Excellency the Mr. Majid Al Haqil a month ago launched projects at the value of 600 million Saudi riyal in Sharura, Srib Mall, Dreamland Park, and other similar projects. 2024, we had the same number or similar number in Najran. This is for the municipal sector, and we have mining projects. The Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources announced the volume in Najran 270 billion Saudi riyal. This is for mining, but it will require a number of logistic projects supporting this kind of projects. Engineer Abdullah, you mentioned investment, and there is a special case, special requests from the investors. It's a mountains area which needs more facilitation. Do you have a flexibility regarding the special requests of investors? An investor create the largest part of the city or urban fabric. We have no option. But to enable and to empower. Mix the land uses can be identified when we have this kind of cooperation with the investors for the challenges faced by investors when they have this kind of hurdles and obstacles after investment. But before the investment process, we have this kind of discovery and exploration when we should work as one team to face the challenges. First of all, I would like to address the economic feasibility and the capital inflows. We should do our best to focus on the economic feasibility, which is the key foundation and we have the same methodology and approach. If we observe rules and regulations and the resilience provided by the laws and regulations, we come to the real estate value rental 1, or percentages of the ownership in funds. So the central part of cities is the most expensive and the best served infrastructure, but the smallest spaces, smallest areas. But at the outskirts or away from the boundaries of the city, we have larger areas. We have the financial sustainability in the central part of Abhan, Khamis Mshait, and Mhail Asir or Bisha, such kind of areas populated by millions of people. In Asir, we have resorts in mountains and natural locations. Such kind of locations displayed or showcased with the most attractive and affordable prices, and with the infrastructure provided for the investors. So it's different from the other parts of the kingdom, because we need the lands, the remote lands, because the mountains, the topology and the landscape. But in urban cities, they are ready for investment and revenue generating source. If I have investment which can increase the value of the location and revive the location, this is anchor investment which attractive. We have a shopping mall, brand can attract the other brands. We apply the same principle on the lands. If we give the land at a good price, this can enhance the confidence of the investors with the economic feasibility and streamline procedures. We apply as such in full compliance with laws and regulations. As I said in the past, we invested hugely and massively, which are classified and considered the largest and the biggest investment across the kingdom. So in the next few weeks, we'll announce massive investment and real estate development through a Amana company, which perfectly fit the position of Asir and the tourism. You can announce right now. You can always say that some citizen say the city will launch projects and locations, or when we sign the agreement and hand over the locations, we can announce publicly, because it happens. Some investment, the market is opportunities. And we try to avoid any kind of surprises, saying that it's a tangible investment when we sign agreement with the investors, and it's a win-win situation. And with the best of luck, this project, we move to His Excellency Mr. Musa'id. Your role to attract investment in enhancing the quality of life. We know that the Holy Capital has its unique position. You might find some difficulties in attracting specific investment, as long as the limitation of the time. We're gonna address the philosophy of attracting investment with the Royal Commission. We have a huge economy, the Hajj and Umrah economy coming to Mecca. So we are working to localize this kind of economies. We are talking about from 70 to 90 billion Riyal Saudi in economy produced in Mecca al-Mukarramah we are about to localize part of this economy for job creation and raising the quality of life and making Mecca attractive place for investment. We are in the final touches for setting the financial sustainability plan to make it a destination for living without competition with Jeddah and Mecca, because Mecca has a competitive edge served by two airports and ports. So we are so keen to localize. Engineer Abdullah, what about your ambition for 2026? In 2026, I have highlighted the sites and the urban sites implemented and executed or execute more than 45 locations, and we have signed agreements and some agreements in the pipeline and discovery place. So invest in Riyadh and Jeddah, but explore the other locations, Asir, Najran, El Baha, and other regions. There are attractive investment, and the secret lies in feasibility and the viability. 2026 Asir will be the most important year in infrastructure and the paradigm shift. So Asir attracted investors, and they will. I discovered that action. We need action. Right now, we're showcasing our projects to compete in Mecca. Thank you, Your Excellency, Engineer Saleh, and compete Jeddah and Riyadh as well. Mecca cannot be competed. Engineer Saleh, what about 2026? And there are many projects and assets in the pipeline. We are talking about King Fahd city, Sagalan, and I couldn't agree more with the Abdullah Al Jaber when we talk about the projects and aspirations and ambition, dreams. But what we should walk the talk. We have signed agreement for Sharura, Bilbina City. We are talking about third mall and a 5-star hospitality, and projects started to be executed and to implement under construction. And in the future, looking ahead, they will create jobs and Engineer Saleh, you have highlighted transformation. How is this kind of transformation is implemented on the reality and the operational excellency? Engineer Saleh Rashid, address. Transformation in nutshell in Mecca is massive transformation, not only limited to the real estate industry. Real estate is the key enabler, but we have transformation in healthcare, education, tourism, and experience, and other transformative experience. We have more than 64 historical sites, and we created Discover Mecca office to enrich this kind of experience for the pilgrims and for the Saudi people. I would like to thank the panelists this panel discussion, and Engineer His Excellency Mr. Musad Al-Daoud, and Engineer Abdullah Jali, and Engineer Saleh Rashid, and Engineer Saleh Al-Ghamdi.
Thank you, Dr. Nai, for moderating the session and their excellencies as well for their contributions. Ladies and gentlemen, moving ahead to the next panel discussion themed from Mecca, where values are immortalized. His Excellency Salih al-Rashid will be hosted. Salih al-Rashid, the CEO of Royal Commission for Mecca City and Holy Sites, and Mr. Bassam Noor, the CEO Advisor, Royal Commission for Mecca and for Mecca City and the Holy Sites, to be moderated by Mr. Abdullah Abu Noor. From Mecca, values endure and opportunities take form. I would like to welcome His Excellency Engineer Salih al-Rashid, the CEO of Royal Commission for Mecca and City, and Holy Sites. Mr. Bassam Noor, CEO, Advisor to the Commission. Your Excellency, you have already talked about the media briefing about the development and how important it is. That is why this panel discussion has been dedicated to further speak about the updates. I believe the most important questions to kick off with is what is the main program of the development. First, peace be upon you all, and be blessing be upon mercy be upon Prophet Muhammad House and Company. First, we wish you always success for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for the participants, and wish always to have like series of successes. The Royal Commission has launched the program to develop the random and the fractional neighborhoods through two arms. The first one, which is the organizational or regulational or regulatory arm to issue instruments and bonds to help develop. It is a win-win situation. The owners and the developers and the investor are all beneficiaries. This is the purpose of the program. It is to develop and improve the fractional and random neighborhoods. We have produced the packages. Mr. Bassam Noor will further speak about this. This is relating to the regulation. As for investment purposes, in close cooperation and partnership with the different financial and the different institutions, the different banks, of course, we have created the partnership by funds to further develop these neighborhoods and districts. It is like 5 years plus 1 year and plus 1 year, so that investors can get engaged and also creating an added value for this kind of development so that everyone will be beneficiary. These enablers, of course, have been enhanced by the Royal Commission. A good example is that we have launched the first fund relating to the development of Makkah Ru'ya, known as Makkah Vision, at about 11 billion Saudi riyals in order to develop this area and also to reimburse or compensate the owners. And we'll be further speaking about this with Mr. Bassam Noor. Before moving ahead to Mr. Bassam, would like to know more from Your Excellency the program of the developing the neighborhoods of Mecca. Of course, it has such a great impact on the people living there and the visitors, the pilgrims as well. What about the strategic dimensions? First, the program is, in principle, it takes care of repurpose the use of the neighborhoods and facilities. You know, there are different projects, particularly like transport. We have launched ring roads around Mecca, the first ring road, the second, the third, and the fourth. It is a unique city which has like 4 ring roads. We would like to develop the artery roads or streets, and also we are trying to enhance the cultural and heritage spirit as an urban city, an advanced city, and also will be ready to welcome and accommodate a big number of pilgrims, visitors, and guests. Last year, we have recorded the highest number in terms of the Umrah performers. Mecca has become the first one, of course, across the Arab countries, and the 5th one across the world countries. It is higher than Jeddah and Riyadh when it comes across the region as well. So Mecca is an attractive city. Allah has made it like such a great city, the purpose of which is to enhance the human side, the cultural side, the spiritual side as well. Moving ahead to Mr. Bassam Noor to further speak about the technical issues, the technical side or aspects, dimensions. I have looked quickly into the cards in the central region and the 3rd and the 4th level as well. But what are the criteria of choosing the neighborhoods? First, peace be upon you all. First, we need to diversify, to refer to one thing, which is like the developed neighbors of Mecca depends on different dimensions or considerations, initiatives as well. Human dimension and the geographical location or dimension. This is part of the dimensions. I mean the local dimension or the location dimension. So the things that we should consider to better understand the dimension of the challenge is to classify the sites, the neighborhoods. So over the recent years, studied all the sites available or locations to be further developed in Mecca, and they have been classified into 3 groups. The first one, which is known the holistic development, and the second one is to enhance, improve. The third one is just to improve. Each and every one of these three consultation has a mechanism for across the program. So the first one, to better understand where it is, and then to know where it is. And this depends on different research studies, and like financial research studies, social ones, and civilizational one depends on where it is. That is why location is very important. What challenges face this kind of location or site, and also the solutions that can be developed and used for each one. So if we see that after these research studies that the region should be subject to holistic development, then we get into the holistic development pathway, or if it's like upgrade, and then it is upgrade or improvement. As for the investment mechanism, Mr. Bassam, well, other efforts put into action by the Royal Commission in close cooperation with the other entities is the appropriate mechanism to share the private sector entities. This is what we have at the Royal Commission. One thing is the unified bonds. We'd like to explain a little about the challenge. So when the private sector is there for any challenges, so it should be responsible for the compensation of any, which of course can cause a kind of delay. So one of the most important mission carried out by the Royal Commission is that it has issued the unified bond for the whole neighborhood, so that the Royal Commission will be responsible for dealing with the individual owners and those people who hold the assets across the region, which help the developers to focus on one part, or on the part that is good, which is the development, and not like to deal with the different ownerships or properties. In addition, we have created the automation. We have created a platform for Mutim, which means to document the assets and the properties in these neighborhoods, where of course they can provide the documents for owning such assets, and then everything will be clear. And through this platform, real estate owners either to be compensated in cash or in kind, which means to co-invest with the developers to develop and rehabilitate the region. Is it possible to see some stages? The implementation time or timeline? Well, this is like the neighborhoods in terms of development, upgrade, and improvement. One of the roles that we carry out at the Royal Commission to develop neighborhoods is the work model or the business model. We have our experience that is proved after we conduct and complete the research study, and we take all the data. Then after we see as a Royal Commission what is appropriate to invest in, then the investment opportunities will be put into action to share the private sector, and a request for proposal will be also published and shared. And after awarding, signing of the agreement, then we will announce to the people that this region is a development area, and we call all the owners of the real estate to document their ownership, their properties through Mutim platform, and they need to choose their own options, either in cash or in kind, which is to be decided by technical committee for the final assessment, for the assessment of course, of the real estate. After that, we start investment and we transfer the unified bond to the developer or to the fund to identify the method of investment, and then we get started. I mean, the developer from the preliminary plan to the detailed plan, and then we develop the infrastructure, and then we sell the lands, and then the exit. Engineer Saleh, definitely there is integration across different entities, but we would like to hear from you. Mr. Bassam has gone through it about the role of the Commission, the Royal Commission. Are there any others coming in similar programs? First, the good thing or the key thing here in the developed neighborhoods is the human side. That is why the Royal Commission has conducted in-depth research to consider the preferences of the people living there, and also to enhance these dimensions, providing different initiatives supporting the human side in such a way to correct some communities, alternative housing units. The other thing is also the place itself, the location, the site. As we have said, the human side is very important, but also the location is very important to create great job opportunities, and also the rotation of the capital, and also to create a kind of capital investment by 2050. As Mr. Bassam said, the Commission has made different locations, and now we will make new ones to develop the neighborhoods. The purpose is to bring more investment at about 200 billions to develop more and more. And the thing that we are looking here is the quality that is based on innovation to provide excellent of high quality. Thank you so much. Back to Mr. Bassam. I have seen you at the structure of the funds, but we would like to talk about this, of course, about the previous ones, the previous opportunities and the potential ones. Always the challenges that we face is the difference between the theory and the practice, but is it possible to be applied in reality? So in the past we have conducted the application to different funds, and thankfully the experience proved successful, and we have launched 2 funds, Makkah Real Estate and Al Bilad, and has really been issued, of course, as of 2025, and we've started, of course, paying the compensation in kind or in cash to the owners, and we have adopted the plan, the preliminary plan, and the detailed plan is being conducted as well. So these were the most important success processes that we have created in the Royal Commission. We have also created another one through Al Jazeera Capital. Another fund is also being under construction. These were like a kind of experience being approved or of work to be further developed in close cooperation with the private sector. And of course, after we proved the successful story or journey, we started another location at about 3 billion in April last year, and it was awarded to developer and will be announced in time. At the same time, in 2025, in July, we have also launched different sites to be further developed by the private sector. We have received the offers and we are working on the awarding process or processes, and we will announce this in the near future. The engineer Salih has already talked about this 39 billion Saudi riyals. And after the great efforts made, and we are working on the third investment package, which is about 20 billion riyals and will be, of course, announced this year. Are there any dates that you always, when it comes to like implementation, well, one of the most important missions or roles and responsibility is to ensure that all the regulatory issues are there, like technical, business, feasibility studies should be well aligned with different entities. Sometimes we need to make it not just out of delay, but it is because of something. So we always work hard. But again, sometimes, but we expect like before the end of the first quarter this year will be, of course, launched. The third package investment will be announced, and before that, of course, we will have announced the investment package or packages. Engineer Salih, in general, the efforts of the Royal Commission of Mecca and the holy sites are very much remarkable, but we would like to know more. What is next for Mecca? In the Royal Commission, under the directions and directives of His Royal Highness Crown Prince, of course, this kind of transformation includes different sectors. Real estate sector is the leading sector across the cities. The development of the real estate sector comes first, and then other sectors follow suit. Of course, we lead 12 sectors, priority sectors, the purpose of which is to enhance the quality of the sectors and also provide high quality services for this great city, and also to enrich the visitor experience. We target big numbers, of course, historically, ever since it started, ever since it was established, more visitors aim to visit it, of course, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia within Vision 2030 and this great best nation. By 2030, we aim to target 30 million visitors, guests, and we will announce this, of course, more in detail. The purpose of which is to enhance, of course, the development includes the key regions or areas such as the central area and the holy sites, in addition to the programs announced, very much like the programs, the developed areas, neighborhoods and districts. Of course, they also include enablers, key enablers. It is the biggest enabler. With this in mind, of course, we have created 1.5 years in the past a system for transport known as Mecca Transport or Transport Buses, Mecca Taxi Service. It is all to enhance the services. Engineer Salih Al-Rashid, thank you ever so much for you. Mr. Bassam Noor, thank you ever so much as well for you for your enriched contribution. Thank you so much for your attention. It's highly appreciated. شكرا جزيلا لهذه الرؤى الملهمة طبعا لهذه الرؤى الملهمة التي تفضل بها الرئيس التنفيذي للهيئة الملكية. شكرا جزيلا. الآن ننتقل إلى الجلسة القادمة. لنتحدث هنا الجلسة سيديرها
So if you could possibly come and join me on stage, Dr. Al-Rajhi. Then we will get your panelists up and we will begin our discussion once we've taken our photographs. It is so special having these guests in the room, so we're just allowing them to have that moment of connection. It's a wonderful forum for bringing together people who can share their insights and their expertise with us. We'll just allow them a couple of minutes and then we will kick off our next session. 1 second.
Ocean Group is a steward for the future. Our communities thrive through extraordinary investment, premium retail, commercial opportunities, sporting arenas, hospitality, educational institutions, healthcare clinics, mosques, and so much more.
Okay, thank you so much once again for being with us here on the RFF stage. It is truly an honor to have such distinguished guests over the course of our 3 days together. This is perhaps also a good moment to encourage you to make sure that you do have the right conversations at the expo area, visit the stands for our partners and our sponsors. They put so much effort into making sure this forum is successful and a wonderful chance to connect. So thank you to all of our partners and sponsors for being here with us as well at the forum. So if I may now please once again invite Dr. Mohammed Al-Rajhi onto stage. I would love you to join us. Dr. Mohammed. There you are, fantastic. Please can you join me in giving Dr. Mohammed Al-Rajhi a massively warm round of applause and a big welcome. Very much looking forward to your session, looking at Riyadh and bringing the conversation close to home. So I'll let you take it away. Do introduce your panelists.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أهلا وسهلا بكم اليوم.
To this panel discussion, I would like to welcome Fahd bin Saleh, His Excellency Engineer Fahd bin Saleh, Assistant to the CEO of Riyadh Royal Commission for Riyadh City. And I would like to welcome Engineer Ahmed Al-Atashan, Director General of Real Estate Sector at Riyadh, at Royal Commission for Riyadh City. Risk is not in growth, but the growth without balance. When supply comes before demand comes before supply, there is some sort of Riyadh today is Riyadh is not experiencing question: do we build? But a more mature question: how can we grow without losing equilibrium? Mohammed bin Zaid Rajhi, moderator of this session on the real estate equilibrium in Riyadh, being a comprehensive decision, reinstate the relation between supply and demand. We wouldn't explore for marketing answers, but in-depth understanding and why this decision is made and how is it run and the meaning for the city and the population and the future. And I would like to welcome the panelists, Engineer Fahd bin Saleh, Assistant to the CEO of Real Commission for Riyadh, and His Excellency Engineer Ahmed Al-Atashan, Director General of Real Estate Sector Development at Real Commission for Riyadh City. We'll start this conversation and set the context and pave the way for a vision run by planning. When we talk about the real estate in Riyadh, it comes to mind the directives of His Royal Highness and His Royal Highness for the real estate equilibrium. So we'll start with you, Your Excellency, which would start with shedding light the background of such kind of directives and the need for such kind of directives. Thank you, Dr. Muhammad, and good afternoon to you all. No doubt it's not a secret that housing file and the household's ownership comes at the priority of the leadership regarding the increase the ownership in the city, and the baseline. If we look into the baseline regarding the housing ownership, it was about 47% ownership by 2025 because of the concerted efforts. The percentage rose to 66%, and by 2030 which will reach 70%, and I firmly believe that we will exceed this percentage due to the directives, the wise directives, and to achieve real estate equilibrium. The royal directives focused on a comprehensive approach anchored on three elements. The most important one is to increase supply. this kind of element under which a number of pathways fall under liberating some lands and replanning, and we are accelerating in this regard. In addition to what has been achieved in regulation of white land and vacant land leaves, and allocating lands for citizens at reasonable price, not more than 1,500, and regarding as well the second pillar, which is the market regulation. And the third pillar in royal directives related to the following up, which confirms the decisiveness of the leadership and being firm to implement this kind of the procedures to see the tangible outcomes for the entire city. This is a nutshell. The answer to your question. If we move from the general picture to what can can affect people, we can find some real estate equilibrium cannot are not visible on the ground. Or are not visible in the reports, but can be seen on the ground. Among the five pathways, the RC, RC is mandated to be part of this effort. As I said, one of the key pillars is to increase the supply in the city, so our mandate to provide and allocate land, and we have done with the support, unlimited support of Crown Prince, and joint efforts from different agencies, injecting more than 6 million and 300 square meter million square meter as lands in different neighborhoods and suburbs, and a part of the urban fabric, one of the best neighborhoods in the city, which distributed to more than 10,400 beneficiaries. This is will post the supplies and address supply and demand over the span of this program, Real Estate Equilibrium, which is 5 years. It's a 5-year plan, and will supply more lands across different districts and neighborhood with the varied spaces and areas over the for the 5 years the timeline of this project. Moving to Engineer Ahmed, talking about land allocations, there is a question, recurrent question, which is related to the mechanism of a classification of this kind of topic. Engineer Ahmed, the time allocations is considered one of the developmental housing. This initiative cannot be constituted. This initiative, the developmental housing, has its own program and the policies under the umbrella of Ministry of Housing. But we have a program will strike a balance between supply and demand at reasonable price, capped by specific parameters. The ultimate goal to rectify some deficiencies, and through there is a disparity in prices and disparity in or a variation in the actual value for some areas, while the supply is not affordable option. So the program comes to achieve two goals. The first goal is to inject supply, fill some gaps in supply and demand. The other goal is to identify a ceiling for prices to create and strike a balance in some neighborhood and suburbs. I think in the same vein, talking about the impact and the timeline of this program, there is equal important aspect. Any kind of intervention wouldn't be measured against its impact, but its ability to achieve equilibrium among parties involved. So how this kind of approach strike a balance between the investments and beneficiaries. When we measure a program such as real estate equilibrium, especially in time allocations at specific and fixed prices, I think today it has a positive reflection and a positive impact and the prices for the investments and developers. Right now we have a supply which is a supply of land allocations which available for development, for real estate development through a partnership with the owners. And we can find today for the scale of supplies compared with the last year, we have seen significant increase, and this can give a huge push and potentials for the investment to find partnership prospects with the real estate owners. Looking and considering and given the policies and rules and regulations, we are looking into the continuity and the continuation of such a kind of equilibrium. So how can we ensure and maintain the sustainability of equilibrium, just to keep a well-balanced market and to maintain this kind of efforts and the momentum of efforts? You have touched upon an equal, a very important, significant part. One of the key pillars of equilibrium is follow up. I'm honored to follow the implementation of this program, and this program is followed by His Royal Highness Crown Prince. And he accords unlimited support for this program, and there is a reporting each 2 weeks and the regular meetings to discuss this file. And there is a huge partnership with a number of government agencies in this regard, which fully support the continuation and sustainability, and without any compromise for any factor in this ecosystem. And we are fully determined to achieve this program for the full fruition and to be a tangible outcome, tangible reality, and for the beneficiaries and developers. So as with the heavy, as a program of this heavy weight and the political the unlimited political support of His Royal Highness, right now we would like to ask the bigger, the broader picture. So how can this kind of a program serve the ambition and dreams of Riyadh looking ahead? Riyadh is a global city by excellence and one of the largest economy. So no doubt, real estate is one of the key pillars, the prosperity and the prosperity of this city, and a sign of competitiveness, which is part of its national strategy. So due attention attached to this track, and the city is open to real estate development, and the Royal Commission for Riyadh and City offers the full support, and we have a department to support real estate developer across the city, and we highly welcome at any time that support and serving any investor at any level. Engineer Ahmed, and talking about policies and planning and the grand aspirations Riyadh through such kind of programs, there is a dimension which is equally important, which is the human-centered approach. We have followed people applied and waiting for the results of the land allocations, but they weren't fortunate enough to get their share in the land. So what is the key message for those who haven't been chosen for the land allocations? The program will continue for the next 4 years. So we say that for those who weren't fortunate enough to get a share of the land allocations, and we have a supply. Today we have the available lands in the urban environment. So the ultimate goal to do this kind of equilibrium with the existing neighborhoods, and the ultimate goal is to serve the entire city and the population and different segments living in the city. Achieving equilibrium can secure the future. In the future, the possibility for other beneficiaries seeking after real estate with specific parameters and criteria. They will have a varied offering and options driven by this program, but will focus on this ultimate goal with achieving equilibrium to enable Riyadh the population to get the appropriate and affordable housing. And in this vein, we have addressed decision and market and a city shaping in front of our eyes. And before closing this session, we give the floor to the leader of this landscape, engineer, closing messages and thoughts. As a matter of fact, allow me to communicate some cables. Extending my appreciation and thanks and gratitude to Crown Prince and the other government agents supporting equilibrium ecosystem spearheaded by the Real Estate General Authority, and a special thanks for our people and those who engaged with this program and adopted this program as a program. It's a win-win situation, and for them, and we promise them, and we commit on ourselves to do what make them happy and satisfied. And this is an invitation to the developer. We started a number of partnerships with a number of developers, and our doors are wide open in equilibrium partnership, and this program wouldn't work out unless we have this kind of cemented relationship with the developers. The final message and thought that I would like to convey and communicate with the entire audience, it's addressed to those in the entire audience to give us their feedback, and we have a center through which you can provide us through feedback, ideas, and they will find attentive ear to transform and to translate such kind of insights and feedback into programs and initiatives, because it's participatory efforts between the investors, developers, and the city people, city population. So what we have taken away from this session cannot be summarized in numbers. The real estate equilibrium is a long process of selection and review and visiting the well-balanced city. It doesn't mean a city without its challenges, but a city has tools to face before turning into crisis. What we can say today in policies and initiative is the starting point for a deep transformation in relation between planning and the markets and the growth and the quality of life. I'd like to thank the panelists, Engineer Fahd bin Fahd Saleh and Engineer Ahmed Al-Atashan, for this insightful contributions, and thank you for being attentive. The most important question as a takeaway, not how to control the market, but how to ensure that this kind of equilibrium is part of the equation with the growing of Riyadh, while Riyadh keeps growing. Thank you. شكرا جزيلا على هذا الحوار الرائع.
Being with us here. شكرا. So next we are moving on to look at unlocking opportunities with innovative property investment strategies. We have a conversation coming up now that's going to be moderated by Mr. Abdulmajid Al-Anizi. If Mr. Al-Anizi is here, I would be delighted if you could come to stage so that we can get this conversation underway. Does anybody have eyes on Mr. Al-Anizi?
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. ندعو الأستاذة نوف آل سعيدان للحضور لهذه الجلسة. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أسعد الله مساءكم بكل خير. أنا عبد المجيد العنزي، مقدم أسواق السعودية في الإخبارية. سعيد بأن أتواجد في هذه النسخة من منتدى مستقبل العقار، هذا الحدث الذي أصبح يجسد روحاً للنبض العقاري ليخلق حراكاً نوعياً ويسهم بالتالي في أثر. اليوم أصبحنا نعيش حالة من الحراك العقاري النوعي في ضوء النجاحات الأخيرة جراء التغييرات وكذلك المرونة العالية التي بدأنا نشاهدها في هذا القطاع بشكل أكبر. لذلك لابد أن يتواكب مع هذا الحراك اتجاهات استثمارية تتوائم اليوم مع المرحلة، وكيف بالتالي نغتنم هذه الفرص
كان best optimize and seize the opportunities being made available. With this in mind, we will further discuss in this one discussion how to unlock opportunities, innovative property investment strategies, and of course we will ask or will make different questions relating to the opportunities and how to best benefit from such opportunities. Again, the strategies that cope up with the renewable or the renewed development. Of course, we have Ms. Nof bin Saidan. She has such a great background and experience. Welcome, Ms. Nof bin Saidan, board member Al Saidan Real Estate Company, and I would like also to welcome you, dear distinguished audience. Ms. Nof, welcome on board, and definitely today one of the great names there at the real estate. How do you see this kind of engagement, particularly when it comes to the Real Estate Future Forum, and how can create like a good real estate culture and a practice if they for anyone wishing to invest in this? Welcome all, and welcome our great participants, audiences. Today, first and foremost, real estate sector is seen by everyone in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and across the world, is seen as a big driver, a big sector. Real estate is one of the greatest sectors across all forums. If we would like to speak about the future of the real estate in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, of course, it makes a new industry, which is a good bedrock for new strategies that help to join or to bring this sector closer. And as you see, figures and numbers and the observations, the experience are at the end of the day telling. Based on what we see, big figures and numbers are such a great evidence, of course. So the future is the culture, the practice that we are building, and this is the logo, this is the motto of Al Saidan Real Estate Company ever since it was established back in the 80s. Well, truly said, anyone wishing to invest in the real estate sector, what is the first planned step that comes after the practice and the culture of this sector? Well, if you want to invest, it is very important not to make any step unless otherwise have good and robust data, figures and information. In the past, for anyone to invest, they start looking for a region or an area based on insights, experiences or past expertise, then they get started building this kind of future. But now we have the data, the real estate data, and they are the key driver. So it is very important to have strategies to build on so that we can research into the region, into the area, and we can benefit from the data. AI has also become a driver for this. So a real estate asset or property is industry, which means that I need to start ahead of time, ahead of this industry. We have the anticipation or projection, we have the key motivations, the key drivers, we have regulations, also are motivations actually for the real estate investment. So do not take any step forward unless otherwise you look into the future, unless otherwise you study and examine these pieces of data, and then you start selecting the optimal and the best opportunities for investment. Now it is open more and more. We have different investment opportunities that start from small capitals and end up all the way to big capitals. So it is wide. I mean, the opportunities are wide. What we have to do is just to perfectly select in timing, everything, the quality, even the quality of investment. Also, it depends on the purpose of each. Well, truly said, this is a very important point. Timing is appropriate, or timing is very important. But again, there are many people who ask about the investment opportunities made available here in this sector. Particularly, we see big activity across the real estate in sector recently. Also, the trends for Vision 2030 contributes to making this sector highly productive, and not just to be in the past, like just to acquire lands. Today, the real estate opportunities are wide. It is to create more and more. So could you walk us through the type of opportunities and also the procedures and regulations that help to facilitate investment opportunities? Well, since we are here in this forum, is one of the greatest investment opportunities across the real estate. So it has a target group which is like investors, developers, and the foreign investors. Regulations, procedures produced by, of course, the Riga can be also considered motivational. The government encouraging foreign investors and local investors are also considered great opportunities. Riyadh, the government, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is offering ample opportunities, calling for all investors. As I have said, it is very important to carefully and wisely choose the opportunities and to look into the future. The opportunities are wide, including all investors, be it like small, big, or whatever. What about the diverse investment opportunities? If we talk about digital innovation, real estate tokenization, His Excellency talked about this yesterday, His Excellency the Minister. Also, there are new types of opportunities. We have also other types, blockchain as well, and how it can also turn such residential units into digital units by blockchain in order to enhance liquidity across the market. And this is what we really need. Again, for small investors, we have also different opportunities. Land, white lands, raw lands, and also to build infrastructure, robust infrastructure, if we would like to build something that is equally important as well. So we have huge opportunities, great, of the different components across this sector. Of course, is the approval of the non-Saudi ownership, which has been recently, of course, unlocked the high resiliency based on the real need for the investors. So the question is, where exactly are these great investment opportunities with the foreign investors coming into play? The other question is, do we really need foreign investors to get engaged into the real estate sector because it was so robust, so strong, even though we did not have directly foreign investors? Well, when we have foreign investors there in the sector, it means a good opportunity for us. And based on the foreign investment law that has been developed, allowing non-Saudis to own and to invest in the real estate sector is a good opportunity. What kind of opportunity it is, or why it is an opportunity? Well, because we need a new thought, a new breath of fresh air to the innovative investment, whether Saudis or non-Saudis. So it is very important to create this kind of shared vision between Saudis and non-Saudis. As I've said, the non-Saudis and the Saudis know their own regions, cities, needs, preferences, and foreign investors do need such Saudis to guide them through. And we need like a new way of thought, a new way of thinking, a new way of investment, and liquidity to be pushed and injected. But we need to look into this. Do we need or do such foreign investors have such a clean capital So it is very important for us as investors, so the investors, to ensure that their capitals are clean. So they need the great opportunities here made available in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia across the regions, and particularly in Riyadh. Investment in Riyadh and across the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia made them more motivated. Investors and foreign investors do not cause any kind of panic or fear, because they open windows and doors wide for more opportunities to benefit from their expertise, their own thought, or the way they think, their methodologies, their approaches, their strategies as well. So, but we have to be careful how to choose investors. Today, for example, in this forum, different agreements have been signed with foreign investors, and they want to get engaged for this kind of investment in Saudi Arabia, particularly, and in Riyadh. Great. One point you referred to, which is very important: foreign investors, once they get engaged, do not cause any kind of panic for the real estate developers. What are the signs that developers or investors, local investors and developers, once the foreign investors get into play, how can we enhance competitiveness and integration? Yeah, well, as I have said, investors do not have a good background about real estate in Saudi Arabia. They know the regulations. They know some, but not everything. The deep secrets or the deep regulations do not know. That's why it is very important to have this kind of close integration between the Saudi investors and the non-Saudi investors. We share each other's experience and expertise, and so they give me their own expertise and their approaches, strategies, and I do the same. Again, it is very important for us to better choose this kind of creative, like industrial, logistic, housing, residential, commercial projects, so that we can go align with our cultural identity. I mean, religious identity, religious approaches, because this is part and parcel of the strong targets of Vision 2030. So investors are considered a very important part, and would like to welcome them all wholeheartedly. And the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia always welcomes foreign investors based on our regulations, cultures, and practices. Great. There are set criterion to benefit from this kind of partnership today, as Aidan has such a great and deep history. Now, how do you look and how do you see to benefit from this kind of partnership based on your own experience and expertise? Yesterday, we signed an agreement with a foreign investor at about, it was announced yesterday, and this, of course, did not come out of or was not made overnight. Ever since the country announced that there will be foreign investors and investment, then we started our communication with the foreign companies. Do we need liquidity? We do need liquidity, of course. Do we need like a new industry? We do need a new industry, whether from inside or outside. Why don't we have, like, for example, two things? Liquidity we take, and liquidity we take from within, and liquidity we take from abroad. With this in mind, we will have a wide array of offers: commercial, real estate, and different domains. This will help, of course, in the economic growth and development, because they will help more and more, and whether by Saudis and non-Saudis. Foreign investors have become a necessity to be part of the game, part of the play, to get engaged there. So it has become really unimportant to get them more. With this in mind, that is why we have different regulations, procedures, process actions to help them get engaged there. Great. Today, the theme of this panel discussion is innovative property investment strategies. There are big transformations in technologies which help, of course, to facilitate the introduction of the sector, or the introduction of non-Saudi investors into the sector. Could you walk us through the innovative property investment strategies and how to optimize such strategies? There are different innovative strategies, and I may tell you something about one strategy, and tomorrow we may have something else. Yesterday, His Excellency announced a new technology, which is like real estate tokenization. How can I make the real estate units into digital units so that everyone can share and benefit and buy such kind of units, and they start trading? I can, for example, have liquidity if I want to use. Speaking of the old real estate, how they are renovated, restored, reinvested, also renting. Also, we should have a high rental platform with the refinancing capital, so that we can benefit from the capital. So we can get more and more in different projects as well. Again, for example, if I have like a storehouse, can I transform this warehouse for applications to be for logistic applications? Sorry, not the real estate application, but application where you can buy. I don't want to refer to any names like stores. This is something that we need as investors. You can take a big warehouse and then you can rent from or sublet. We have also investments such as like buying lands, transforming them into, or building infrastructure as a real estate contribution, and making superstructure based on the offer plan sales. We have also data, real estate data. We can create close cooperation with the real estate companies through these new technologies and selling them to figures and numbers, so that we can benefit from them, of course, and we can also to get engaged more and more into new projects. Again, we have also the multi-purpose or the multi-use or mixed-use real estate properties, which means that residential and commercial. At the same time, the same real estate assets, you can have like sport, you can have recreational, you can have like a club, you can have different purposes of different mixed-use real estate assets, some of which have like residential, some of which are residential, sorry. So these can help that this kind of diversity in investment can lead more and more and can attract more and more, and this helps me to read the appetite of investors and can change this into industry. So here comes the new way of thinking, a new way of thought. Great. Truly said. Ms. Noof, you are such a successful model for ladies across the real estate sector. You can see here different ladies and women here across the hall. They all would like to get engaged in this sector. Some others are there in the real estate sector. If they want to take some pieces of advice from Ms. Noof in this domain, what are some pieces of advice you would share, and what kind of words or final words you will share with them so that they can have or can create a safe and secure introduction? Well, the law, the system did not or does not define whether this is for men or women. But women did not have the appetite to get engaged. because we understand that this is like real estate is for masculine, is for or it's a masculine sector, but the sector is clear cut enough. I mean, it's clear. You can get engaged, but for women, if they want to get engaged, you need to be updated of what is going on. You have to attend such kind of forums, workshops, and you have to listen and watch the videos, the podcasts. You also get engaged as investors or a real estate agent. Or a media professional, which is like to foster the awareness of the people. Don't get engaged into this sector when you are not well prepared, because you will fall prey to the people around there. So be strong enough, read more, update your information, be always posted, and also then, of course, over the course of time, you will be much updated, much better than now. This is a very important piece of point. I mean, when it comes to the development of the real estate sector, we started to see the entry of women into the real estate agency, which of course created different opportunities. Why some women feel a little afraid of getting engaged in this? Is it like the competitiveness? Is it the culture? What is it that can cause this kind of panic for them? I believe it is the panic, because men feel that they are stronger, and the women feel that once they get engaged, they feel that they are intimidated. I mean, they don't feel. I blame women because it is the sector that is open for all. Women are to blame because you can get engaged there as strong as such. So you can drive your car, you go there, and here everywhere you can see the residential units displayed or shown, and the Real Estate Institute has created the opportunities for you, has created this kind of license. Also the training workshops or license to be a real estate agent or marketeer. Then read, get updated, examine the area, run your eyes with a pair of scrutinizing eyes, not just like a quick reading. It is very important to see how this investment is very important and why that is different and why this is not important. You always make your observations, make your comments, make your questions, and start inferring the points or the notes or the signs. Do not depend on anyone else unless otherwise you start guiding and teaching yourself. As for ladies owning real estate assets, so the culture that we started to see across the real estate sector totally different from the past, giving now more space, more room for women to get engaged, to own. And now we started to see different models for women, and it gave really them an opportunity for them to own real estate. This is true. As I've said, the law did not confine real estate for men. It is open for men and women. It is such a great space, so it is very important to benefit, to optimize, to seize the opportunities, because at the end of the day, opportunities may pass unnoticed. So it is very important to look into these great opportunities in the real estate sector. Then once you identify such opportunities, you will get started. Ownership starts from buying a small residential unit if you have little capital, and then how is it for me to choose that or this sector, or this or that real estate asset? I met someone who told me that she bought an apartment and now she has 3 buildings, big buildings or blocks from little investments, and she did not have any kind of income. It is the kind logical thinking, critical thinking, seizing opportunities. These are all helpful actually to own houses, to own units. Today we are seeking to create like more opportunities because they prefer gold, even though it has created like high records. I mean, record prices, but other opportunities also have come into play. One point that you have already referred to about the pricing. Do you think that we have great opportunities across the real estate sector? We're talking about funds, real estate funds. for those wishing to invest in real estate. Well, your question about opportunities. Well, yes, about opportunities using or exploiting little capitals. Of course, opportunities start from selecting for those who have little amount of money or little capitals. Again, for those having like little amount of money, real estate sector started to be more active, and we have to do is to seize these opportunities. Do not wait for long, do not overthink, and once you have the information or the data, so you get always started, because if you want to think today, you will see how the sector is always developing. The opportunities are wide, ample, for those wishing to get engaged. But those who do not look for opportunities, they will miss a lot, because opportunities cannot be observed by eyes. We need to look for them. Good. Our time is running fast. One important point is that the real estate investment is secure, as highly secure and safe, which creates good room or a space wider to be very much comfortable today with this kind of activity across the real estate sector in the kingdom. And these regulations, reforms, development that we started to see started to facilitate how we get engaged there. Ms. Nof has referred to different opportunities and different points for the real estate investment, but what we need is like venture, we need like encouragement, we need like courage. We have seen these opportunities coming across the exhibition as well. One more thing, I would like to highly appreciate the contributions of Ms. Nof for her inspiring insights. Ms. Nof, board member of Al Saida Real Estate Company. Thank you as well. Great audience. Thanks so much. We hope to see you again and again. Mr. Abdul Majid Al Anizi, thank you so much for moderating the session as well. Would like to welcome you to the 5th edition of the Real Estate Future Forum, and I'd like to welcome you to another panel discussion about the urban design, sustainability and the lifestyle in the real estate sector by Nadir Al-Amri, Abdul Rahman Abal Khail, Dr. Majdi Hariri and Sheikh Naif Al-Eid Thani, to be moderated by Uhud Al-Rashidi. They all are kindly requested to come onto the stage. Good evening, good afternoon to you, and welcome to our panel discussion. And like to welcome our guest speakers. Today, we will be talking about urban design, sustainability, and the quality of life in real estate development. We are having a great group of speakers, Dr. Majdi Hariri, chairman of Makyun, and also we have His Excellency Sheikh Naif bin Eid Al Thani, chairman of Ritaj Real Estate from the state of Qatar, and His Excellency Mr. Abdurrahman Abal Khail, CEO, Dan PIF Company. And we have Mr. Nadir Al Amri, CEO, First Avenue Real Estate Development. First, would like to speak about how
the long-term value for real estate assets. And in the name of Allah, most merciful, most compassionate, if I ask any one of the attendees during his lifetime over the last 20 years just to describe his neighborhood, he has a fancy home, but outside the house, what about the pavement? What about the car parking? For the walkability, what about walkability and integrated infrastructure, or just only electricity? And then we have such kind of civil workers in the streets. This is part of the comprehensive and integrated urban development, cover such kind of aspects to create livability. It's not just the building and streets. This is not urban planning, but we have the humanization and human-centric approach to achieve this kind of approach, the comprehensive and sound one, and to achieve sustainability we need efforts of the urban planners and concerted efforts, and the developer is one of a component of the entire system, but we need the synergy and the coordination to achieve such kind of landmarks. We might have some challenges regarding for the high prices. Yes, this is a valid point for the short run, but on the long run, it would be a valuable asset, and the comfort, the social comfort, the services provided make this kind of urban environment inclusive. Urban design is not an option, but this is the language of this time, and that we should focus on. I would like to welcome Nadir Al Amri, CEO for Jeddah Al Ula, the First Avenue. My question to Sheikh Naif, the same question: how can the sustainable urban design raise the quality of life and increase the long-term value for real estate assets? In the name of Allah, most compassionate, for the design, I am the chairman of Ritaj Real Estate and Retail Hospitality. So it all depends on the location. When I do design for eyes and differs from city to another city. It's is there the critical infrastructure in the place. So this is to be more realistic. If I do a design, for the best smart design, the question is this kind of palace and assets, the location in remote areas. So it differs from area to from suburb to another. Designs, urban design and commercial, residential assets seeks the optimal cost for if we have villa or compounds or villas or building, are they seeking quick wins or just sustainable, profitable source? So this is they should. They should maintain sound planning, urban planning. And so we need an integrated ecosystem for the long-term profitability and sustainability. So, but for those who are after the quick wins, I think the sustainability is absent in their equation. Mr. Nader, the same question: how can the sustainable urban design can enhance sustainability and long-term profitability? In the name of Allah, Muslim compassion. First of all, my deep apology for showing up late. It's a very vital question, and as a matter of fact, as we observe in the projects, the main focus is on the customer experience to build a sustainable urban design to have an added value on the long run. User and customer experience is the first and the most crucial component that should be taken into consideration, and then we come to the other factors. The next point, the efficiency and sufficiency of jobs. It should or functions of the entire project. This project should run with the high efficiency and the early planning for operation and maintenance. Sustainability. This is the life cycle, about 30 or 20 years. We might neglect and ignore the utility management, operation and the maintenance. And so it's very important to have prior planning, early planning to handle the costs. If we look the project into 20 years, the operational cost getting bigger and bigger, equivalent to the development costs. So the integration and the mix, integration of the mix or the uses, residential, entertainment, commercial, and office building, we try as much as possible to make this a project to be self-sufficient and pay attention to this aspect. Some projects and real estate development, we might sacrifice more spaces to create an added value, whether for which will allow physical activity or more lighting, energy efficiency. So we focus on such kind of aspects and dimensions, and this can create and generate added value on the long run. Mr. Abdurrahman, urban design as an occupation for sustainability and the quality of life. What is the role of Dan in this regard? Good evening to all. The urban design, it's not just urban blocks or residential blocks. It's integrated framework encompassing quality of life and urban design. And you have touched it. We have touched the business model of Dan. Dan is one of PIF companies, and our mission and vision is to contribute to creating integrated urban environment at affordable price. We have fixed assets, including the operator and our projects in Al-Ahsa, three environmental and rural resorts. The business model is as part of the franchise, enabling the community, local community, and the farmer owners to be part of this ecosystem. We have integrated a mix of rural and environmental and ecotourism by paying attention to the character of the place and the culture of the local community. When we did the design of our project, we asked the designer before start any design to invest time in Al-Ahsa to identify the nature of the people and what is eaten and how they spend their time and the common urban patterns. And we engaged a female architect to make sure that any kind of map fully aligned with the nature, the nature of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, each region has its distinctive identity and the culture in terms of culture and history. So we have a different experience perfectly fits each distinctive region. Quality of life, it's integrated system, it's integrated ecosystem. Dr. Majdi, what are the key challenges the developers face regarding striking balance between stability and economic feasibility, sustainability and economic? The challenges at the first glance is rising price, and we might think that we wouldn't achieve returns. For instance, we had an experience with the mega project in Mecca al-Mukarramah. The belt area was about 1,200, 1,120,000 as built area, but we were asked and highly recommended to reduce the asphalt and the belt area to 800,000. So for us, in terms of the profits, the loss and the profits, it's a loss for us. But this is one of the crucial point that we might not consult the competent agency which could create this kind of balance between the feasibility and the value generated by the developer and raise the value of and the sustainability elements. So another example with the for the owners association didn't take effect in the past, and so the occupants might not pay the fees of maintenance and for lighting. So for about 20 years, we started with the high-rise building. We raised the value of the housing unit by 8% to cover the maintenance fees and so because we don't have this kind of abiding law for the occupants and the owners to pay the maintenance fees, this is would do great harm to the entire building. So we have dedicated, selected 8 units for rental just to cover different fees for the maintenance and for the public amenities in the building. This is the challenge that I increased the unit to 8%. So people are, so we might ask and acquire. When we explain the process, they become they have this kind of inclination to buy units because we explain to them the mechanism. So generally speaking, broadly speaking, the quality of life and sustainability, coastally and urban design has some prerequisites which drive the cost of building and construction and reduce the feasibility of the project. For the long run, I think we should think otherwise. His Excellency Majid al-Haqil said, our crisis is thinking crisis, think crisis. So the projects carried out by the National Housing Company with a high percentage achieve sustainability, quality of life, and the meaning of affordable house. So right now, when we start to hand over the housing units and NHC, right now some assets right now they have been delivered and handed over for about 4 years ago. So such kind of housing house units, the people wouldn't leave such kind of units or evacuate and replace them with another ones because they fulfill their dreams. And so in Mecca and Jeddah, we can visit and move any building without crossing a street, just through the pedestrians pathways, shaded and cycling, and with cycling and for running, so moving from one building to another building without crossing a single street. Most of the places that we reside, I wouldn't be able to go to the mosque without crossing the streets or such kind of things. People said that I haven't imagined to live in a fully integrated ecosystem such as Samajid. That we have this kind of such kind of integrated services, inclusive society. The obstacles might be the obstacles might lies in the effective design and cost control to balance between humanization and sustainability and the pricing. In addition to, in some cases, some government agencies, such as a municipality, they should cooperate with the developers in complementing this ecosystem. Continue with the Sheikh Naif. What are the key challenges the real estate developer to strike a balance between sustainability and economic feasibility? I think I resonate what my for describing the reality, we have different categories and the classes of real estate developers: government, private sector, or large organization realization. So and for the shareholding companies. This is in the middle ground between the fund and the individual real estate developers. As I said, sustainability needs a push, and those who seeking for quick wins wouldn't have this kind of long-term project and sustainable project. We have a lot of challenges ahead. As I said, it's all depends on the country. If it's low income, middle income, higher income, and the segments as well. They are combined, which is my target audience, and the country itself should provide this kind of luxury, or provide this kind of infrastructure for the basic and fundamental facilities, utilities such as water, electricity, which should have a coordination with the municipality. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia right now is thriving. The government is leading this kind of thriving across sectors. This can help me as a developer to start thinking about sustainability in the future. Such kind of services will be provided with high quality compared and benchmarking with the GCC. But in some jurisdictions, such kind of services are short. So we should target the beneficiaries and the country and the region as well. Mr. Nader, the same question: what are the key challenges the developers face right now? I think one of the largest challenges for sustainability is required to invest in the future, and the market focuses on the price more than the value. The price that you pay today and the value what you gain and acquire later on. So the pricing in the markets would know how much we spend more than we get. So this can complicate the investment in sustainability. The next point, costs associated with the sustainability tools, which is an investment which will be seen later on in the future. The third point, the nature of the assets and the projects which are bankable and financed by investors, and the investor might think about exit in some specific point. So to invest on the long run, it's not highly welcome and valued in the market. This is some of the challenges that we can see. And I give the floor to Mr. Abdurrahman. How can you see the life, the quality of life as a catalyst and the driver and the lever for the tourism, and quality of life is not an option, and it's not just a term circulated or buzzing words. It's a strategic option and as a priority for over decades. Over decades, the corridor of investment is the return on investment, higher return on investment, designing streets, making spacious national parks. So with the quality of life, we should focus on the human-centered approach, and there is a global trend, the real estate sector, residential or commercial. So we have this kind of global trend that we can see it visible. The volume of the eco tourism reached $250 billion US, and it's about to reach about $900 billion US by 2030. as the ecosystem of products ensure the quality of life. And His Excellency, the Minister of Tourism, stated that why there is a cooperation between UN Habitat and because the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is planning to create a quality of life, urban quality of life index. Such a kind of factors together can achieve a value. If you have a city with a high quality of life and close to environmental and ecotourism, and it means that there is higher spending, means the reduction of occupational risks, so the return on investment is higher for the commercial residential assets. At the end, this can create an attractive ecosystem for investment, and this is the ultimate goal of the investors and consumers. It's a long term rather than short term. It takes time to be achieved and materialized, and this is the global trend. And I think Kingdom of Saudi Arabia poised it under the diversity, geographical and cultural diversity, poised to be a leader in this regard. I would like to conclude. I know that we have high cost in design and for let go and let developing high cost, but any sound designing decision is a smart investment decision in the long run. Dr. Majdi Maknoon, if you give us a quick glimpse and the background on Maknoon for the real estate sector. Maknoon, we started as an establishment since 30 years, and right now it's a share, it's a holding company, and we are in the process of IPO and enlisting in the market. We started the expansion journey in Mecca, Jeddah, Riyadh, and Medina al-Munawwar. We focus on suburbs and the comprehensive residential products, including apartments, hospitality, and we try in each project to ensure the urban development and sustainability, and we try to identify the issues in the high-rise building to find a solution. How can we find a mechanism to address such kind of issues? For instance,
and then he went and bought. And a couple of years later, of course, I felt sorry I didn't buy. So when he saw the building after use for about 3 years and saw the difference. So the sustainable project, for example, a project that was established 2012, you feel that it was just like completed and finalized yesterday. One final word. I encourage always, and I feel very much excited at the National Housing Company and the Ministry, of course, led by Mr. Mohammed Al-Bati, to further enhance and foster the awareness. Big thanks go to the organizers of the forum. For me, as a professor at the university for about 26 years at the Islamic Architecture Department, and after retirement, I started working in the private sector. So my scientific expertise is being translated into practical expertise. So big thanks go to you, big thanks go to the forum, and big thanks go to the people working on this. Thank you as well. Thank you. Sheikh Naif, could you walk us through Ritaj Real Estate Company from Qatar and the GCC real estate landscape? Could you repeat the question, please? Come again through, please. Could you speak about the future and the role of Ritaj Real Estate Company in the GCC and in the Kingdom. For us, Ritaj Real Estate Company are two companies under one umbrella, one for hospitality and hotelry, what is good for us in our projects. Or other than development, of course, we can take projects from the developers themselves. We operate hotels and he may like attract other companies to work, to operate. We take the whole project from the real estate developers, we operate the hotels, and then we sell the business, and then we can give them or him or her returns on the apartments. Or so if they want like to sell for residential purposes, we can then speed up. If they don't want to have it like for residential purposes, then we can sell for, like if we have apartments and for example in Riyadh, I may like come to Riyadh 4 times, 5 times. I keep the apartment closed. I may take like for example a residential unit and I can take a return on investment. And I may come, for example, I may say that I will come there, not to be rented, for example, in a certain period of time for us. So we really provide such a service that is par excellence. Mr. Nadir as First Avenue in terms of its role into the future or about the future of the real estate development. The First Avenue, it is a listed company, Numu Market. At Numu Market, we work on creating value, leaving architectural value through different high-quality projects, medium-sized, between Riyadh, Jeddah, and we will also be visible across different cities in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The company is proud enough over a short period of course of time, ever since establishment all the way up to 6 years. Of course, we have excellent staff, employees, and we always aim to create an added value across the region and building an institutional portfolio by diversifying the sectors and subsectors and also the diverse geography that we work across. Thank you. Mr. Abdurrahman. Again, the same question. Dan, real estate company, its roles and the future, because we are running out of time. Mr. Abdurrahman, could you walk us through the roles? One final word quickly. I encourage myself and all those working across the real estate sector to take into consideration the quality of life index. After a couple of years, of course, it will play such a good role in the financial statements design. It should always keep human beings at the core and the heart of everything. The financial return should be long-term based, and of course short-term also is there to invite the confidence and trust of people. One thing we may see, like ESG, will be part of the financial statements, and we always have the opportunities. We have always to seize it. Resilience, it's happening. It's coming into play. We have to take this into consideration, because change or adjustment after design will be difficult. So it is very important to create cities, creational, touristic, residential housing cities. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much for engagement. Big thanks as well for you as well. I would like to highly appreciate your contributions, your inspiring ideas all about the real estate sector. Big thank you to our great audience attending the Real Estate Future Forum. Thank you so much. Your attention is highly appreciated. Thank you so much, Huda Rashidi, for moderating the session. After a short while, we will have a panel discussion about innovation, organizational innovation, regional integration, and the future of the real estate across the GCC just after a few while.
Thrive through extraordinary investment, premium retail, commercial opportunities, sporting arenas, hospitality, educational institutions, healthcare clinics, mosques, and so much more. Expansion Group is a steward for the future. Our communities thrive through extraordinary investment, premium retail, commercial opportunities, sporting arenas, hospitality, educational institutions, healthcare clinics, mosques, and so much more.
نجدد الترحيب بكم في النسخة الخامسة من منتدى مستقبل
of the Real Estate Future Forum to further speak about the regional integration about the real estate sector across the GCC countries. I'd like to welcome the speakers, Excellency Engineer Abdullah bin Saud Al Hamad, the CEO of the Real Estate General Authority, and Engineer Khalid Al Ubaidi, President Real Estate Regulatory Authority Qatar, to be moderated by Mr. Muhammad Al Tumaihi. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for your engagement and participation. This panel discussion is about regulatory innovation, regional integration, and the future of real estate regulation in the GCC countries. Honored and excited to welcome again His Excellency Engineer Abdullah Al Hamad, CEO of the Real Estate General Authority, and His Excellency Engineer Khalid Al Ubaidi, President Real Estate Regulatory Authority Qatar. I would like to start with you, Engineer Abdullah. Speaking about 2025, and if we speak about 2024 as well, then we are speaking about years, extraordinary years of the real estate sector, extraordinary growth, investment, and regulations, and Riga has been part and parcel of this great development. How could we speak about this great transformation? First, thank you so much, Bu Yusuf, and thank you so much for the introduction. I would like to welcome our great audiences, and I would like to express my appreciation and gratitude at Ain Al Riyadh Company for this great organization of the Real Estate Future Forum par excellence. Each and every year, of course, is going more and more, providing high added value for the real estate sector, not just at the level of the kingdom, but also across the world. Ever since Vision 2030 was launched, all the national economy sectors have seen great growth. The real estate sector plays such a great role in this, or to this growth, starting from the holistic strategy of the real estate that was adopted in 2020, all the way to the different developments across the sector. Bu Yusuf, you have already talked about the regulations of the real estate. Honestly speaking, the data base or data set was developed, was updated, so that all push into the realization of the Vision 2030 targets. If we speak about documentation or in-kind documentation of the real estate, which is the first starting point of the development of the real estate, all the way up to the real estate agency procurement of brokerage and the agency of the real estate consultancy services and other services as well. All these, of course, witness additional reforms and regulations of plan sales, real estate contributions, rental laws and regulations, of course, and laws. Everything has been updated, upgraded, of course, and the necessary regulations have been adopted and put into action, in addition to the unification or to the owners union. So everything has been updated, reformed, examined carefully, either updated or readjusted, which probably were not there in the past or the previous stages. That is why we have such a great and robust real estate sector, transparency, visibility, all the dimensions that are very important, of course, for the investors. We are always there, continued and inspired by the wise leadership led by His Excellency Minister of Housing and Municipalities, to be always excellent at the regulations of the real estate sector. And beyond that, of course, Engineer Khalid, you lead a real estate ecosystem that is fully integrated, holistic at the state of Qatar. What are your achievements so far? First, peace and blessing be upon Prophet Muhammad, house of the company. First, I am very honored and excited to be on board on this or in this forum, and always to be with Mr. Abdullah and the great Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. As for the authority was established in 2023. The princely decisions was made in 2023 to establish the authority, and all the laws and regulations were activated or put into action in 2025. So we started to activate all the ecosystems that is motivational for the real estate sector in Qatar, in the state of Qatar. So I can say that everything is made available actually through the portal of the authority for investors and the beneficiaries of the real estate sector. It was the big challenge for us to achieve this big milestones in a couple of years, in 1 to 2 years actually, and we did benefit from the expertise across the GCC countries. We have signed an agreement of understanding, memorandum of understanding, that has been updated and signed by the authorities, the two authorities. This is for the sake of integration across the GCC countries. We do hope as well to have a GCC unified platform to further enhance the real estate sector. Thankfully, today we have activated all the regulatory frameworks in the state of Qatar. Great, truly said. Engineer Abdullah, the first day of the conference, so a speech by His Excellency Minister of Housing, Municipalities and Housing, and could you further spell out and speak about this, please, about the development and the tokenization of the real estate? Let us simplify this in simple terms. In the past, investment across the real estate sector and buying assets required a lot of money. Of course, in the past, it has such a great deal, a great value in comparison with other assets or other investments. What happened actually, investors or those wishing to get assets, they can have simple shares in real estate, whether income making or causing or creating income assets. Of course, this kind of ownership was full of risk and unclear and uncertain. As for the real estate tokenization announced by His Excellency the Minister, of course, which was put into action now in the Saudi market through the regulatory and pilot ecosystem across the real estate authority, can address such kind of problems by clear-cut terms and conditions, clear specifications when it comes to dealing with these kind of it is fully integrated actually when it comes to use such ownerships, properties, real estate assets, or even to generate returns, revenues. So these are in simple terms. This is the tokenization of the real estate program. What are the purpose and objectives? The most important is to fund and finance the real estate project. The finance is very important in any kind of real estate project through different channels, be it through programs, funds, or assets, or shares, or any other tools organized by the capital authority, by different contributions of the real estate, or even of plant sales, in addition to the different channels. So this kind of thing is very important, which aims to enhance the real estate sector's projects. One of the most important tokenization program is to enable investors using simple capitals to have assets, real estate assets, not just like a unit, but they have, for example, something part of the bond which is documented in the in-kind real estate register, which can be easily visible, which can be also managed and moderated and managed and operated through systems, regulations, and laws. This is a very important, Engineer Abdullah. You say that no matter how much he or she has the percentage, I mean, it should be there or it will be there. True. And based on the model tokenization, I mean, and how to transform unit into tokenization or tokenize it, there should be clear-cut strategy how much the percentage is and the value, so that it can be technically organized, regulated, and this can be shown for the or will be visible to the investors, I mean to the asset owner. Engineer Khalid, you have also talked about integration. Integration requires a digital environment and also security and also sharing data with other entities. How important is this kind of transformation and the speed to achieve this in Qatar, in the state of Qatar? Well, digital transformation has become a very important, it's not an option. And we see the AI and the speed. So the authority in the state of Qatar is always coping up, and also we have the Ministry of Communications and the Information Technology. We at the authority also have strong and robust connection across the different government entities. As for the real estate authorities, I mean, connection is very important. So when we have like a real estate platform that is holistic across or bringing together reliable data for the investors, users, and developers is very important, because it enhances transparency, making the country very much attractive for investment. This is what we've done actually, and we are developing the platform. We have developed the first phase and the second phase, and then we have a lot of real estate data, the prices of the land, the residential units of prices, and also the non-Qatari ownership. The terms and conditions are there in a unified platform. The challenge we're trying to address how to make it like easy to use or user-friendly, as you say. And we have also created the real estate platform and the interactive map. We have the avatar, which of course Dalal as known as the AI assistant, where you can ask through the platform and all your answers, all your questions will be answered and responded to. So we are coming up and we are coping up with the update with the technologies and adopting of course the best practices. We have signed also agreements with the service providers, so it is not an option, it is a challenge that we have to best addressed. Engineer Abdullah, you talked about tokenization of the real estate assets. What about digital assets like coded assets? Global interest has come into play to digitize these assets and currency across the different world countries. Leaders of countries are talking about this. Are we really interested in such assets to be digitized to benefit across and to increase this, of course? Well, of course, to speak about this, of course, the digital assets really requires a lot of time to talk about. His Excellency Muhammad Al Quays, head of the board of directors of the Capital Authority and PropTech, last year make a comment on this, and now it is being studied there. Well, in general, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, whether in the real estate sector or elsewhere, we're always ahead of time for any kind of a new innovation or any idea. Or with this in mind, that is why we believe that the investments will be ready once adopted there, or once it has taken it, relating to investment in the key enabler for us is the environment or infrastructure, digital infrastructure that is advanced, very much advanced across the real estate sector. When we speak about the real estate register and the information, the data, the procedures as well, when we speak about an ecosystem of the different real estate activities, and the rental services, the real estate brokerage and agency. We're speaking about enablers across the real estate sector, such as the Saudi Center for PropTech, to adopt new ideas across the new legislative and regulatory environment, and also the leading companies when it comes to the real estate innovation, and enable real estate innovation such as NHC. So we see that the real estate sector in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will be highly prepared and well prepared and at a high level of preparation readiness. So we're always looking forward to be ahead of the countries in terms of any leading and entrepreneurial ideas, concepts, or insights, whether at the level of technology or administration. Engineer Khalid, local sufficiency and the fluctuating demand may create or cause a challenge in the real estate sector. How much you are open to foreign investments in the real estate sector? How can it help to create stability? Of course, we need to understand one thing. We have the directions of the wise leadership of His Excellency Sheikh Tamim and the National Plan 2030. Human beings are always at the core of this, and the quality of life is always for citizens and residents and for investors coming from abroad. So, to be honest, the organizing environment is very important, and the regulatory environment is very important. So our focus is always to enhance the services, to enhance the quality of life for the people benefiting from today. We need to ask ourselves about the needs of what they need, like is it like transparency, visibility, digital platform, easy to use to make their own decisions wisely enough. The decision to invest or live in another country is not an easy decision, but thankfully we see our region, Qatar and Saudi Arabia, across the GCC countries, are among the most important attracting countries. We have like high indexes or high indexes at the security and safety, educational environment in the state of Qatar, for instance. Qatar Foundation and the global universities across Qatar are within the immediate vicinity where your children are around. Also, we have global levels of healthcare, and you have access to all the countries within just like 6 years. And the connectivity, when you connect Qatar and the other countries, we have such strong human capital and human resources across the GCC where they can create more investment. This is what we see as a factor for stability. So the market is cyclical, where it goes up and down, but we have all the enablers of stability, investment, and we have wise leaders and work 24 hours, 7 days a week. Engineer Khalid, I would like you to comment on Qatar. The express train expected to link Riyadh and Doha. Can we expect that someone working in Riyadh and will move to Doha for the weekend? Well, this is like a very important pathway, very much like artery to link Riyadh and Doha, and I hope it will connect and expand more. And also, it can be like global companies can be headquartered in Doha and can be in Riyadh, where they can connect. This is a very important project. I hope it will see light. Also, a very short comment coming from Engineer Abdullah. Any partnership expected to be from Riyadh and Qatar to bring them closer together? Well, it's not expectations. It is something real. It is supported by Engineer Khalid today. The Qatari investors are there in Saudi Arabia, and the Saudi investors are there in Qatar. So there is a kind of complementary, integrated work in terms of the efforts. In addition, well, definitely it is very important to link logistically the two countries, such as the express train, to bring the two countries closer, to support the two markets, the Saudi markets and the Qatari markets as well. The real estate sectors across sector across the two countries, by being linked, connected across the different enablers. We do expect different motivations. So investors, developers need to always keep your eyes on this. Engineer Khalid, how much the authority is working to create a national plan for the real estate sector, but it should go in line with Vision 2030 of Qatar. Part of the authority, of the establishment of the real estate authority is to enhance the role of Qatar. Our partners are from the government entities and ministries, of course. We as an authority, of course, is still small, but our achievements are so big and huge. We've seen great developments, and we have seen great confidence and trust coming into play in the state of Qatar. And we have seen it like 2024, 2025 at a positive rate. The national plan that we are working across, of course, is to make it realizable in the short term. I mean, to enable the private sector to play its roles optimally. And as Engineer Abdullah has truly said, we are creating the environment conducive and favorable for investors and developers for the two countries. So we have at this forum Qatari companies and Nasir from Kataifan and Ritaj from Saudi Arabia, also Diyar and Ritaj UDC. We have more than one company actually has come to see the investment opportunities here in the kingdom directly, not through the government. But again, our role is to enable such companies to craft national plans to support the private sector to play their own roles. I hope the Qatari and the Saudi companies or sister companies to create or to seize the opportunities, and hope the next forum will be in Qatar. One thing to finalize about the future of real estate sector, stability, regulations, growth, what is it expected? Of course, as we started talking about the real estate regulations, mostly have been updated and mostly have been redirected. Today, we are at the stage of excellence at the application of regulations and legislation. It is to achieve the best or the optimal value in such a way to ensure that we motivate investors and investment, ensuring that governance is in a place. And the upcoming stage is something that we are working across. The best example is the reforms and regulations that have really come into play last Thursday. The non-Saudi ownership, where we support the foreign investors and investment across the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, not impacting the local market and not causing any challenges or any boomerang and fire back at the local market. It is to create a seamless, faultless, easy and user-friendly journey, not to visit different entities or government entities. Once the digital identity is issued, even the journey will be seamless, will be easier even at the home country by the consulates or ministries, embassies, and just to make a cross-check and cross-match of their passports, then they can have like a Saudi code where they can open a bank account across any Saudi bank, where they can sell and buy digitally, rent digitally, operate digitally. Each and every action or process of the foreign investor journey stages will be seamless, faultless, much facilitated and optimized. This is what we mean by excellence of the implementation and application. You bring all the services at the same time, and also having the well-controlled governance, transparency, feasibility, everything is well controlled, and this is our ambitions, and yet more to come. Engineer Abdullah Al-Hamad, and Engineer Khalid Al Ubaidi. Thank you so much. Your attention is highly appreciated.
An expert moderation from Mr. Tomehi. Thank you very much indeed. Next, we are going to have a short keynote speech. Excuse me, a short keynote speech. So could I please invite Engineer Khaled Al-Taleh, the CEO of Housing Programme, to please come to stage for a speech. A round of applause, please. A big welcome. Shukran.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني أن ألتقي بكم اليوم في منتدى مستقبل العقار. هذا اللقاء الذي يجمعنا حول قطاع اقتصادي، بل حول رؤية وطن وحلم مجتمع ومسؤولية مشتركة لصناعة مستقبل أكثر استقراراً وازدهاراً. نجتمع اليوم لنؤكد أن القطاع العقاري لم يعد مجرد سوق، بل أصبح رافعة تنموية ومكوناً أساسياً في جودة الحياة، وأحد أهم محركات الاستدامة الاقتصادية والاجتماعية. ومن هنا فإن هذا المنتدى يمثل مساحة فكر ومنصة قرار ونقطة انطلاق نحو آفاق أوسع. إن ما نراه اليوم من نضج واستقرار في السوق لم يكن وليد الصدفة، بل ثمرة تشريعات واعية وتنظيمات متقدمة وعمل مؤسسي دؤوب أعاد صياغة العلاقة بين المواطن والسوق، وبين المستثمر والفرص، وبين الطموح والواقع. وفي برنامج الإسكان ننطلق من إيمان راسخ بأن السكن ليس جدرانا تبنى، بل حياة تصان واستقرارا يصنع ومستقبل يؤمن. لذلك عملنا على منظومة إسكانية متكاملة تحقق التوازن بين العرض والطلب، وتمكن المواطنين من تملك مساكنهم، ونسير بثبات نحو تحقيق مستهدفاتنا بتحقيق نسبة تملك تبلغ 70% بحلول عام 2030. منذ انطلاق رؤية السعودية جاء برنامج الإسكان ليكون أحد أعمدتها الراسخة ضمن محور مجتمعي حيوي. وخلال فترة وجيزة انتقلنا من معالجة التحديات إلى صناعة الفرص، ومن إدارة الطلب إلى قيادة السوق، ومن حلول آنية
meeting demand to create market and supply. So the real estate market is well regulated, and regulations were streamlined with the varied and diversity with the varied options and offering and diversity in the products. This is when we have a vision with the and firming and with the belief that sustainable development, we have three strategic stages. We start with the fundamental infrastructure. We come to the maturity. Let's speak figures which holds stability and hope. More than over 90,000 housing contracts and more than 1 million beneficiaries since the inception of the program, and over 18,000 housing units delivered 2025 to exceed more than 78 housing units delivered as part of off-plan sales as part of the program, and over than 12,000 pieces of land made accessible through this program, and more than 94 electronic platform to enhance transparency and the market and the confidence in the market. Just this sort of figures and numbers is a testament of the actual and genuine transformation. Behind each achievements, there is an inspiring leadership, adopting human-centered approach by providing affordable house as a top priority of the political leadership. And we are inspired, and I quote Crown Prince, commitment of Vision 2030 to increase housing ownership and to be among the top countries in this regard. It's just not mere words, but action set in motion. And when we measure the impact of transformation in housing industry, it's driven and anchored on KPIs which run this program, and to measure the quality of impact on the people and markets, notably a house ownership, the household ownership, owning a house units from 47% in 2017 to reach 66 in 2025, hitting the targets. And the mortgage loan reached more than 900 billion Saudi riyal, and loans delivered to low income segments 9 million loans. And for the facilitation and the ease of doing business, we reached 60%, and the citizen satisfaction reached 91% over the housing programs, which is the significant index which what we do reflected on the experience of the consumers. Such kind of indices combined represent ecosystem making gradual progress through a raft of supporting packages, creating the ownership and activating real estate equilibrium, and reaching a market, stable market, sustainable market, and well-balanced markets. Such kind of staggering results confirm that we are on the right track towards an excellent real estate market and sustainable real estate sector and a more stable future. In conclusion, I express my deep thanks and gratitude to the guests of the RFF and the organizers, confirming that what we have achieved is just the beginning for a brighter future. Thank you. Thank you. Shukran jazilan ala
with us. We really do appreciate it. So in our closing session for today, what a great day too we've had. Have you had a good day? See some nods, some yeses? Love it when people clap at me, that's fantastic. It's been really insightful, some very different subjects and themes have been explored, which is always so useful with our jobs and all the things that we are doing to build these cities into the future. So this final session is a bit of a first for the RFF, because we are delighted to have an incredibly special guest here all the way from Brazil, which is absolutely exciting and very, very special. So we have a session now looking at the real estate market in Brazil, and I'm going to be joined right now on stage by Daniel Tanuri from the Boston Consulting Group, and also by João Teodoro da Silva, who is the president of the Brazilian Federation Council of Real Estate Brokers. So, Daniel, João, did I say that roughly right? And should I say bem-vindos? Bem-vindos, welcome, marhaba. in Arabic. Welcome, benvindos marhaba. We can't wait to hear what you have to share with us. Thank you so much for being with us.
Senhoras e senhores, caros colegas, caro João, muito boa tarde, muito bem-vindos ao Real Estate Future Forum aqui em Riad. É um prazer estar aqui com vocês hoje e receber o João aqui com a gente. Hoje a gente vai expandir bastante o horizonte da nossa conversa. A gente vai falar de dois mercados que têm bastante em comum, que têm bastante a aprender a trocar um com o outro, mas que estão geograficamente bastante distantes. O mercado imobiliário brasileiro e o mercado imobiliário da Arábia Saudita. Meu nome é Daniel Tanuri, eu sou sócio e Managing Director do BCG, faço parte da prática de Private Equity do BCG, Principal Investors and Private Equity, e meu foco é investimentos em Real Estate e infraestrutura. Na conversa de hoje, a gente vai cobrir o estado do mercado imobiliário brasileiro, o que tem transformado o mercado imobiliário brasileiro, quais são as forças que têm levado o mercado a evoluir, quais são as oportunidades que têm sido criadas no mercado dado isso. Depois a gente vai falar de dois tópicos específicos. O primeiro é o que torna o mercado imobiliário investment ready e que ajuda a abertura para o capital estrangeiro, e qual que é o papel especificamente do setor de corretagem no mercado imobiliário. E por fim a gente vai falar de oportunidades de colaboração entre os dois mercados, da Arábia Saudita e do Brasil. Para a conversa de hoje eu tenho um imenso prazer em introduzir o João Teodoro da Silva. O João ele é presidente do Conselho Federal de Corretores de Imóveis no Brasil, o COFES. Ele traz uma visão sistêmica do setor e vai trazer uma perspectiva de como o setor de corretagem permite a evolução, a modernização e a adoção de práticas estritas no mercado imobiliário. O João não só é presidente do COFES, como ele é também incorporador e investidor. Ele é um dos sócios no projeto Mareí, que é um dos maiores projetos, um dos maiores empreendimentos imobiliários no Brasil hoje, um projeto turístico de mais de 80 km², focado em sustentabilidade e na proteção do meio ambiente. O João tem mais de 50 décadas de experiência, vai trazer essas perspectivas para a gente hoje sobre o mercado brasileiro. João, é um prazer ter você aqui com a gente hoje. Muito obrigado.
Muito obrigado, Daniel. Eu quero primeiro aqui agradecer pelo convite. Fiquei muito honrado de ser o representante do Brasil neste fórum, porque a gente tem acompanhado, ainda que à distância, os acontecimentos desse fórum, são muito importantes para o desenvolvimento do mercado imobiliário de modo geral. E eu quero deixar aqui registrado o meu agradecimento a todos que estão presentes, nos assistindo, e muito particularmente ao ministro da Habitação, do QSI, o ministro Mahed Al-Rogai, e a todos os organizadores, inclusive a Ana Gazar, minha amiga lá dos Estados Unidos, que faz parte do board de organização desse empreendimento. E gostaria de começar rapidamente só explicando a minha função. Eu faço parte, sou presidente de uma organização chamada Sistema COFES Cresce, que compõe-se de um Conselho Federal e 27 conselhos regionais que estão espalhados por todo o Brasil, que é um país muito grande, e temos 27 unidades federativas dentro do Brasil, além do Distrito Federal. Então, nós estamos em todas as partes do Brasil. É uma congregação que é a segunda maior, na verdade é uma autarquia pública, é um órgão do governo do Brasil. E ela é a segunda maior organização de profissionais do mercado imobiliário e agências do mercado imobiliário do mundo. Contempla hoje mais ou menos 700 mil profissionais, agentes imobiliários, e cerca de 75 mil empresas, agências imobiliárias. Compõe-se, portanto, do Conselho Federal, que está na capital federal, em Brasília, e um Conselho Regional em cada uma das 27 capitais que nós temos espalhadas pelo Brasil. E está presente em todos os 5.570 municípios brasileiros. Portanto, a gente tem uma presença maciça no mercado imobiliário brasileiro. E a função desta organização é orientar, fomentar, regular e fiscalizar o mercado imobiliário no Brasil, o real estate.
Obrigado, João, pela introdução. Sempre ajuda a entender um pouco melhor qual é o papel do COFES e o seu papel nessa instituição. Vamos começar um pouco dando contexto para a nossa audiência, que talvez não seja tão familiar com o mercado brasileiro. Conta um pouco para a gente qual que é o contexto do mercado brasileiro atualmente? Quais são as principais coisas que têm mudado no Brasil, no mercado imobiliário? O que tem impulsionado essas mudanças e que oportunidades essas mudanças vêm trazendo?
Bem, o Brasil tem participado, inclusive por meio do sistema COFES-Cresce, de vários mercados internacionais. Nós hoje estamos fomentando justamente a participatividade do mercado brasileiro com o mercado internacional e mantemos convênios por meio do sistema COFES-Cresce com mais de 60 organizações ao redor do mundo e temos procurado fazer um intercâmbio, obviamente levando nossas experiências e trazendo experiências também. O Brasil hoje tem um mercado extremamente pujante no sentido do mercado imobiliário e, apesar de todos os problemas que nós enfrentamos nos últimos anos, como, por exemplo, a pandemia globalizada que nós tivemos, o mercado imobiliário brasileiro conseguiu superar todos esses problemas e sobreviver com bastante tranquilidade, com bastante resiliência a todos esses problemas. E tem crescido sistematicamente, uma média de 12% a 15% ao ano. Nós temos crescido todos os anos desde 2019, depois que tivemos um debacle em função de um dos governos federais, que acabou causando grandes problemas econômicos e atingiu naturalmente também o mercado imobiliário. Mas conseguimos sair desse problema, e o mercado está em evolução absoluta. E é por isso, inclusive, que nós estamos aqui hoje buscando também algum conhecimento sobre o formato de funcionamento do mercado imobiliário aqui na Arábia Saudita, para tentar fazer com que haja uma correspondência entre os nossos mercados e, enfim, o Brasil poder aprender um pouco com a Arábia Saudita também.
Muito obrigado, João. Talvez uma pergunta final com relação ao mercado imobiliário brasileiro. Olhando nos últimos 10, 15 anos, que reforma ou que mudança você vê no mercado que você acredita que impulsionou esse crescimento do qual você fala, ou que permitiu que o Brasil mantesse sempre uma posição ou estável ou de crescimento ao longo dos anos, apesar de qualquer obstáculo que tenha enfrentado?
O nosso mercado hoje está dividido em 3 segmentos. O segmento das habitações sociais, de caráter social, que hoje representa 54% de toda a movimentação de vendas imobiliárias no país, mas temos aí um outro 46% representado pela classe média e pelos imóveis de alto padrão. E, obviamente, esse trabalho feito pelo governo federal, no sentido de fomentar a construção de habitações populares, acaba também impulsionando as outras partes do mercado, que é o mercado de classe média e o mercado de pessoas de alta renda. Então, dentro desse contexto que o Brasil tem construído o seu mercado imobiliário. Agora, claro, o mercado imobiliário ele depende também de uma boa economia, por isso a gente tem uma interação muito forte, por exemplo, com o Ministério do Turismo, com o Ministério da Justiça, com o Ministério da Habitação no Brasil, onde as políticas que fomentam o próprio mercado imobiliário procuram ser divididas entre a população privada e os ordenamentos que vêm do governo federal. Então, a gente procura, como vocês têm aqui muito bem estruturado, né, uma sintonia entre o poder público e o poder privado. Eu acho que isso tem funcionado bem. O país não tem crescido tanto, se você for olhar do ponto de vista do Produto Interno Bruto brasileiro, nós temos crescido pouco, cerca de 1,5%, 2% nos últimos anos ao ano. Mas o mercado imobiliário, ao contrário disso, tem um PIB que tem crescido na ordem de 10% a 12%. Então, eu acho que isso é resultado exatamente dessa interação que nós procuramos manter com os poderes públicos do Brasil, mas seguindo, obviamente, o incentivo aos empresários do mercado imobiliário brasileiro para que possam sempre estar produzindo mais e atendendo às nossas necessidades, que são muito grandes. Podemos pensar, o Brasil tem hoje cerca de 214 milhões de habitantes, e se o mercado imobiliário de baixa renda comporta uma construção de 54%, nós temos aí 46% que estão atendidas, justamente nas outras classes da nossa sociedade, e tudo isso precisa de interação governamental. Nós não conseguiríamos fazer isso sem que a gente tivesse, por exemplo, a concessão a composição de funding, de fundos para financiamento habitacional no Brasil. E essa é uma grande preocupação, inclusive, para nós neste momento, por causa da financiação das residências de classe média, que nós temos no Brasil, fundamentalmente, um instrumento chamado caderneta de poupança, que é o que proporciona o financiamento das construções habitacionais, particularmente da classe média. Só que nós temos um problema hoje, que é a diferença do rendimento da caderneta de poupança, que está em torno de 8% ao ano, contra uma Selic, que é a taxa básica de juros estabelecida pelo Banco Central do Brasil, que está em 15%. Então, há uma dessintonia bastante grande e isso está preocupando o mercado. Mas, mesmo assim, o mercado está resiliente por causa, naturalmente, do grande déficit habitacional que ainda temos no Brasil. Ele se aproxima de 7 milhões de unidades, embora cerca de 80% dessas necessidades estejam concentradas justamente nas classes de menor renda, mas tem aí alguma coisa perto de 15% disso, que não é pouco, concentrado na nossa classe média. Portanto, há movimentação para tudo isso e a manutenção de funding para financiamento do mercado imobiliário tem sido fundamental para o crescimento do mercado imobiliário no Brasil.
Você falou de vários pontos agora que são interessantes, né? Claramente um mercado de bastante oportunidade, de bastante crescimento, ainda com alguns déficits para serem endereçados, diferentes mecanismos para a introdução de financiamento e abertura de diferentes fontes de capital para o mercado imobiliário brasileiro. Mas vamos falar um pouco do mercado de capital externo e o papel que ele tem tomado no mercado brasileiro, no mercado imobiliário brasileiro. Qual que é o papel que você vê para o capital estrangeiro no Brasil? O que você enxerga no Brasil como oportunidades e que tem ajudado o capital externo a entrar no Brasil? E aqui eu falo com você tanto como presidente do COFES, mas também como investidor.
Na verdade, nós temos sim, e eu inclusive tenho uma experiência pessoal. Você acabou de lembrar que nós temos um projeto muito grande, que é o projeto Maraí, que é o maior projeto da América Latina hoje, e ele com 844 hectares de extensão, 8,5 km de praia, 12 km de lagoa de outro lado, enfim, um projeto magnífico e altamente sustentável, que ocupa somente 6,6% da sua área com construções efetivamente. Mas, obviamente, é um projeto caro, um projeto que vai consumir aproximadamente 3 bilhões e 200 de dólares para a sua consecução total. E isso, naturalmente, não é possível a gente conseguir tudo no Brasil. Nós temos que buscar dinheiro fora do Brasil. Hoje, o capital estrangeiro aplicado no Brasil, no mercado imobiliário, representa aproximadamente 3,4% do nosso PIB. É uma quantia relativamente significativa. E o que atrai, naturalmente, esses investidores são as condições que o próprio Brasil oferece. O Brasil é um país com uma extensão territorial muito grande, uma extensão de praia de 9.200 quilômetros, o que atrai muita gente, principalmente investidores estrangeiros, no sentido de fomentar o turismo no Brasil. E o Maraí, inclusive, está dentro desse contexto. Então, eu acredito que, embora o mercado habitacional tradicional, de habitações populares, habitações de classe média e mesmo as habitações de luxo, não estejam inseridas nesse contexto, os grandes empreendimentos, sim, todos eles dependem de capital estrangeiro e a gente não tem tido grandes dificuldades para atrair esses capitais, naturalmente, porque as condições de rentabilidade oferecidas pelo Brasil hoje são altamente compensadoras. Eu não estou falando aqui, naturalmente, do capital especulativo, aquele que vem e sai, dependendo das circunstâncias, como, por exemplo, as aplicações agora em função de uma Selic, de uma taxa básica de juros de 15%, que é um absurdo, mas, enfim, é o que existe hoje. Mas eu falo de capital que vem para ficar, para ser empreendido, para ser usado nesses empreendimentos de grande porte. O Maraí é apenas um exemplo dele, tem vários empreendimentos dessa natureza, Brasil afora, em toda a parte litorânea do Brasil e também no interior, alguns empreendimentos muito interessantes. E esses empreendimentos, sim, eles atraem investidores estrangeiros para o mercado brasileiro.
Está claro, você falou bastante agora dos fundamentos dos projetos, né, dos fundamentos dos investimentos que são oferecidos no país e como isso é uma alavanca, um habilitador para a atração do capital estrangeiro para o país, mas vamos falar um pouco mais da institucionalização do setor. E agora eu vou pedir para você colocar o chapéu como presidente do COFES, do Sistema COFES Cresce de novo. Vamos falar um pouco do setor de corretagem. Qual que é o papel que o setor de corretagem tem como uma alavanca, como uma força habilitadora do setor, em termos de institucionalização do setor, profissionalização do setor? E conta um pouco mais para a gente sobre isso. Qual que é o papel do setor de corretagem no Brasil e como ele tem evoluído ao longo dos anos?
Eu acho que a corretagem ela é muito importante no Brasil, porque, como o país é muito grande, nós temos de estar em toda parte. E o sistema Confesse-Cresce, que congrega os corretores de imóveis do Brasil hoje, como eu disse, representa cerca de, mais de 700 mil profissionais e mais de 75 mil agências, empresas imobiliárias. E, obviamente, esse pessoal todo é espalhado por 5.570 municípios, porque há corretores em cada um dos municípios brasileiros, com toda certeza, concentradamente, óbvio, nos grandes centros, como São Paulo, Rio de Janeiro, Belo Horizonte, enfim, as grandes capitais e os grandes centros urbanos, mas existe sim corretores em todas as partes do Brasil e os próprios corretores ajudam a fomentar o mercado naturalmente, porque o corretor é um tipo de profissional, assim como a empresa imobiliária, que vai em busca das oportunidades para oferecer essas oportunidades aos seus clientes. Então, o mercado imobiliário ele não se movimenta estritamente em função das vivendas, das casas que são construídas para residências, para as pessoas morarem com suas famílias, mas também para investidores que trabalham, por exemplo, na composição de imóveis para locação. Já temos várias empresas no Brasil hoje que funcionam especificamente na construção para locação. Outras funcionam, por exemplo, no retrofit de imóveis antigos que são reformados e modernizados para comercialização. Então, nós consideramos fundamental a movimentação que se faz por meio dos profissionais corretores de imóveis do Brasil. E eles estão rigorosamente fiscalizados. O Brasil é um país que tem vários problemas, por ser um país de terceiro mundo, todo mundo conhece o que acontece na América Latina, a gente tem realmente grandes problemas, temos que admitir isso, e por isso exige uma regulação absolutamente rigorosa no exercício de funções que possam implicar em comprometimento, por exemplo, da saúde financeira das pessoas, né? Assim como da saúde física, no caso dos médicos, nos casos dos profissionais da saúde. Nós temos uma responsabilidade muito grande junto às famílias, porque podemos implicar prejuízos para as finanças dessas pessoas, que poupam o seu dinheiro para poder comprar um imóvel e, de repente, são fraudadas de alguma forma e não conseguem atingir o seu objetivo. Então, o mercado imobiliário é extremamente regulado. O sistema Confesse-Cresce ele fiscaliza rigorosamente todas as atividades desenvolvidas pelos corretores, pelas imobiliárias do Brasil e cuida para que essas atividades sejam o mais perfeito possível. Eu não quero dizer que não haja problema, claro que há, em toda parte há problema, mas pelo menos nós conseguimos, com o sistema de controle que nós temos hoje, rigorosamente, que é o único, aliás, no mundo, sistema elaborado dentro do Brasil hoje para controle profissional, das profissões que têm interação com a sociedade e que podem causar prejuízo de alguma forma para a sociedade, é muito rigoroso. E nessa rigorosidade, naturalmente, está inserida a profissão de corretagem imobiliária e das empresas que labutam na corretagem imobiliária. Então, acredito que temos um papel fundamental, um papel muito importante e que precisa ser preservado. Inclusive, muitos países, Daniel, vêm ao Brasil participar lá do sistema Confesse-Cresce de conferências e de explicações para poder levar como exemplo o que já acontece no Brasil. Então, nós nos orgulhamos, inclusive, de ter um sistema único e muito bem controlado no exercício da corretagem imobiliária no Brasil.
E é uma coisa que uma coisa contribui para a outra, né? Acho que esse nível de estruturação, fiscalização, do qual você fala, dá mais confiança ao mercado, facilita a atração de capital externo, dá confiança tanto para o capital interno quanto para o capital externo. Talvez só uma pergunta de follow-up com relação ao tema ao sistema de corretagem, o sistema Confesse-Cresce. Você falou bastante de fiscalização e como o sistema mantém em xeque a atividade do corretor imobiliário no Brasil. Talvez se você puder falar brevemente sobre quais são os mecanismos de controle, de monitoramento que o sistema oferece que dão mais confiança para os investidores, tanto locais quanto estrangeiros, no sistema brasileiro.
Boa pergunta. Nós temos um sistema desenvolvido tecnologicamente, com base na tecnologia blockchain, que se chama SGR, Sistema de Registro de Contratos. Então, todos os contratos que são elaborados por corretores, imobiliárias, podem ser registrados dentro do sistema Confesse-Cresce e ali armazenados, inclusive porque nós temos um processo muito sério no Brasil, que é a lei de lavagem de dinheiro, de combate, a lei que promove a lavagem, o combate à lavagem de dinheiro, que é um problema sério de vários países mundo afora. O Brasil tem uma lei própria para isso, E nós, do Sistema COFES, inclusive, somos responsabilizados por esta lei para cuidar do problema da lavagem de dinheiro no mercado imobiliário brasileiro. Então, há uma seriedade muito grande. E, óbvio, isso tudo depende de um controle rigoroso do ponto de vista tecnológico. É difícil de você controlar hoje um sistema composto de tantas pessoas e tantas empresas sem usar de alta tecnologia. Então, o COFES tem se preocupado com isso, o sistema COFES Cresce tem se preocupado com isso, e todos os nossos conselhos regionais estão preparados para fazer esse controle também por meios absolutamente tecnológicos. Mas, a par disso, Daniel, nós temos hoje um contingente de aproximadamente 300 fiscais físicos que visitam periodicamente as imobiliárias, visitam periodicamente os corretores de imóveis, não no sentido exatamente de puni-los, mas no sentido de orientá-los como agir para evitar a punição. Então, existe sim um trabalho por trás do sistema COFES Cresce muito forte, que garante ao cidadão brasileiro e aos estrangeiros que, porventura, venham para o Brasil para fazer aquisições imobiliárias, etc., de terem um trabalho qualificado, um trabalho que realmente garante tranquilidade para os negócios imobiliários. E contamos também com o sistema registral brasileiro, que é muito forte, o sistema registral de propriedades imobiliárias do Brasil, muito forte, muito bem estruturado, e hoje também todo ele baseado em tecnologia. Temos um cadastro centralizado. Hoje você pode, por exemplo, com um simples clique de computador, você verificar um imóvel em qualquer parte dos 8.500 quilômetros quadrados do Brasil. Então, é muito bem controlado e, por isso, o mercado funciona bem no Brasil, graças a Deus.
Perfeito. Tenho duas perguntas finais para terminar o nosso papo de hoje. A primeira pergunta é: quais são as oportunidades, tentando trazer toda a conversa agora a um ponto e trazendo ela para cá, quais são as oportunidades que você enxerga de colaboração entre o mercado imobiliário brasileiro e o mercado imobiliário da Arábia Saudita?
Bom, vamos lá. Eu até fiz algumas anotações aqui, Daniel, sobre exatamente isso, para poder a gente trocar umas ideias aqui bem interessantes. Primeiro, sobre o mercado imobiliário do Brasil. Né? Quero dizer para você que em 2025, por exemplo, nós comercializamos 1,3 milhões de unidades habitacionais no Brasil. Obviamente, como eu disse, 54% delas de habitação social. Foram cerca de 60 bilhões de dólares em financiamentos imobiliários concedidos dentro do Brasil no ano de 2025. O déficit habitacional nós já comentamos, cerca de quase 7 milhões de unidades habitacionais, mas temos ainda, paralelamente, um mercado comercial, industrial e logístico que tem crescido cerca de 14% ao ano no Brasil. Veja que é bastante importante isso no contexto do que nós estamos falando, inclusive de intercâmbio entre conhecimentos e de mercado entre o Reino e entre o Brasil, naturalmente. Como eu disse, os investimentos estrangeiros representam 3,4% do PIB, e o nosso PIB no ano de 2025 foi de 2,33 trilhões de dólares. Nós somos hoje classificados como a 10ª economia mundial. O nosso modelo regulatório é único. E aí vem a questão que eu anotei aqui sobre o aprendizado que nós estamos fazendo. Nós discutimos isso rapidamente, mas eu fiz algumas notações que estou levando como conhecimento daqui para o Brasil e espero que a gente esteja também contribuindo para que alguma coisa seja aproveitada dos conhecimentos do Brasil aqui. Primeiramente, parece que aqui há uma clara coordenação entre as políticas públicas. Os investidores e operadores do mercado imobiliário, o que reduz a insegurança operacional. Claro, porque as pessoas percebem muito facilmente que há um perfeito alinhamento, como nós conversamos ontem, entre visão, regulação e execução no mercado imobiliário aqui da Arábia Saudita. Isso para nós, sem dúvida alguma, é um conhecimento que nós estamos adquirindo e vamos levar para difundir no Brasil. Segundo, nota-se também um grande esforço do governo da Arábia Saudita no sentido de oferecer clareza e previsibilidade. Conversamos isso, inclusive, nos bastidores. Mesmo em ambiente de rápida transformação, isso significa que as regras são claras e são tão importantes quanto o incentivo financeiro. Não adianta você ter um incentivo financeiro se você não tem regras claras que objetivamente permitem você aplicar no mercado imobiliário. Isso a gente percebeu que há claramente aqui na Arábia Saudita e vamos levar esse conhecimento para lá. O sucesso do mercado imobiliário depende, como disse antes, da sintonia entre planejamento urbano, infraestrutura e investimento, que nós podemos aprender nos bastidores também deste evento. Essa sintonia parece bastante evidente aqui na Arábia Saudita, o que, obviamente, evita aquilo que a gente chama de risco sistêmico, ou seja, você não tem riscos grandiosos que podem comprometer a evolução do mercado imobiliário. É o que estamos procurando fazer também no Brasil. E, por último, vê-se que o profissionalismo que existe aqui na Arábia Saudita, no sentido de construção, no sentido de intermediação de negócios imobiliários e todo aquele arcabouço que faz parte da cadeia produtiva da construção civil, ele não interfere diretamente no desenvolvimento do país. Ou seja, ao contrário, nota-se aqui uma perfeita combinação entre ambos. Isso naturalmente atrai o capital estrangeiro e promove o crescimento ordenado. Então, essas considerações todas, obviamente, nós estamos levando. A gente já tem tentado, obviamente, oferecer também essas qualidades todas no mercado brasileiro. Temos as nossas deficiências, obviamente, mas a gente tem conseguido superá-las todas, observando conceitos como esses que vocês observam rigorosamente aqui na Arábia Saudita.
Não, realmente, dois mercados grandes, com bastante oportunidade de troca, tanto de conhecimento e aprendizados, mas também de negócios. João, muito obrigado por estar aqui com a gente hoje de novo. Muito obrigado à audiência por estar com a gente. Desejo uma muito boa tarde para todos.
Obrigado, Daniel. Obrigado a todos pela audiência. É um prazer estar aqui com vocês também. Muito obrigado.
Obrigado, مويتي obrigado. Thank you so much. الآن يسعدنا أن نشارك معكم تبادل
number of agreements, the first of which is the agreement of Arib Real Estate Fund between Arib Capital and Al Dal Real Estate Company at 1,700,000,000 Saudi riyals.
إذن كما ذكرنا لكم هذه اتفاقية تأسيس صندوق أريب إليت العقاري بين شركة أريب
Capital and Al Dal Real Estate at about 1,700,000,000 Saudi riyals. The second agreement goes between the establishment of Arib Logistic Fund between Arib Capital and Saudi Arabia at 1 billion Saudi riyals and 500 million Saudi riyals. Thank you ever so much for you. Thank you Abdullah. Thank you Abdullah. رائع جدا أن نرى هذه الشراكات وهذه الاتفاقيات، وبذلك سيداتي سادتي ننهي بذلك اليوم الثاني لمنتدى مستقبل العقار. يا إلهي.
Love that energy. We're going to take that into tomorrow. Really good to have some different speakers, lots of international partners, people who've brought their wealth of experience to this stage. So we have the Real Estate Excellence Award tonight. For those of you joining us, I'm really excited that we're going to be resetting the room and we're going to be kicking off at about 7:30 p.m. So for those of you coming along, we'll see you later. Otherwise, get some rest. Have a really good night, and we will see you bright and early again tomorrow at 9 a.m. ready for the final day. We have so many fantastic speakers lined up for you tomorrow. Very exciting times. So with that, I will bid you a good night and see some of you later on. Thank you so much. Shukran.